You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Hurricane Helene on a strengthening trend this morning. 105 miles per hour is the intensity that we're giving it at this update based on the Recon planes that were flying in there earlier, getting a 104 knot flight level wind briefly on the eastern eyewall. That would translate to somewhere around this 105 mile per hour estimate. Pressure that they've got so far is hovering around 963 millibars. Interestingly, the National Hurricane Center have gone with 960. I haven't had the time to check why or what convinced them to run with that slightly lower pressure, but the indications that we're getting here that the storm is strengthening, the winds are definitely catching up, and the pressure is very gradually decreasing, but is on a deepening trend. At present, there is only one Recon plane in the storm, but there's another one en route that's just left in the last 15 minutes or so. It's left from Mobile, nope, not Mobile, Mississippi, heading out towards the storm. So, obviously an extremely dangerous situation still with this storm. If you can memorize those percentage chances at the bottom there from last night's stream, you'll have noticed that actually quite a lot of those category bands, the chances have gone down just a couple of percentage points for those higher categories. The storm, I think it's safe to say, has not strengthened as quickly as we were expecting in the initial phase there when it was leaving Mexico. But obviously, given that it's still got a fair distance to go until landfall, and perhaps moving slightly slower than earlier forecasted as well, only a little, that this storm is expected to cause really substantial problems, and has a good road of intensification before it runs out of road when it arrives in Florida. My name's Nathan Foy here in the studio. You'll be able to see me in a second. And we're also joined by Jose with us right now as well, one of our resident Floridians. You're just about to enter some of those outer bands of the storm, right?
Yeah, I'm about to. I'm just keeping an eye on it because I've been noticing the winds have been increasing by every hour. So it's a little worrying, but not really. But the most intense part will be at the exact landfall of Helene.
But you're closer to the east coast, aren't you? So it's not going to be as crazy for you. But if you could just sort of point to us there on that map, you're in maybe the 30-40% chance zone. Some of those yellows, oranges.
It's going right now. I'm entering the yellow right now. As Helene is starting to get closer and closer. But to me, like I'm right there. Like right now, 20. Yeah, right there. And but I could tell right now, I'm gonna start getting into the higher percentage possibilities of tropical storm force winds as Helene gets closer and closer.
Storm looking very good on satellite imagery. We are intending to stay on the air here right the way up until landfall now. The storm is moving at a fairly brisk pace, 12 miles per hour. Certainly could have been going faster by this point, and that may be bad news. What I did want to look at first of all, though, Jose, especially because you had it on your screen a minute ago, was the multimodal diagnostics. Could we look at that?
Was it this one that we were just looking at?
The RAM models.
Oh, the RAM.
Yeah.
What was it? Oh, there. Let me update this really
Here
quick.
we are. That's absolutely what we want to look at here. The big takeaway is what I want to see with the wind shear. Look at that. The floor of it rises dramatically as we get to the late part of today. Don't forget, this is in UTC. So in terms of the landfall time, it's probably going to be a little bit after 0Z on the 27th. And as you can see, by that point, wind shear will be up and above 25 knots. I'm pointing this out because if the storm does move slower, it poses the question there, will wind shear get more into the storm before it makes landfall, and possibly a slightly weaker landfall. However, when we're watching the storm here, it is a category 2 now. You know, it's pretty much locked in that we are going to see still those major storm surge impacts. Now that's going to be the primary risk for this landfall zone from this storm. We're talking somewhere up towards 20 feet of storm surge, probably higher, yes, higher than Idalia. So for this particular part of Florida, the Big Bend area, this could be the highest storm surge ever recorded in places like Apalachee Bay, which is where the storm could make landfall there, and not far from St. Mark's. Or it might end up, I mean, we're seeing a few easterly jogs. Perhaps it might be turned more towards Steinhatchee. We have a camera there as well, by the way. Let's see if we can take a look live at Steinhatchee to take a look at what the conditions are looking like. And as you can see, the water there in that inlet is pretty glassy. It's very, very calm. The storm is still on its way. An overcast day there, though.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah?
I'm under tornado warning.
You're under a tornado warning?
It looks like I am. Because my NOAA radio just went off with a warning of tornado.
Let's see if we can get this. We have a tornado warning in effect.
Yeah, new one. It's for Indian River.
That was the one earlier for 10 minutes ago. We're just waiting on our screen here, Jose, for the new warning, which should pop up at any time. But nope, we don't have it yet. So we'll cross to your screen. It is an extension of that previous one anyway, so there it is.
This is the new one right here.
Yep. So further on from the previous one, where's this near?
This is right now over St. Lucie right now. I can't tell where the circulation is because I don't. Okay, it's on the Melbourne Doppler radar.
Uh-huh.
Probably it's right here somewhere. As it's
framed down the left. They look completely different though.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused on. I don't know if it's this storm right here, this system that's about to blow up in a bit, or is it this one completely?
I'm a bit confused by what that radar's showing because it doesn't tally. I don't know if the right hand frame is out of date and the left one is current because we just saw it change.
Yeah, because this one right here, this is the old one. The new one is down here, but there's nothing here.
Oh, we just heard your radio there.
Yeah. That's why I'm so lost.
Yeah, a little bit confusing there. So that's
an error or a messed up.
So very quick early developments here on our stream with this tornado warning in the first 9 minutes. I'll just read this out from 9:06. Tornado warning for north central St. Lucie County and eastern Indian River County until 9:30. It is radar indicated, so we don't have anything confirmed. The one from earlier as well, right next to it, that was also radar indicated over mainly rural areas. The one to the south, but the one to the north there could be affecting places like Vero Beach, Gifford, and Vero Beach South at about 9:10. Sebastian, Fellsmere, and Sebastian Highlands around 9:20, and Roseland around 9:30. So we've got these concentrated areas that we're going to be watching for these tornadoes, but then you've got the much grander scheme of things with the rest of Hurricane Helene, most of which hasn't even reached the coast yet. But of course ahead of it, some bands with tornado warnings attached. Here's some more cameras then. This is Carabel, which is going to be just to the west of where we're expecting the landfall to be. Yep, so that's to the west between between Alligator Point and Apalachicola. And they're getting rained on. What did you say?
Big Gus, my window rattled very hard. Holy crap, that's kind of scared me. Yeah, I can hear the rain hitting, I think it looks like on my window with the winds.
Here's the view from Sanibel Island right now, and you may remember that name from Hurricane Ian coverage. Extremely devastated by that storm. You can see how things are looking this morning there on Sanibel. The storm, probably storm conditions for you there, but most of the fury of Helene should miss. Let's see if we can now take you to Longboat Key. Here's the live view there from Longboat Key, further up the coast. And we're watching not only the clouds, but we're also watching to see if we start to see any signs of a storm surge. So we're going to keep watching these images for those. Here's Hernando Beach, further north now. If I recall, was that sort of like the Tampa Bay area? Or maybe a little bit further up. You can see it's looking calm but rainy in that location as well. So we've got a few locations to look at. This is Bonita Beach as well, and you can see some waves crashing in there in the distance, but no real signs of issues yet. I was hoping we might be able to take a look at Naples. This is the Earth Cam there at Naples Pier. There it is. And there's still some people surfing out there. Well, I mean, it's clear skies at the minute, the hurricane in the distance, but Naples, what kind of warning are they under right now?
I think they're under tropical storm warnings, I believe.
Ah, yes, tropical storm warning there for Naples. So not wise to be out on the waves, and of course you can have all kinds of rip current issues as well. But in the distance, that is Hurricane Helene way out there.
And they're under storm surge warning.
Yeah, so you know it's not wise to be in the water, but some people are bound to do it. Screen for just a second. Here they come. So the eye really starting to become much more visible this morning on the satellite imagery. It's been struggling to establish itself properly, but really is looking like it's doing it now. Of course, we'll keep you updated on Recon. There's 2 flights inbound. Well, there's one that's already been in the storm, and that was responsible for catching the 104 knot flight level winds up there. It's currently in the northwestern quad, and I think it may be positioning for northwest to southeast shortly, but it's taking a little bit of a detour, so it might take a while. Whilst the other plane, AF308, which took off just before we started this hour, that is currently heading into the storm from the northwest. It's only just cleared Louisiana, so it's still got a little way before it gets into the storm. AF309 did a mission earlier on as well. They're in the storm for quite a while. They dropped 36 drop sons during their mission. They left the storm a little bit early, about an hour ago. So we're still watching all of those missions. Let's quickly take a look at other satellite image views as well. Here's another one showing how that eye is really getting itself together, and we're starting to see down into it a lot more. Massive bulk of convection on that northern side with huge cloud tops. Here's another view on the Zaire imagery, one of my favorite enhancements, showing those minus 80-degree cloud tops at times. Really massive bulk on that northern side, but you'll also note there that that southern or southwestern side is struggling. Certainly the weaker side, I think it looks open there to me. I think Recon, though, in a Vortex data message earlier said that it's actually closed, so the lower levels might be in better shape. Let's take a little bit of a detour and take a look at Hurricane John. Yes, you've not got deja vu there. Well, you have actually, but you've not entered like a parallel universe where we've got this scenario playing out all over again. This is the second incarnation of John after it made a Category 3 landfall a few days ago. It's back again, Category 1, and expected to become a Category 2 once again and move into the coast of Mexico in the western part of Michoacan province. So another blow for the coast of Mexico here, because huge amounts of rainfall over this entire region causing all kinds of problems. Here's some more, another view there from the xerometry, really starting to get that eye going on Hurricane John. Goodness me. Well, we can also take a look at another, well, no, this is a super close-up on the actual landfall area that we're expecting later on. This will become more interesting later. But we also want to show you this. Right off to the right-hand side of the screen, it's another spinny thing, and it actually looks like it has an eye. This is Tropical Storm Isaac, which formed last night and is now on its way towards hurricane status as it moves eastwards over the open North Atlantic. It shouldn't affect any land areas, however. Main reason is because of that other area of interest in the eastern Atlantic will sort of divert it towards the northwest, so it will miss the Azores. However, that other system that could be forming in the eastern Atlantic might actually hit the Azores, so no one's getting away with it this season, it would seem. We touched on the cone, but here is another look at it once again from the 7 a.m. intermediate advisory. The next full advisory, of course, will be at 10 a.m. Central. They gave it 100 mile per hour winds and an estimated pressure of 960 at that update. They are expecting it to become a Category 3 later by 1 p.m. probably. Then it's the big question as to whether it manages to strengthen further up towards its landfall, or whether wind shear might just take the edge off it, or what one or two models have been saying this morning. I was floored to see that the GFS only predicts the storm to strengthen by another 7 millibars before landfall. That would be nice. And I say nice because that's probably the best we can hope for. But I would say that the that the most likely scenario here is probably going to be a landfall in the mid-940s, which would bring it to at least mid-range Category 3, I would expect. There's a wide shot as well, and you can see that other system there, that 80% chance, that's what will push Isaac further north eventually. Isaac there also forming south, almost due south of St. John's, Newfoundland, moving eastwards. There's John. Oh dear. Well, there's the intermediate advisory, and you can clearly see that it's gone faster than expected because it's already ahead slightly of that first forecast point. So that's an absolute mess. They will have to revise that cone absolutely at the next update, and that may actually bring landfall much quicker, possibly by this afternoon. Now, Jose, we can hear your weather radio in the background. What are they saying? Anything interesting?
Right now they're talking about Helene at this point, and but they were talking about some wind speeds in my area.
What are you expecting?
30 miles per hour and probably some strong gust here. Not sure yet, but I have a window in my room that's pointing in the back of my yard, and I could tell the trees are somewhat swaying a little hard.
It's going to be, I mean, after all of that intro there, I think a lot of this live stream is going to be at a slower pace than what we usually do, considering we'll be here for quite a while. So I'm sure plenty more time to take your questions, including Lee Yaponchik, who says, could we show the full track of John? The best I can do is show you the wind history of John from the National Hurricane Center, which will give you a little idea of the track of the storm as well. Just going to grab that now, and I can't press buttons. Just a second. Here it is. You can see the track, the wind history of John right there. There was that first red zone was when it reached that hurricane status for the first time, became a Category 3, then it moved inland for a bit, and then it's emerged back out with a much larger wind field, it has to be said. Now that's through Advisory 14A. I don't know why they haven't actually put out a little red dot for the current hurricane winds, but that's going to happen fairly soon, and you'll see more of that. If I just switch over to the warnings and surface wind, this also shows you the track of the storm, how it's moved over that period of time as well. So there we are. That's a quite interesting look at John's history. Whilst we're here, we'll just switch over to Helene. We haven't actually looked at those key messages. We'll do that in a moment. But if we look at the same kind of thing on that one as well, there's those that wind field in relation to those warnings. So here are the key messages, and you can see what they're saying. A catastrophic and deadly storm surge likely along portions of the Florida Big Bend coast, where inundation could reach as high as 20 feet above ground level, along with destructive waves. This part of the blurb is behind me, by the way, so I'll just read this. There is also a danger of life-threatening storm surge along the remainder of the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. Residents in those areas should follow advice given by local officials and evacuate if told to do so. Absolutely, this time more than ever, it has to be said, because when we're talking about the Apalachee Bay, Tallahassee region, this could be the strongest storm ever seen in that area. I know it sounds like hyperbole, but we don't usually go into that unless it's actually true, which it is. Apart from Idalia, there's never been a borderline Category 4, which this may well end up being in that area. And out of the Category 3s that have affected that area, most of them were an extremely long time ago in the 19th century. Hardly any of them, if any of them, have been more recent than that. Unless you want to include places like Mexico Beach and further west, obviously Michael, but a few others in that list, they're over there as well. So potentially catastrophic hurricane force winds within the eyewall when it makes landfall later today. Moving fast for it to make landfall later today, isn't it? Still got a lot of distance to clear. It's something like about 400 miles until it eventually makes landfall here. Wind gusts, life-threatening hurricane force winds, they'll penetrate well inland over portions of northern Florida and southern Georgia later today and tonight. Hurricane warnings in effect for a good chunk of southern Georgia. Catastrophic and life-threatening flash and urban flooding. Numerous significant landslides expected across portions of the southern Appalachians until through Friday. Considerable to locally catastrophic flash and urban flooding likely with northwestern and northern Florida and the southeast through Friday. I can't speak today. And widespread significant river flooding and isolated major river flooding likely. Obviously, still affecting Cuba as well there as we look at the rest of those key messages.
Nathan,
yeah.
There's a new tornado warning. Well, I think it's starting to get old. But there's a new tornado warning in North Carolina.
Oh. Well, let's take a look at it, shall we?
When you were just talking about the key messages, it just got pulled out.
Yep, there it is. Just a minute ago. Tornado warning for Conover, Claremont, and Catawba until 9:45 a.m. 54,000 in this tornado warning. Radar indicated.
Yeah, I just circled the rotation where it's at right now.
Oh, let's have a look. Aha, there it is.
Right there. Let me just zoom out a little. Yeah, it's right here.
So again, we're looking at these micro areas as well as the larger storm picture here during our stream today.
Check correlation coefficient, but there's nothing on the ground, no debris in the air. So I think it's just a brief spin up near like a rotation, but these are moving fast.
Yeah.
The Florida one is still going. It's about to expire in about 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's due to expire. But yeah, the one that we're just looking at there, that is currently moving north at 25 miles per hour. It's moving at a decent speed. It's not that fast though, actually.
About 27 knots.
Less than that. Is that what yours is saying there?
Yeah, this is the storm that it's on with. It's showing 27 knots, track at north-northwest.
Do you want to tell us about the tornado watches that are in effect as well? Large area, I believe.
Yeah. The whole Florida peninsula is under tornado watch, and you could see the amount of reports that are coming on the East Coast, even down to looks like offshore North Key Largo.
What is that?
I think it's a report of a tropical cyclone.
Oh, well.
Yeah, south wind gust of 40 knots.
I see.
Or 46 miles. Yeah, but you could see how the Florida peninsula is like completely covered.
Oh, it will be
tornado watch, even into Georgia. And it looks like almost near into I think South Carolina, South Carolina. I think I get confused on those two.
How? One's on the south, one's on the north.
South and north. I get confused so much, but then when I look at them, I'm like, oh, okay, never mind.
Here's Bonita Beach once again, looking out towards the Gulf of Mexico. You'll see in the distance, just some of those clouds over there. That is to do with Helene, but certainly for a lot of places along that west coast, Jose, clear skies right now ahead of the main bulk of this storm.
And this is the exclusive rainfall, and look how high it is from the landfall area to the looks like border of Georgia.
Oh, that's the excessive rainfall chart.
Yeah.
So some of those in the high category, is that?
I'm in the low area, so I'm alright.
And it certainly is going to be a rain threat. It could be worse, though. I mean, we're talking about maybe 10 to 15 inches of rain inland. In the landfall zone, it's closer to 10. Of course, if the storm was moving slower, it would have been much more than that.
Yeah.
Unlike John, where some rainfall totals could be reaching like 72 inches, which is just insane. Let's see.
Are there any reports of flash flood in the area where John made landfall?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Because I haven't heard a single report. I even looked at Twitter.
Yeah?
All I saw was a bunch of videos of the winds of John, but probably I think new videos are coming on in.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's get some comments. Will Helene get to Category 4 status?
It's possible.
Good question.
I feel like it can, but it will be on a low-end Category 4.
Yeah, of course, the last night National Hurricane Center were explicitly forecasting it. They're not explicitly forecasting it anymore, but that's just because it's going so quickly that if it does get the Category 4 now, it will be at landfall. Still a possibility, but I wouldn't be that confident about it happening. I would expect mid to high end Category 3 is the most realistic forecast here. But we know what these storms can do. They can really decide to put down the accelerator and really go for it at the last minute. So we still may see some changes. Any comment about Helene's sudden shift or wobble eastward? Well, it hasn't gone unnoticed. It has definitely wobbled eastwards. Will this be more of an established trend? We sort of hope not. Because, I mean, if it's going to hit somewhere, then we'd rather for it to be the Big Bend region because the populations are lower. But obviously we'd rather it didn't hit anyone. But I think we have to face reality. It's going to be a catastrophic impact for somewhere. when it arrives, and it's got such a widespread wind field. As I was saying on yesterday's stream, and it's still true today at this point in its life, it is 3 times bigger than Ian. 3 times. Nearly 3 times. So, very large. How big is Hurricane Helene's cloud influence? That's a tricky one right now, because you can either go for the main bulk of the storm, which is what we're looking at right now on our screen. That extends about 350 miles across. Or you could include the whole influence of Helene, which I think we might be able to see on one of our other views. Well, there's Isaac. Oh, no, we can't. I was hoping we'd be able to take a look at it somewhere else. But basically, clouds associated with Helene are already tracking way up through the east coast of the United States. So I don't know what number we can give that, but it's a high number. What are our thoughts about 97W? I don't even know which one that is. That obviously it's an invest in the Western Pacific. Of course, we do have the whole world to track. Okay, 97 is the most important one in my view. I've just seen it. So let me show you this briefly. This is Invest 97W. It's an area of interest that's really starting to take shape in the Western Pacific. This is almost certainly going to become a tropical cyclone. We're giving it a 90% chance right now, and it will become potentially a substantial typhoon. Previous forecasts had it going straight into Taiwan. Now the forecast is calling for it to actually go to the northern Philippine Islands, so it could go on to affect Luzon and then move into Taiwan later on. So I don't know, but the latest run takes it actually through the South China Sea, I think, into China, just to the southwest of Taiwan, and gets probably to Category 1 status. So keep watching that one, West Pacific viewers. We do have the whole world to cover. We'll do our level best to try and keep on top of that one. But the main story here, of course, will be Helene today. So we've just got the one tornado warning now, and that's the one that's in North Carolina. We don't have any confirmed tornadoes at present. Jose, are you seeing anything interesting on radar in general?
Not really. I'm trying to keep an eye closely on any water spouts that may move on to inland. But I think there was a report of a tornado on the ground in South Carolina near Buff. I can't
Earlier?
Yeah, earlier today. Because there was a correlation coefficient. There was some debris in the air. So possibly there was a tornado, or there was. But I'm trying to find the exact location where it was earlier. I forgot the city that was heading towards. It was on the ground, then went back up, then went back on the ground again, and then it finally lifted.
Now look towards the west coast of Florida, Tampa Bay, southwards.
And you're in luck because it's you can barely make out the eyewall.
Yeah. But near Tampa, there's a few little pop-up storms there. I just wonder if any of them look interesting right now. And I'm just going to see if I can coordinate with some of the webcams that we've got and see if we can actually look at any of those storms visually.
Let me make that a little bigger.
Let's go to Longboat Key. Let's see what we can see from there right now.
Is that more up north or south?
Well, that is actually not current, but...
Longboat Key, there it is.
Oh, there it is. It's now playing. Yeah, is that near any of the action? Oh, yeah, there's a little storm just off there.
Yeah. I don't see no spin-ups. I am pulling this out from the Tampa... Looks like Tampa Doppler.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't really expecting any tornadic stuff just there, but just something to look at right now.
Yeah, there was a couple of tornado spin-ups in this area right here. They were just brief. But I did see some strong circulation, but no debris. So I'm not sure what that was. Yeah, but neither. I'm not sure because some of these little storms may have some tornadic spin ups, but it'll be like very fast to even notice. And plus, with rain, it hides the tornado itself, which is super dangerous because you can't tell if there's a tornado right there before it's like right in front of you, and then it's too late.
Mm.
Yeah, I've seen tons of it up north, and it's scary.
People want us to talk more about the Western Pacific systems. Well, there are, I think, have they got 5 areas of interest listed? We already looked at 97W. Let me then show you a few of the other things then. This is Cimarron, supposedly. This was apparently a tropical storm, but it's looked like an absolute mess all the way through, and it certainly isn't anything now. Looks like a remnant low to me. So you're wasting your time with that one. Then we've got the next one. This is Invest 95. That's currently located very close to Saipan in the Mariana Islands. Blowing up some good convection there right now, so it looks like it might have a chance of forming. We've upped that one to 50% today. That one, it will be moving northwestwards and then recurving quite close to Tokyo, but should be close, far enough away. Could become a typhoon, briefly, Category 1. Then we've got this sorry state of a system, Invest 96W, which for some reason the JTWC marked as potentially becoming subtropical yesterday. Well, look at it right now, no hope. And Invest 98W, which has somehow been designated as well. I mean, it had a decent looking rotation just there, but this is also going to be an absolute nothing burger. The only things that we're really interested in there, 95W slightly, possibly becoming a typhoon, but especially 97W, which we're watching there for potential impacts in the Philippines and in Taiwan. So I hope that gives you a little bit of an update there on that Western Pacific view. I make no real apologies that we won't be able to look at it very much today, because obviously we've got this big behemoth that is Hurricane Helene. We have been waffling a little bit whilst we wait for Recon, but go ahead.
What was the size of Hurricane Irma?
That is a good question, but I'll get to it in a moment because we've just had another Recon pass. So I need
go on ahead. I'll wait.
Yep, so they just got another pass, actually 962 on that last pass. It is ever so slightly higher than the previous one, which is interesting, but look at some of those winds that they're getting on the other side. That southeastern quad there, winds of nearly 105 knots flight level, which is equal to what it was earlier, so that certainly supports still Category 2 status, and possibly a little bit of a larger wind field than before as well. Yeah, that's just on that is southeastern quadrant now. It was eastern earlier. What does that suggest? Well, it suggests to me that the highest winds there, the 100 knot flight level winds, are expanding on that eastern side. Let me just double check. Was there a drop sond? We don't have any info about a drop sond yet. That second plane is also heading into the storm. It's, where is it? It's 87.5 west, and it's still at 27.5 north, so it's got 30 minutes to maybe an hour before it gets to an eye pass on that other one, AF308. But NOAA 3 is the one that we've been watching that's scored another 100 knot plus flight level wind. So it seems as though, again, though, that 962, so no further deepening at the moment, according to that latest pass, unless Dropson finds something different. Sounds like it's holding steady at Category 2 strength, Jose.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to talk about something else before when I...
Yeah, it was about Hurricane Irma.
Yes.
Like, how big was it when it made landfall in Florida? Because
okay.
I can... oh wait, another tornado warning, but oh wait, yeah, another tornado warning for Broward.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, really quick.
Tornado warning for Broward County. Oh my goodness, population of 1 in that warning apparently. Radar indicator does of course include Interstate 75 there as well though, so I'm sure the may be travelers in that warning. That's until 10 a.m. Radar indicated. Looks like a tiny polygon as well, Jose.
Yeah, look out.
There
That
it
is
is.
some weird. I mean, this is outside of, the population.
Yeah.
So I don't know who's that one person there then.
One person.
That population of 1. That's the first time I ever heard someone actually living way out in the middle of nowhere in Florida.
Of course, we've had warnings for 0 populations before, but anyways.
But, yeah, it's right here. I could tell really fast. I mean, I do have some good experience with tornadoes sometimes.
So you wanted Irma at the landfall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I can perfectly remember, I think it was 6 years ago. We were getting tropical storm force winds and hurricane gust in my area at that time, and Irma was massive.
All right. So for the Irma comparison, guys, then. Let me tell you a little bit of a eye-opener here then, if you think about Irma. Helene is 60% larger.
Wow.
Yep.
In Irma?
Than Irma when it made landfall. So we're dealing with something pretty big here. Irma's hurricane force wind field at landfall was up to 70 nautical miles. In its widest quadrant, and Helene right now is at 50, so it's got a bit of catching up to do there, but in terms of its tropical storm wind field, Helene is 60% larger than Hurricane Irma was.
Wow.
When it made its Category 4 landfall in Florida.
Hurricane Irma was the only largest hurricane I've seen that hit Florida, but I was not expecting Helene to pass Irma at that time. It's I say it's surprising.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy how hurricanes can get insanely big. Then when you look at previous hurricanes that probably were larger, and that we thought, oh, this was the largest hurricane we ever seen, but then years down, another massive hurricane more the size of that previous one.
Another comment, totally not a forecaster, says the GFS seems to be showing another signal. Models also have support for it, it seems like. And what is our opinion? So, those who are not in the loop, the GFS model this morning was forecasting another hurricane, basically for Tampa, in 10 days' time. Now, obviously, Helene is in the way, so I'm not really going to give much thought to that at the moment. But something to consider later on down the line. Keep watching it. You got to watch for run-to-run consistency. The GFS, it can be very fickle. It can just completely throw away the storm at the following run. So just watch with trepidation. But right now, this is Helene, a Category 2. Looks like Recon are continuing to find that kind of readings. Where's this webcam, Jose? I'm sure I've seen this one. It's I can't remember where it is now. It's up near the bend area, though.
Yeah, I kind of forgot exactly where. It's not that. It was like only a split-second camera I can capture. Oh, it's in here. Yeah. Cedar Key.
Oh, that was Cedar Key.
Yeah, right down there. And I can tell right now, this is where the worst of the surge will come in. If Helene continues on, if Helene's track keeps switching a little bit more to the east. I mean, it has been a lot. It was switching from the west to the east like so many times.
Yeah.
But until Helene gets closer to Florida, then that's where we get the exact landfall. I think Cedar Key is under 15 to 20 feet of surge.
Might be.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, peak storm storm surge forecasts from looks like Apalachee all the way down to I can't say that name.
Where?
Chesahowitzka.
Which, I
Is
mean, I don't even know if that's how it's pronounced, but Chesahowitzka, 10 to 15 feet there, 8 to 12 feet down to Anclote River. Tampa Bay, 5 to 8 feet. I'm sure that's comparable with Idalia and, Idalia last year. I cannot remember. I'm going to go back and have a look whilst we can.
Yeah.
Pardon me, I've still got not a great voice, curiously.
Don't worry, I woke up to like around 6 a.m. to track this.
I've been like this for 2 weeks. Just checking here. I'm first of all looking at what the warnings were for Debbie. That one, they were warning about... Okay, not so much for Tampa on that one. So it's bigger than Debbie for Tampa Bay impacts. Let me now just compare it to Idalia. Just going through all the updates here. So for Idalia, and we're still looking at your screen there, Jose.
Yeah.
They were saying 4 to 6 feet for Tampa on that one, so it actually is a bigger risk than what Idalia brought to the area too. So let me go and check Ian. I'm sure Ian will have eclipsed that easily.
I think it was. No. I try to remember from the top of my head, but it's not coming in.
So for Ian, they were saying 5 to 10 feet. So you know what? It is actually... It's in between Idalia and Ian for Tampa Bay impacts, just for those who are wondering. Which is pretty bad. I don't like the sound of that.
Because Tampa floods very easy with storm surge.
Yeah. Tornado warning remains in effect until 10 a.m. for southern Broward County. So that warning's just been updated. It's the only one active right now. Let's see.
Updated?
Yep, they've updated that one. Let's see if we can actually take a look at it. Is the population still 1? I'm desperate to find out. Oh, it's 0. It's gone down to north.
Wow. Oh, then there's nothing. But it does look like someone like almost a hook size in there. Almost looks like a little hook. Okay, I can't draw on the mouse pad. That's why I need a mouse, but I have no room for a mouse. But some good circulation to it. But I don't think there's nothing. A little bit. Probably just some parts of trees. But there really isn't that much of debris in the air.
We've got some more comments then, and feel free to send them in. We'll try and capture them as much as possible during this stream. I think it's very important we do that. Is Helene going to be worse than Imelda? I mean, I have no idea how we're going to compare those two systems. Imelda, a big tropical storm rainmaker in Texas. This one completely different in its structure, its scenario. We're talking more storm surge. So I have absolutely no idea how to even approach that question, if I'm being honest with you. Any comment on the 105 knot recordings in the eastern eyewall and possible SFMRs of 110 miles per hour? I will go and check that again for you. I didn't see that the first time around, so let me just go and double check to see what they got. AF 309 finished earlier. That was old news. NOAA 3, that's what has just gone through the storm, and they've gotten again close to 105 knot flight level winds. I don't seem to have any SFMR data there. I am looking to see if they did a drop sonde. It doesn't look like they have, sadly, so I don't have any extra info for you there. So based on that, and based on how they got a 962 extrapolated I-pass, I am pretty happy with the numbers that we're currently displaying. 105 and 963. National Hurricane Center will be doing a full update again in just over an hour. And I wonder if at that point they might start doing hourly updates, maybe. Let's go back to Jose, just looking at radar there, and just before you moved back to that tornado warning, I think you may be starting to see a bit more of the eye.
I think this is mostly the closest one. Yeah, there it is.
So starting to appear a little better here on this radar imagery.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of stronger, but it's kind of still far out. But
yeah, we've no idea looking at that.
Yeah, there we go. Let me take a look on the. Yeah, let me take a look on. It might not reach. Yeah, there kind of might reach. It's more bigger than the other one.
Yep.
Looks like mostly the northern and eastern side are the strongest one. But let's see what the west and southern one look like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're taking a look at some of the cameras here again. This is Bonita Beach. Again, looking towards the storm there. We'll cycle through some of these cameras again now. This is Sanibel. Looking very interesting colours there in the water. Certainly looking rather tumultuous out there. Yeah, I don't know whether that's a normal feature or whether it's throwing up a lot of sand in there, whether there might be some strong currents in the water, and you just don't know what's underneath those waves.
Because on my side in the water from the eastern is like very clear blue. I don't know. Probably the Gulf of Mexico has always color been looking like that. Because I did go once, and I can tell you right now, even it was off hurricane season, the waters were warm, and I mean warm.
Well, it's definitely less blue over there. I mean, I've seen it too.
Yeah.
This is Longboat Key, and you can see a few darker clouds over there in the distance, possibly a couple of thunderstorms. But in general, along the west coast here, it is still sunny for a while. Cloud cover will be building throughout the day. Let's see if we can now slip over to Hernando Beach, which is much further north, and as you can see, under a little bit more of a cloud, and looks like they're getting a few bits of wind there as well. You can see it really, pushing along the water there. I'm going to have to remind myself where Hernando Beach is once again, but I'm sure it's not far from Tampa Bay.
Yeah, the waves on the western sides are getting rough.
Hernando Beach is north of there, so this is an area that we could see some significant surge as well. I think they were saying, I think this was in the 8 to 12 feet zone.
Hernando Beach?
I think so. If not, it's close to it.
Where is that exactly located? Because then I could try to pinpoint it on the peak surge.
Looking at your map, I'm pretty sure it's in the 8 to 12 feet zone.
Oh, on the red side?
Yeah, there.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. I hope these cameras stay up when the surge comes in, because...
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, because the one with Ian, I don't know how that camera managed to survive all of that.
Yeah, incredible. And with the Horseshoe Beach camera for Idalia as well, we saw a lot there. This is Steinhatchee. Again, another place that might be really concerning. I remember during Idalia, this camera went down quite early, so I wouldn't put much hope into this one. But we'll keep looking at it nonetheless.
Are these like solar power, or are they mounted? Because every camera that I've seen in my area are solar panel.
I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, because I'm always confused on what these cameras are running on. I don't know if it's just mounted with wires to it, or is it just solar panels that are attached to it.
Just trying to get to see if we can check in with the Carabel camera as well. It's not... it's having a little funny episode at the minute, but we'll be able to show you that in just a second.
There is some cameras inside of Perry, but for some reason they're not recording.
There's Carabel
there
right
it
now.
is.
They're getting some rain, and Jose's on the traffic cameras, I think. Yep. You may remember some of these cameras from 2 of our last streams. Every damn storm appears to be hitting this area now.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can sell enough like details with this camera. We got like houses, we got the roads, stoplights, and the trees. Now the question is, how will these handle when the strongest wind starts coming in?
Yeah.
Oh, for a second, I thought you cut out on me.
No, we're still here. We are going to go to a break shortly. We're going to be doing hourly breaks so that we
Tornado
can
warning.
pace ourselves a little better. Go ahead.
Tornado warning for North Carolina.
Ah.
No. Doesn't look nothing.
There it is. It's for Charlotte Douglas Airport, Mount Holly, and Belmont until 10:15. So 180,000 in there. And I'm pretty sure that's where the National Weather Service office is, isn't it?
I think so. I can't pinpoint the circulation. It's like it's so messy.
Well, it might be the radar though. It looks quite grainy.
This is the where's this coming off on? Oh, that's close.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that's the closest one.
I don't know what to tell you about that. Right next to Charlotte.
Oh, yeah, I think it's right here, somewhere right here. But I think it's a weak spin. Yeah, I think that's the only area I could find from there, but the Florida Broward one's about to expire in 3 minutes, and you can see all these flash floods I'm getting.
Yeah.
And special marine. Right now I'm under tropical storm warning, I'm under a tornado watch, severe weather advisory, and flash flood watch. I'm under 4 things.
Damn, that's a lot of stuff going on right there.
Yeah, I'm under a lot of stuff.
Of course, some places are worse right now with the hurricane and storm surge warnings. Here's some visible imagery of the storm pressing northwards. Really starting to look fleshed out on that northern side. Massive bursts of convection all around. Cloud tops, hot towers blowing up there along that northern side of the eye as well. So it certainly looks like Helene is starting to look better still. However, Recon still yet to find any conclusive signs of another intensification stage. It's been holding quite steady, at least the last 3 hours or so, in the low 960s, and wind speeds probably at about 105 miles per hour. However, I don't have any extra drops on data, so there might be some revelations in there. And one of the commenters said that there may be some strong SFMRs as well, so I'm not sure about that. Haven't seen them, so I can't comment. Southside still looking very flaky as we watch this, but it is heading, of course, still towards the coast of Florida. It looks like it could be along the Apalachee Bay coast that we could be seeing this landfall. It's going to be this evening, possibly just after sunset. So it's going to be a long day and night for those areas as we keep watching this storm. We're going to take a short break here for the end of the hour. We're going to be doing this every hour, hopefully, so that we can just rest ourselves for a few minutes and gather our thoughts. We'll be back in just a few moments. Stay tuned with this continuous coverage on Hurricane Helene.
Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Good morning, it's just after 10 a.m. on the US East Coast, 9 a.m. Central Time. Hurricane Helene strengthening, a Category 2 at this point. Best estimates here, 105 miles per hour, and a pressure in the low 960s. 963 is what we estimated earlier. Extrapolated passes getting about 962. This storm continues to be a major threat to land. Obviously, it will be arriving in Florida later this afternoon and tonight. It will be making landfall along the Big Bend area of Florida, just east of Tallahassee. It could be a Category 3 or even 4 by the time it gets there. And so we are very concerned about a catastrophic storm surge which could reach up to 20 feet higher than Idalia. As we were talking about in the last hour as well, Tampa Bay, we're talking basically somewhere in between Idalia and Ian for impacts there. And so certainly a concern for that region too, even though it's going to be sort of a side swipe as the storm passes there to the west. Why is it going to be so impactful then? Well, its large size is a major part of this. It is almost 3 times as big as Ian, and it is 60% larger than Hurricane Irma when it made landfall as a Category 4 on Marco Island in 2017. Well, let's read out the latest warnings. There will be a full advisory from the National Hurricane Center at the end of this hour, and hopefully it'll have some interesting information. So a storm surge warning in effect still for Mexico Beach eastward and southward to Flamingo, Tampa Bay and Charlotte Harbor. A hurricane warning for Anclote River to Mexico Beach. A hurricane watch for Englewood to Anclote River, including Tampa Bay. Tropical storm warning for the Florida Keys, including the Dry Tortugas. Flamingo to Anclote River, including Tampa Bay, west of Mexico Beach, the Okaloosa-Walton County line. Flamingo northward to Little River Inlet, Lake Okeechobee, and still the Cuban provinces of Artemisa, Pinar del Rio, and the Isle of Youth. Well, we are expecting very high amounts of storm surge. This is the National Hurricane Center's last advisory that we're looking at here. Carabel to Suwannee River, 15 to 20 feet there. Apalachicola to Carabel, 10 to 15 feet. Suwannee River to Chattahoochee, 10 to 15 feet. And then on to Anclote River, 8 to 12 feet. Indian Pass to Apalachicola, 6 to 10 feet. Anclote River to middle of Longboat Key, 5 to 8 feet. Same for Tampa Bay. The middle of Longboat Key to Englewood, 4 to 7 feet there. East of Mexico Beach to Indian Pass, 3 to 5 feet. Same there for Englewood to Flamingo, and also for Charlotte Harbor. Also, rainfall could be 6 to 12 inches with isolated totals of around 18, according to that forecast. Let's look back at that cone. This was the intermediate advisory. Of course, they'll have a fully fleshed out new forecast at the end of the hour, 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. And you can see how large the wind field was at that point, that yellow zone, sort of yellow, almost like a lemon, the tropical storm force winds, and that small red zone there in the middle of it there, that's the hurricane force winds, which still have some catching up to do compared to some of those hurricane comparisons that I made just a moment ago. However, look how far the hurricane warnings extend inland on these experimental new cones that they've got, which show inland warnings as well. I think it's an excellent idea. You can see it extends at least halfway into Georgia. A whole massive patch of southwestern Georgia there under a hurricane warning. Well, it's not just Helene that we're watching though today. We're also got more distractions. It's Hurricane John Mark II. It's back again and expected to make another landfall in Mexico. The definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again. Well, it is. Looks like it's going to get to Category 2 status before landfall, although it is running out of time. It is moving faster than expected, and it is getting very close to the coast as we watch these first visible frames of John. Really fascinating storm. But unfortunately, it's going to be devastating as well, with very high amounts of rainfall, catastrophic rainfall amounts over Mexico. Could be reaching towards 72 inches, was what the models were saying on the lead up to the first iteration of John. This is a close-up of where Helene might make landfall later. There's an outer band hitting the Florida Panhandle right now. That was the rainfall that we were looking at Carabel earlier. There's oh no, this is Tropical Storm Isaac, another storm that's out there as well. If we didn't have enough to track, well, thankfully this one isn't going to affect land. Quite small, already getting an eye feature there. So it could be getting much better in its organization. It is expected to become a hurricane and move off towards the east. And finally, there is that rapid scan infrared of what Helene is currently looking like. Very impressive storm. Don't mess with it. Well, my name's Nathan Foy here in the studio. We're covering this storm. We anticipate that we will be live here all the way up until landfall, so it's nice of you to join us, and we hope that we can help. Certainly, we're going to be keeping on top with the charting of this storm's progress. And I'm joined this hour by Jose, who was with us just before as well, in sort of central eastern Florida. You were very close to a tornado warning last hour, so that woke you up, didn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Woke me up a lot.
What's the situation now? Looks like they're all gone.
Yeah, there's no tornado warnings at all, but I can tell that some of these bands of Helene will start to come on in and probably spawn some couple of tornadoes. As you can see right now, the whole Florida peninsula is under tornado watch.
And that's until 8 p.m.?
Yeah, 8 p.m. is going to expire. I think around 6 a.m. they put this up. Then an hour later, it expanded towards Georgia into South Carolina. And as you can see, there is a tornado right now in North Carolina.
Oh, there is? Yeah, oh, that one's still active. I beg
it's still the old one. It's about to expire in 3 minutes. You could tell, like, there is pretty much nothing. Don't see no rotation at all. Yeah. I mean, it's moving pretty fast, so I could tell it doesn't have enough time to rotate at all. So it's just getting shredded right now at this point. So it's gonna die off and expire in 3 minutes.
Here's a wide shot of Helene at this point, because I want to answer Axomius, your comment there. Blue skies in Tampa. Is it a little dry air pocket? I don't know if it's dry air per se, but it is a big gulf there between the initial band that you received this morning and the rest of the storm. All along that west coast there that we were looking at on the webcams in the last hour, you're getting a lot of clearing going on. Bonita Beach being one of the brightest areas right now, actually, despite being one of the closer places to the storm. And you can see it out there in the distance, so you look towards the sea there if you're in Tampa. You'll see in the distance, especially if you look southwest, you'll see the cliff edge of the cloud tops of Helene approaching. So that's what you're up against right now. This is Sanibel Island, and again looking quite choppy out there. Certainly I'd be concerned about being in the water today, even ahead of the storm. Looks like it is getting darker in the distance, but still the sun is out at Sanibel Island as well. Let's go and see if we can get an update from Longboat Key. This one takes a little while to update, so just got a little still frame for a few seconds there. There it is. Yeah, looking very pleasant. But you look out to sea there, you can see the spectre in the distance of the large hurricane on the way. Let's cross back again to Hernando Beach, which was certainly getting some strong winds and is still under, or was under, that band not long ago. Still under a little bit of cloud, but this area too should be getting clearer a little bit later on before the rest of the storm arrives. Don't get into a false sense of security though, it's going to get a lot worse after that. Steinhatchee looks like this, still almost a picture of calmness there. It is a little bit overcast, though.
New tornado warning for Florida for Beavered. Sorry to interrupt, Nathan. Brevard, or... Yeah, Brevard or Brevard? I can't.
I'm pretty sure it's Brevard.
Brevard.
Let's see if we can take a look at this warning right now. No, we can't. Okay. This doesn't update as quick as we'd like. This is just the National Weather Service tornado feed on, I still want to call it Twitter, because I'm just like that, but there you go.
I call it Twitter, don't worry.
Well, that was the last warning that we were watching before in North Carolina. We're just waiting for the new one to pop up here. Oh, there it is. So, Mims and Turnbull under this warning. 33,000 in that warning right now, radar indicated. And that is the only tornado warning currently in Florida. Now, official Rye Nirvana, thank you very much for your support this morning. Really appreciate it. We're trying to improve all the time. We've had a few hiccups this year, most notably right now because our automated streaming capabilities, I know a lot of people have been looking out for that, have been compromised at the moment. We're trying to get them back working, but obviously it's very difficult whilst we're doing this storm. So I don't think we're going to get any automated streams during the life of Helene, sadly. But we are working to try and get it back as quick as possible. Anyway, your comment, they live in Jacksonville. Will we get hurricane winds, maybe? I very much doubt it. Unless we see a massive shift eastwards on this storm, which is still possible, I suppose. It's very, very unlikely that you'll get any hurricane winds in Jacksonville, but you will be getting some tropical storm force winds, possibly up to 50 miles per hour.
A new tornado warning again, Nathan.
Okay, who is this?
Georgia. And Georgia.
Georgia, Brunswick.
Mm-hmm. Georgia for Camden, Deleon, and Wayne. I think I'm saying it correctly.
That's still the last warning again.
Mm-hmm.
So
there's two tornado warnings now. There's two tornado warnings now for Florida and Georgia. I'm trying to pinpoint the circulation, but I feel like it's right here somewhere.
All right, we'll cut back to your screen. I was hoping to get the confirmation there from the National Weather Service, but just zoom out a sec. That was right next to Brunswick, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it takes like a couple, kind of not that long. It shouldn't be, but
sorry.
I mean, all these are moving pretty fast, so I feel like none of these are gonna have a good spin up.
Yeah. So this is Camden County, Western Glynn County, and southeastern Wayne County here, guys. Thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes 7 miles west of Brunswick, moving north at 40 miles per hour, so faster. Yep, that's it.
Yeah, and the Florida one is down. Oh, there is somewhat of a good circulation for the Florida one right there.
Oh.
There is some circulation right there, and let me just take a quick look at correlation coefficient.
Nah, nothing there yet.
Yeah, nothing. It looks like it's somewhat over here, but I don't know what that is. But
it's
nothing right now.
It's just a nothing.
Yeah, but right there you could see good circulation.
Yeah, there's a bit going on there.
Yeah.
Needs to do a bit more than that, however.
It's moving at 54 knots with the
Wow, that's
storm
fast.
track. Yeah, it's
Hurricane
pretty fast.
Altony Braun, appreciate your support as well this morning. Thanks for tuning in. Will 98L become a hurricane, and will Connecticut get the effects of Helene? Ah, now that is out in left field, that's for sure. Short answer, no. Something will end up carrying what's left of Helene later on, though, so you'll probably get some enhanced weather, but certainly nothing special in Connecticut from this storm. As for will 98L become a hurricane, I think it could become a borderline hurricane. And for those wondering which one we're talking about now, that's that 80% chance that they've got down there in the open Atlantic. Now, you might be worrying, oh no, it's going to head up Cape Verde type hurricane. Well, I've got some good news on that one. It looks like it will turn northwards quite sharply before getting anywhere near any of those islands and end up heading towards, if anywhere, the Azores, actually, right up towards the top right of the screen. And if you have just joined us this morning, you'll also notice that Isaac formed as well. That did happen. That is now another tropical storm, so those who are saying the Atlantic hurricane season, it's a bust, even after having a Category 5 barrel, well, I don't think they'll be saying that for much longer. We've got more storms possibly on the way here as well next week, if the models
Nathan?
are anything to be believed, yeah?
I don't know if it was a good... well, there is some lightning strikes around the eyewall of Helene.
Uh-huh.
Some of them are showing up on radar, and some of them are showing on satellite. There's only one single lightning, but I don't see any more from there.
Just looking at Recon right now, on the eastern side, they are getting about 80 to 85 knot flight level winds far away from the center. Take a look at this. You can see on that right hand side, that's where the plane is right now. Some of those brighter colors that it's just had whilst it's been moving northbound. That's into the Category 2 range flight level. But quite impressive to see that so far away from the storm. How far is that? That's going to be something like... yeah, that's a good 80, probably 80 miles away from the center of the storm there that they're getting. You know, that would translate down to hurricane force winds on the ground. So that's pretty impressive. I mean, 80 miles, that must be, just checking here, that's, I can't math anymore, but it's about a third of the way to the coast that they're getting those winds, so that is pretty impressive. But
New lightning strikes are coming on in.
We wait to see what their next pass will get, but certainly those you can see those extrapolated pressures that they've been getting have been pretty steady. We've also got that second Recon plane on its way in, coming straight in from the northwest. We'll be getting a center pass maybe in the next 20 minutes. They've just gotten into 50 knot flight level winds, have they? Oh, I think there's just been an update. Just a sec. Oh, pardon me, they've entered the eye. Oh, wow. Well, that's interesting. Northwestern side really poor. The maximum they got was 60 knots flight level winds. They got SFMRs of 65 knots though. So quite poor on that northwestern eye wall. I'm sure it will consolidate soon, but possibly a bit of a gap there. They've just gone through the center. They've actually got extrapolated 962.2. So once again, another indication here that the storm is actually not strengthening right now. And I don't want to make people feel unduly happy. I mean, I don't know what to say there, but I don't want people dropping their guard. This is already a Category 2. No signs of further strengthening just now, but still Category 2, 105 miles per hour, low 960s pressure. And with that, it's guaranteed. I'll tell you right now, even if it weakens from this point, which it won't, but guaranteed to be producing a very dangerous storm surge and very, very widespread winds. It's already locked in. There's no backing out of it. So whatever you see today, You got to be wary that we're going to be seeing some serious impacts, even if the storm fails to strengthen anymore. Just makes me wonder whether that GFS model might have a point. It only had a strengthening of 7 millibars up to landfall, but there's still a long way to go, folks. And I still, in my view, fully anticipate that we will see at least another category of strengthening before landfall. National Hurricane Center will update at the end of the hour, so we'll get a lot more info there. Of course, they'll also be updating on Hurricane John. If you've just joined us not knowing about it, yep, it's the second coming of John. Active again, doing the same old thing again. Back to hurricane status. There it is. That is Hurricane John, just off the coast of Mexico. And just give you a location where it's near right now. Well, it's just right next to Lázaro Cárdenas, actually, entering the province of... no, it's still Michoacan there, actually. And then very close to Lázaro Cárdenas, moving off towards the west a little bit there. Actually, you look at that latest imagery, it might actually be turning further west there. Will John even make a second landfall? Only time will tell. John is a law unto himself. But certainly looking decent there, blowing up as a Category 1 hurricane. Any news on those tornado warnings?
Nothing new yet. Still checking. Same tornado warnings from Georgia, from Florida. But I am taking a look at looks like the eyewall now coming on radar, and you could see some lightning strikes coming in.
Seeing more of that, absolutely.
Yeah. But later down the road, as Helene gets closer and closer, then we're gonna start seeing the full view of of Helene.
Hello.
Yeah, we're now joined by Lenny. I actually asked you to come along because we were chatting earlier, and you're well into the Recon, and they've been all over the storm today.
Yeah.
So, first of all, your take on Helene in general, and then maybe a little bit about the Recon.
Okay, so my take on Helene right now: massive storm. Gonna do some pretty significant damage, especially with the surge. That's my biggest fear right now. Especially seeing how some people aren't even doing anything about it, thinking they can overpower the surge and stuff, which you can't. That's nearly impossible. Take it from me, I've been through many hurricanes myself, so I can understand all of it. I feel like it's gonna probably intensify a bit more than we think, than what they have posted for 115 miles an hour, seeing that we're already support for possibly Cat 3. I'll have to go back and look at what Recon has posted and everything, but
unless there's some hidden SFMRs that I've not seen anything that suggests any strengthening in the last couple of hours. But I did want to oh gee, I completely lost my train of thought now. Something to do with that. Oh yes, the forecast cone. I mean, we know last night that they forecasted a Category 4, and now people will be forgiven for thinking that they've actually toned down their intensity, but it's sort of more subliminal. They don't have a point, they don't have a landfall point there. They just have the Cat 3 point, which is still far away from land, and then the next point is actually inland. So there's still a big margin for error, isn't there?
Oh yeah, and especially seeing how far in they have that Category 1, and seeing that's not even a 75 mile an hour, that's a 85 mile an hour marker on there, suggesting this thing could possibly be stronger than what we think.
And that's near you, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm near Atlanta, and probably about 15 to 20 miles to my southeast are hurricane warnings now. They
what county is that?
Northward. It is down near... Here, let me check real quick.
But certainly, I don't... I mean, we're quite new to looking at these kinds of inland warnings, but quite often during previous hurricanes, I've looked on the National Weather Service, and I don't ever recall seeing all of Georgia under a tropical storm warning.
This has never happened ever, never. This is the first time in history. Especially nearly seeing that Georgia is almost nearly covered in hurricane warnings, half of it.
And
It's
almost
kinda
all of
concerning.
Florida as well. Remarkable.
Um,
Testament to the storm's size.
yeah, so right now it looks like near Macon, well, actually Griffin. So they extended it even more northward now.
Oh, have they?
It's two counties away from me actually that have hurricane warnings. That's 3 counties to the south of downtown Atlanta for hurricane warnings currently.
All right, AF 308. They've just gone through the center. They've now turned east, actually, so they're going directly east through the eyewall. Probably going to see if they can find those strongest winds again. They were in the eastern side before. So far, they've got to 90 knots, and they're still rising. So we'll wait for more info. No eye drops on as far as I can see. And now NOAA 3 is actually dropping back in from the northeastern side, so it's going to get another pass pretty soon. Just looking at the AF 308, their minimum pressure that they got was 962 extrapolated. So pressure's been pretty constant, but my ears burned a little bit earlier, Lenny, when you mentioned potential Category 3 support. What's leading you to think that?
So currently, when you're looking at NOAA 3's their track, their Recon observation track, pretty much. You can see just to the east of the eyewall, and southeast a little bit now, as it's moved more northeasterly. There are some barbs that indicate flight level, not SFMR, but flight level of 113 knots sustained winds.
Oh, really? What's that? I never saw that.
Or that could be 96. It's the 96 to 113 range.
Yes, but we did get the raw number. It's about 104.
All right, I've not checked that yet.
Nathan, we got a new tornado warning.
No tornado warning.
For South Carolina. Yeah, for Bamberg and Orangeburg.
Orangeburg. Orangeburg County, Bamberg County. Yep, it'll be near Bamberg around 10:35. Let's see if we can have a look at that warning polygon properly. Fingers crossed with the National Weather Service. There it is, yes. 8,000 in that tornado warning there. Moving northwesterly towards Cope. I'm sure people will be memeing that one. Anyways.
It has a good relation to it.
Oh, it does? Let's have a look.
Yeah.
I don't see any.
A little bit.
It's right here.
What are you using right now?
Radar scope. There's nothing on CC drop.
Okay, I'm looking at on GRT right now.
Yeah, I can see it right here.
Yeah, there's a little spectrum. There's a spectrum width drop on there. I don't see any CC.
Yeah, there's CC I checked earlier.
I'll go back a couple scans.
In probably 13 to 13 minutes from the tornado warnings from previous, Nathan, from Georgia to Florida about to expire.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing new from it. I still don't see nothing good on them.
Yeah.
So they're all gonna expire, but South Carolina won.
Another
and
question.
I'm not sure if y'all heard that earlier today there was a pretty significant tornado in South Carolina this morning.
I was just talking about that on stream too with Nathan.
Yeah, I've been looking for damage pictures. If I can find any, I'll send it to y'all. But I've not seen or heard anything since.
All right, thanks for that. There were some questions. Eye looks to be clearing out on the latest frame. It's had a couple of phases of clearing out. It might be starting another one now. Although it looks like southern side still looks quite poor. Although the biggest thing we're noticing here, look at the movement. It looks like it may be going on a bit more of a prolonged northeasterly jog here right now. That could have big ramifications further on down the line if it continues.
Just imagine to pull out a second E in one. Because the way how, remember, like when Ian, the cone was mostly up north, and then as Ian got closer and closer, it just shifted down south. So just to be aware that the cone may shift a lot from from where it is now. It can go from anywhere. So it just has to be. You have to just get ready.
There's another question about landfall. When will it happen? I mean, right now it's my estimate is probably going to be just after sunset. We'll have another update from the National Hurricane Center. Might give us a bit of a better idea shortly. There was a drop sonde from was that AF 308? Yep. And that got 962 at 8 knots, so that's probably 961. So again, slight deepening by the looks of things there, and it's flying through the eastern eyewall right now. Hopefully we'll get an update on that anytime, just to see what kind of winds it managed to get on the eastern side. But when you look at that satellite imagery, I reckon those strongest winds may have now transferred to that northern burst of convection that we're seeing.
Wow. Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
wow.
Okay, I see it now.
And I feel like this is kind of an odd storm because it only has it's strengthening, and it doesn't even have convection around the whole eye wall. It's mainly that northern half as of right now, with a little bit of convection burst on the southeasterly side.
Here's Bonita
Another
Beach.
tornado warning.
Oh, another tornado warning.
This is for wait.
Florida.
We heard,
Yeah, it's
same
the Florida
area. Same
In
area.
extension.
Brevard and Volusia.
Volusia.
It just got extended. It looks like from the old tornado warning.
Yep. Okay.
And yeah.
We'll look at that in
Looks like
just a sec. This is Bonita Beach. Looks like the cloud is building around here right now. Not quite direct sunlight. Oh, it's just come out again actually, but clearly the storm is getting closer. Let's see if we can get that tornado warning info in its entirety. So, nope, this is still the one from earlier. That is still current, however. But the info is northwestern Brevard County, southeastern Volusia County, still radar indicated. It will be near Oak Hill, Scottsmore, and Maytown around 10:40, Edgewater 10:50, and New Smyrna Beach, which one of our viewers was at yesterday, around 11 a.m. We're hoping it will appear on this screen whilst we're looking at it in just a sec. It'll be there. Oh, there it is. Okay, so that's an extension there for those locations. New Smyrna Beach, Edgewater, Glencoe, Ariel, Turnbull.
So many tornado warnings we're getting already.
Yeah, I mean, it's could have had more by this point, I suppose.
Yeah.
But it is going to be, I mean, because we've had tons of bands moving through, like all of that band that's been moving through this morning. I'm surprised actually we haven't seen more from that.
There's some new reports coming on in. Mostly the Florida east part is getting lots of reports of strong gusts, but now there's some new reports coming out from, looks like near Naples.
Really?
There was a report. Oh, this is old? Oh, this is old.
How old?
Probably I haven't noticed, but there was some wind gusts of 45 miles per hour.
Let's go to Naples right now.
Yeah, some of these might be old. I haven't even noticed or unaware of it.
Not sure, but this is the view at Naples. Still quite sunny there as well. but you can clearly see those clouds moving with some gusto off to out to sea there in the distance.
Waves.
Yeah, decent waves.
Almost like high as the. I forget what they're called. I keep forgetting what they're called. The people are walking on. I keep forgetting what they're called.
What, the pier?
The piers, yeah. It's the piers. Yeah, it's almost all of it.
And they've caged off the rest of that pier because it was damaged by... Which one was it? Was it Dahlia
new
or
advisory
Ian?
just came out of Isaac.
Oh, the Isaac advisory is out, everyone. Those of you who are still oblivious, and I don't... I'm not surprised if you are. Isaac did form overnight. There it is. Update is out. What does it say?
Tropical storm Isaac, advisory 3. Isaac is forecast to strengthen over the northern Atlantic during the next couple of days.
They're giving it 50 miles per hour. They're still expecting a 75 mile per hour Category 1 peak. No warnings. It's not really a threat to anyone. We'll show you the last graphic because the new one isn't. Yep, no problem. The new graphic isn't out yet, so we'll just show you what the last one said. It'll look quite similar. So there it is, general track, taking it quite far east as a tropical storm, it has to be said, before it turns post-tropical out there. We'll just have a little check. Will it update for us? No. But it's not going to change very much on that forecast. That is Isaac. Of course, we wait for the big ones. John and Helene, their advisories are also due shortly. The update on John is out. They're still giving it 75 miles per hour, and I'm not surprised anymore that they are no longer forecasting a Category 2 hurricane because it is too close to the coast. They are now expecting an 85 mile per hour peak, and then moving inland and dissipating on Sunday.
So many lightning strikes are in the eyewall of Helene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just get you this info for you. Hurricane John producing catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides over portions of southern Mexico. There has been a change to the warnings. They've issued a new hurricane watch from west of Punta Santelmo to Manzanillo, which means that that's in effect along with the hurricane warning from Tipan de Galeana to Punta Santelmo, and a tropical storm warning for Punta Maldonado to east of Tipan de Galeana and west of Punta Santelmo to Manzanillo as well. So this is a 75 mile per hour hurricane, the return of John, second time around, not having it all its own way this time though. Looking very curious on this satellite imagery actually, but a hurricane watch has been issued, an extra hurricane watch, but obviously we're still really concerned about rainfall from this storm. It's causing astronomical amounts along large parts of the coast there of these states, from Oaxaca through Guerrero and into Michoacan, which is what it's next to right now. Lazaro Cardenas is the nearest significant settlement from the storm, 50 miles away, and that's the latest on John. In a little while we'll get the update on Helene. They might wait until the last minute to get the latest Recon data, but as soon as that update drops we'll be on it. Looks like they've got a double peak on the eastern eyewall of Helene on that latest Recon flight, AF308. They've gotten two peaks there of around 104 knots. So that's quite interesting. What this might be suggesting, and they were talking about it before, is that it appeared to have concentric eyewalls. This would be another indicator that that is still the case, at least in this part of the eyewall. What you're looking at there on the top left panel, that blue line, there's two distinct peaks there, not both in the same place, so that indicates that, and if you look at it in terms of distance wise, you know, they're quite far apart. Those two light sort of light pink magenta colors there, where the plane's just been. They're not properly together, so that is potentially two little eye walls going on in there. Not sure, but that's what the data's showing. I mean, it's still quite high winds all around it, so... but either way, it still suggests that the storm is around 105 miles per hour, but we certainly are seeing that the wind field, not just the hurricane wind field, but also the tropical storm wind field, is growing. Incidentally, they also got SFMRs there of 75 knots in that same passage, so not as high there. They also just did a drop sond in the eastern eye wall where those strong winds are. It's 67 knots at the surface. That's category 1. Much higher, you're getting 103, 105 knot winds at the 900 millibar level. That's at about 600 feet, maybe 700 feet, something like that. Sorry, meters. 600 or 700 meters, about 2,000 feet, is where they're getting winds of about 120 miles per hour.
Nathan, you should look at this on. You should look at the amount of lightnings are.
Yeah, let's have a look.
On. There's some from the satellite that I'm looking at, and mostly from radar as well. Tons of lightnings already coming on in.
And it's in that northeastern rim there.
Yeah.
Which is definitely the strongest part of the storm. Recon aren't actually sampling. Well, they are about to sample it. NOAA 3 should be pushing right through there any time. Yes, they just have. They got right in there, and they just got about 104 knot winds again. So
wow.
Seems to be the magic number today. 104 knots every time, it seems. That's about 4 passes now that's been 104 knots. That's in a northeastern quadrant, although interestingly the winds dropped off very quickly, and I think they're just passing through very close to the center. They've got, yep, I think they just have extrapolated 961.0. So again, we're looking at about 961 here now. And what I'm also noticing from these recon passes, it does appear to be turning a little bit more northeasterly. This is really something. How long will that go on for? I don't know.
My question is, where is the trough located right now? The one that's gonna pull Helene, because I mostly been keeping an eye on it, but I kind of lost it where it's at right now. Because that's the main reason why Helene's gonna get, forced up quickly.
It's all very weak, isn't it? Struggling to see it.
Yeah, because the high pressure, I know it's somewhere like
I mean, look at it there. That
up here.
Yeah, that sheet of cloud extending up into lower Michigan.
Yeah, probably. I think that is the trough itself.
That's gonna be it.
I can't. Yeah. It's a prediction that's up, but I could tell right here. The high pressure ridge right now is already weakened, so that's why it's leading that to either go here or still there. Either one of those two tracks.
That's the point, actually. If
yeah.
I wonder if Isaac's helped that high pressure weaken too.
Before the high pressure was located over Florida. I wish I had a mouse for this, but and then it started moving as the jet keeps coming down and down and down, and then it's starting to weaken it as Helene comes on in.
Almost said Ian.
Ian, and then right now, the track I think you said is northeasternly, right?
At the moment, it looks like it might be northeast, at least temporarily.
Yeah. So right now the track is it either gonna go here or move up here?
Well,
because of the trough.
Basically you just drew the National Hurricane Center's cone right there.
Oh. But for me, I feel like it's still gonna be on the same one right here. For me, either or here. It's like either one of those three that are possible for this track. But yet again, we have to wait until it gets closer and closer.
Well, we will get an update on that cone from the National Hurricane Center very soon, and their forecast, their peak intensity expectation. Going to be a tough forecast for them, I think. It's hard to really figure out what's going on with this storm. It's certainly looking good on satellite imagery. Certainly, when you look at the atmospheric dynamics around it, that it's got a great opportunity to get up the categories. But if you recall, this storm has been missing its milestones. In the earlier model runs, we were looking at it getting to Category 3 just as it was leaving the Yucatan even. Well, it's still not done it yet, and doesn't look like it's going to do it for a little while yet, and it's already past the Keys. It's getting close to Tampa. So it does mean that I think the storm's peak will be tempered a little bit. However, it is a massive storm, as I said before, and I've got to repeat this because it's just a crazy stat. It is almost 3 times larger than Ian, and it is 60% larger than Hurricane Irma when it made landfall in Marco Island. So an incredible storm, this, with its size. CVK says, what are the chances that Helene will rapidly weaken before landfall? Very low. Wind shear, of course, will be rising markedly when it gets to landfall. I just think it'll be moving too quick for wind shear to have much of an effect before it moves inland. There might be a small chance that it might just inhibit, force some significant weakening just before landfall. But for most of this track, it is strengthening. Winston Chevrolet says, does anyone know if the sail drones are being deployed into Helene? I've no idea. In my experience, they tended to be more out to sea, but I don't know for sure.
Sail drones? Isn't that the one that they used on Major Hurricane Samuel? Or was it Sam?
Sam.
Sam.
Just Sam.
Oh, Sam. Okay, I think I remember now what those are.
And what are the chances of a second Ian? Well, I'd argue this could be worse than Ian. Might sound controversial, but given its size, it doesn't look like it's going to be quite as strong. But size, it's going to have much more wide-ranging impacts.
The sun just went out and now it just went away.
Yeah, it'll be doing that quite a bit there because you're looking at that big dry slot still over Tampa right now, literally over Tampa. Actually got some decent weather, but probably blustery.
Yeah, for me right now, the sun keeps going. It's brightening, then it goes away, then comes back.
Whilst we wait for
some passing clouds.
Whilst we wait for the National Hurricane Center, we'll just take a look at a few more of our cameras. AF308 has just turned northwards, by the way, on the eastern side of the storm. NOAA 3 just going through the eye. Hopefully we get some more info from them shortly. So this is Bonita Beach. As you can see, there's a bit of sun there. Just going to have to keep checking these updates just in case. Let's check over to Sanibel. And certainly choppy looking waves there, as we've been saying, and just non-stop winds on that tree, clearly.
There's this camera, Nathan, but it's connected to YouTube, but I don't know if I'm allowed.
Where's that?
But there's a camera off the coast of Apalachee. And when I click on it, it sends me to YouTube, and this is what it looks like now.
Yeah. Where exactly
you can see, like,
is
how
that? What does that say? St. George Island. Yeah, it's to the west of the expected landfall zone. They're getting a real hit with rain right now. That's from one of the outer bands, this.
Yeah, you can see the winds, like, not strong, but, a little stronger, but you could see the waves. Like, look in the background. Look how rough they are.
Fairly.
Mm-hmm. It's just...
That was Longboat Key. The sun went back in there. This is Hernando Beach. And you can see the sun is back out here now in that dry slot. or gap between the bands and the main course of the storm. Steinhatchee, still a little bit dreary looking there. And Carabel will definitely be in that rain. There it is, certainly getting some significant rainfall there. That's Carabel. That's at the beginning of the 15 to 20 foot storm surge area that they're expecting here. So definitely watch this camera over the course of today.
Still lots of lightning strikes coming.
They're getting a lot of rain in there too. We're just waiting for National Hurricane Center, but I think they're going to push it right to the last minute. I'm also waiting for more info from NOAA 3. Should be any time now. So we're just in limbo for a few minutes here. We've been pretty heavy on the data, so we're sort of left wondering what to do just for a moment.
Looks like some wind shear around Helene right now by looking at this. Not so strong.
It's cut off by our left bar, but it's showing some significant wind shear to the north. I mean, the storm will be riding with that wind shear for a little bit, so it's not going to have an impact at first, but eventually, especially when it passes Tampa, that'll be interesting to watch whether the update's out. 105 miles per hour and a pressure of 960 millibars, so pretty much what we were expecting there with that update. They are now expecting a 120 mile per hour peak, and that is probably not far from land. Let me just check where that peak point is. 28.8 and 84.3. Yep, we're just going through the new advisory. So that is about still 120 kilometers from land, about 80 miles from land is where they're giving it a 120 mile per hour peak now. So I would say the category 4 chances are dwindling, and I would expect probably 125 miles per hour out of this now. Let's see what the public advisory is saying. Helene strengthening and expected to make landfall in the Florida Big Bend this evening as a major hurricane. Preparations to protect life and property should be rushed to completion. So as mentioned, 105 miles per hour, 960 millibars, currently at 25.5 north, 85.5 west. No changes to the watches and warnings there, so no confusion with any changes there. Storm surge warning still in effect for Mexico Beach, eastward and southwards to Flamingo, Tampa Bay and Charlotte Harbor. Hurricane warning for Antelope River to Mexico Beach. Hurricane watch for Englewood to Antelope River, including Tampa Bay. Tropical storm warning for the Florida Keys, including the dry Tortugas, Flamingo to Antelope River, including Tampa Bay. West of Mexico Beach to the Okaloosa-Walton County line. Flamingo northward to Little River Inlet, Lake Okeechobee. And still for Cuba, the provinces of Artemisa, Pinar del Rio and the Isle of Youth.
Two new tornado warnings have just came in.
Just to finish, they're still calling for 15 to 20 feet of storm surge Carabel to Suwannee River. Tornado warnings.
Yeah, 2 new tornado warnings just came in. One in Florida Liberty, and the other one is same thing in Florida for Franklin.
Wow.
This one is in Liberty.
So
somewhat.
The
doesn't
one
look
that just got issued, that was that more northern one to the west of Tallahassee. That like.
Another one got issued for South Carolina.
Here's the one near Tallahassee. Well, sort of near Tallahassee. It's for Vilas and Orange until 11:15. 899 in that. I think that's the Franklin County one. The one you're looking at is...
The one I'm looking at right now is in Liberty. Florida and Liberty.
I may have got that one wrong then. Are they near to each other?
They are.
Ah, yes. Oh, Carabel's under a tornado warning. Goodness.
Oh wait, this is
Yeah, Apalachee
Oh,
Cola.
this is up north.
Yeah,
I didn't even notice.
Where do you think that was?
I thought it was down here somewhere. But then when I saw Apalachico, I like, wait a second. I like, oh, this is up
Apalachicola.
north. Apalachicola. I think one of these are water spouts.
Okay,
I think this
so,
one's a water spout that just came on.
Yeah.
This one's inland.
I do want to say that north one though, right as they issued it, the outflow just died completely. Right as they issued it.
Of course.
It's all or I meant inflow. It died immediately, but it's all outflow dominant now. There's nothing.
The one in South Carolina. Let me look at that. Oh, there's a. Oh, it's the same one that we had earlier. It got extended.
Oh yeah. Now that one's kind of concerning me because if that thing keeps it up, it's gonna head into downtown Columbia, and that's a decently populated area.
What's the population?
Let me get that for you real quick.
Yeah, that one has a somewhat of a good circulation right there.
It's a population of 139,698 people.
Wow.
So
Nothing on
pretty
CC right now.
Yeah, there's nothing. Just tight rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 tornado warnings there that got issued. One of them is here at Carabel, so we're going to keep watching this closely. I think from what I saw it might pass just to the west. Recon, I'm still waiting for some extra data. In fact, they've just processed some more data. Extrapolated 961 on NOAA 3.
Yeah, that's dropping significantly again.
Not really. I mean, it was 962 and now it's 961.
Oh, I thought
so
it
it
was
dropped by 1 millibar.
Okay, I thought it was 963.
It's been hovering around that area for a good while, but you just wonder just how long that will go on for when you look at that satellite imagery continuing to improve.
Yeah, the 2 ones in Florida are dead. I don't see nothing. But the one in South Carolina, I'm keeping an eye on.
Yep. Well, we're about to finish up this hour a little bit later than expected, of course, because of those tornado warnings, but we will be taking a short break here and then continuing again. It's just reached the 11 a.m. hour on the US East Coast, 10 a.m. Central, and the update from the National Hurricane Center is that it is now 105 miles per hour, as I expected before, and a pressure, they're still saying 960. I've never actually seen anything corroborate 960, but I'd go with 961 right now. I mean, it's just 1 millibar difference, so not much to quibble over there. But the storm looking much better on this satellite imagery, getting a little bit more better defined. Northern side, huge flare-ups there with lightning. And that National Hurricane Center forecast is for it to become a high-end Category 3, probably.
I do kind of see what's happening now because like it took a bit for it to happen, but there's like that inflow notch pretty much on that north side of the eye of that massive convective burst, and if that notch can get in enough, then that western part's just gonna wrap around, and then it's gonna be fully wrapped, and
there you go.
Then you're gonna see even faster rapid intensification than what we have seen with just half of the eye being covered.
It's not very encouraging. We'll find out exactly when landfall is expected on the National Hurricane Center's new cone in just a few moments' time. But we're going to take a short break now. We'll be back soon. But what we figure so far is it's probably going to be just after sunset for the landfall. We'll find out if anything's changed right after this. Stay tuned.
live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
This is Force 13 Live. We're looking at Hurricane Helene, which is looks like it might be strengthening again now, and certainly looking better on satellite imagery at this hour. National Hurricane Center just went with 105 miles per hour and a pressure in the low 960s, probably around 961. They're running 960. We haven't been able to update our graphics just yet. I don't know if we will, to be honest, because scrambling around pressing buttons whilst being live on the air isn't always wise. But if anything changes, very much, then we'll obviously change our stuff. Anyway, Helene moving possibly northeastwards in those last couple of hours there as we're watching it. Could it be an easterly jog? Well, it looks like it has been. There's been a clear slot before the rest of the storm arrives in Florida, and conditions will be starting to deteriorate all along that west coast in the next couple of hours, I should imagine. Further north near the landfall zone, they're already getting some significant rainfall, and before we left you, a tornado warning which was issued for Carabel. We had a camera there, and I think we still do. Here it is, under a active tornado warning right now, this viewpoint, and you can see the conditions are looking pretty inclement. We're going to stay on this screen whilst I introduce everyone. My name's Nathan Foy here in the studio. We're joined by Jose, and for the first time, Lenny. Nice to have you with us on this stream.
Thank you.
Yep, and we're covering this storm all the way up until landfall. And a few people writing nice comments there as well. I really appreciate that. We're doing our best here. Tyrese says, is dry air getting into the south again? The south is, you know what, actually, look back at that imagery. The south side, we're getting carried away with the eye appearing a little bit better and the northern side looking good, which it is. But the south side has lost a little bit of its momentum there. But as Lenny was just saying before the break, if it manages to start wrapping around that convection, then that's going to be pretty inconsequential, isn't it? But in any case, the storm is certainly looking better. But yes, weakness by the looks of things on the south side. Recon continuing to explore the storm. National Hurricane Center did just issue their latest full advisory. Let's go over there now and have a look at their newest cones. Well, that was John earlier. Hurricane John, that's the new cone there. Expecting now, well, I say only, but a Category 1 landfall rather than Category 2. And then it moves inland, very close to the coast, and actually emerges off towards Baja California as a remnant low this weekend. So John just won't be told, will it? Has to do its own thing. That was the last cone on Helene. Let's check the new one. Oh, there it is. So a little bit more curvy. Turning northeasterly at first and then turning northwards. And really running out of wriggle room now for areas of uncertainty. That forecast cone pretty much makes the landfall extremely close to, well, it's Apalachee Bay. And that landfall is probably going to be right near St. Mark's. St. Mark's inland a little bit, but St. Mark's Lighthouse, for instance, out there on the bay, that could be a landfall point somewhere around there that we're looking at. None of the warnings changed. I don't know if they included inland warnings in the no changes category, but it doesn't look like anything's changed there. I can't quite remember what it looked like before. But certainly tropical storm warnings encroaching into even further into North Carolina and parts of Tennessee there. And then the very late part of that forecast is a mess. The remnant depression stalls around Tennessee and Kentucky on Friday and Saturday. AF308 are making another run now towards the storm from the northeast quad. Here it is, and you can see it there on the right hand side, the plane starting to dive in now from the northeast, moving southwestwards to make another eye pass fairly soon. We'll get more info on that. I reckon, given, well, we should be seeing some really strong winds in this particular pass, because it should be under all of that big massive burst of convection there.
I think we could generally see possible Category 3 support from this pass, based off of watching that convection blow up at the rate it is right now.
Going to be a moment of truth. The other plane, NOAA 3, moving through the southwestern side now. They only got 75 knots on the southwestern quadrant flight level, so obviously struggling a little bit. I imagine the southeast is struggling even more. It's certainly the north side that's having it all right now. They did do an eye pass earlier. I think we already covered that. That was 964 at 16 knots. But that was... Oh no, that's old. That's old. So ignore that one. The more recent eye pass that we saw, it had a drop sound of 962 at 8 knots, which would suggest probably that this storm is 961. Jose, are you there? Taking a step away for a moment by the looks of things. I'm just wondering if that tornado warning is still in effect for the Carabel area.
I can check real quick.
Yep, that we're looking at here.
Oh, there was a water spout observed with that.
Here?
Observed one. At Carabel. Yes.
Oh wow.
Chaser. Yeah.
Careful,
storm
everyone.
Chaser sourced.
It's a water spout in the area.
Let me check Brad Arnold, because I believe he's right next to it, actually.
Let's get some breaking news of a tornado warning issued by National Weather Service Charleston for Liberty, Long, and McIntosh County in southeastern Georgia until 11:45 a.m. Here's some of the places inside that right now. Midway, Riceboro, and Flemington. 10,000 in that tornado warning. Radar indicated.
Oh my gosh, last year, during Idalia, I was down there, and right there in Hinesville, there was a tornado warning on this exact spot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just building up some real close-up imageries right now. Look at these beauties, and you can see the storm.
I do have news for you.
Okay.
Damaging tornado. Emergency management confirmed tornado for the one in South Carolina. Headed straight for Columbia.
Wow, really?
Yep, that just came out.
Oh my goodness. We'll try and find some more info on that in just a sec. But right now we're looking at the imagery here of Helene, looking very good indeed, although a question mark about that southeastern side. Which tornado were you talking about there?
The one that is headed for Columbia, South Carolina.
That's been active for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, so pretty much that was radar indicated, but it just got upgraded to confirmed.
Oh. That's interesting. We'll go and see if we can find anything on that, but at the moment we'll keep it with this imagery.
I do not see anything on radar that indicates it quite yet, so, but I will let you know.
This is a viewpoint in West Columbia, South Carolina. Clearly getting a massive downpour there on the river. That's probably the best viewpoint we can show you right now, but clearly there is a storm in town. If you're in that tornado warning, take cover immediately. Let's go back to the wide shot of Helene, and certainly once again looking better as we watch this imagery. Are really getting some very heavy rainfall in western parts of Columbia. Just trying to figure this out. Let's see if we can get some more comments and questions then as we watch it.
I think that's a new tornado warning.
Oh, is there?
Just south of the one that's next to Hinesville and Riceboro.
Yes,
Georgia.
southeastern Glynn County. Let's see if we can get this right now. Another radar indicated tornado warning here. There it is, right along the coast. It includes Brunswick, Georgia, St. Simon's Island, and Arco. That is the same one, right?
Yes, that's the one.
That's till 11:45. 69,000 in that, so it is a dangerous one here. Brunswick, of course, involved in that. So really significant developments here. CVK says any supercell potential. I wouldn't have thought so. How often do these radar indicated tornadoes create damaging tornadoes? A question by March there. You know what? I don't know.
I would say it genuinely depends on the tornado. There's not really a statistic stating whether or not a radar confirmed tornado is going to be damaging or not. It just depends on the environment, if it's viable or not to produce such a significant tornado. So that's why the SPC does issue outlooks, and this is why this area isn't an enhanced risk today.
Yeah, that's true. People want us to check the eye temperature of Helene as well. I heard people saying it was around 0 degrees now. I will go and have a look for you. And at this present time, the eye temperature maximum is actually 10 degrees. 10 degrees. So, you know, if you... In fact, let's go to RAM imagery of the storm. It's what I often use to... formulate my estimates on how strong the storm looks from a satellite perspective alone. Well, here it is. This is how the storm's been progressing this morning, and you can see there the eye trying to pop out at first and then continuing to solidify, but there is still that big gap there in the south, a big gap. So based on all of that, what do we reckon? I reckon that the wind speed estimate is pretty good. If you're looking at just satellite, I would probably say 105, maybe 110 miles per hour. Obviously with Recon, we have the actual data, so we don't need to rely on any satellite estimates because they are only almost guesses, but estimates based on what we normally see. But you can't actually get a real indication unless you get direct observations, and that's why we have the Recon planes, which we are waiting for more updates on. They're flying into the northeast side right now. They're just about to hit the patch where the wind speed should increase. They're already getting 75 knots flight level. So
okay,
yeah.
The new hurricane model intensity guidance thing just came out, 12Z.
Okay.
There is only one model suggesting a Category 3. Everything else is in the middle of a Cat 2 and Cat 1.
What was this?
The Hurricane Helene model intensity guidance.
All models?
Yeah, if you...
Well, I'll show you one thing. The Icon model is just coming out right now, and let's see what that's showing us. Initialize the storm correctly. Off it goes. Yep, strengthening. 943 there. That's 17 millibars stronger. Slight weakening before landfall, 947. And that landfall actually looks like it would be very close to Steinhatchee, actually. And that Tampa would get some pretty decent storm force winds, maybe up to 60 miles per hour there on that scenario. And then it moves inland, obviously, and does that little spinny thing. So that's interesting from the Icon model, the first of the 12Z suite of models to appear. As usual, it is. The GFS will be out a little bit later. Let's see if we can take a look at what some of the hurricane models were saying this morning, though. And I'll tell you why we're not going to follow them.
Okay, I would just like to jump in and say real quick, the tornado warning over near Riceboro in Hinesville, just north of the one that's near Brunswick, that rotation has picked up a bit. It's becoming more tight and stronger. There was a meso handoff with it, so now that has really everything it needs, and it's just a matter of does it want to do this or not. And I would not be surprised to see something come out of this, because it has that classic look just before most tornadoes do that end up dropping. But I'm not gonna
Alright.
mark my word of saying it
Wait.
will be.
What's going on?
Just a couple of tornado warnings there that we're talking about.
Welcome.
South Carolina.
Oh, really?
We're now also joined by Jack. Hello.
Hello.
Helene. Really
Yeah.
becoming a beast, isn't it?
Yes, I've just got in from being outside. Obviously, I'm just about to check on the storm and give you what I think of it in a moment.
Well, let's take a look at what some of these hurricane models were saying. Now, the HWRF, it initializes it here a little bit stronger than what it should be. It says 952 there at this point in time. So I would, it says 935 at landfall. I'd add a little bit to that, probably lower 940s. Nonetheless, that is a powerful storm, borderline category 4 right there. Moving into land, off it goes. Still in the 970s, 960s, 969 into Kentucky. That's pretty incredible. HMON. Have a little look at that one right now as well. There it is. Again, at this point, it reckons that it's 950 millibars. Well, it's a good 10 millibars out there. And that misinforms the rest of that forecast. But 941, but really, say, let's add on 10 millibars. 951, that's the category 3. Moving inland then. Alright, the ones that people really like, the HAFS models. People really like them because they usually have the worst consequences. Well, actually,
I can attest to that and say the NAM has the worst consequences.
Well, but NAM's just silly. But anyways, interestingly, actually, the HAFSA is actually slightly underestimating the storm here. 965 at this point. Well, it's stronger than that, and it forecasts only a little bit of strengthening. So on that level, I would probably say borderline category 3 or actual category 3 there, moving inland. Then the HAFSB. Does it also underestimate the storm? It's a bit better, 962 at this point, so it's quite close to the truth. Off it goes, rapidly strengthening a little bit, and then actually slows down its strengthening on approach, but still up to landfall there. It's 952, and that is also a category 3, moving inland. What we're seeing from these models then basically is we can almost rule out on the models alone a category 4, but I don't think we can. When we look at the satellite appearance, it just looks too scary, if you ask me. If the eye really starts to bomb, off it will go. And then, anyway, tornado warning that you're looking at, Lenny, right now. I thought I'd cross over to you there. So you're looking at this very interesting appearance there.
Yeah, so pretty much, this is the lowest tone right now. If you go up, rotation goes up to about 10,000 feet, so it's all real low level. The LCL, the lower condensation level, at which the base of the mesocyclone is at, is really low for this environment. That's why most of these discrete supercells that are embedded within the storm are producing tornado warnings.
Well, I've just had a look at the storm, Nathan.
Yes.
By the way,
it's trying to recycle.
From what I've seen last night, which was the last time I actually looked at the storm. Actually, the storm looks like it's taken a bit of a jog more to the east.
Oh, absolutely! It really is, guys. It's moving northeast right now.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
That looks like it might even hit not that far from Tampa.
Don't say that yet.
Hey.
No, alright then.
Bro, you got me scared.
My
for a
take
second.
on it is this thing is
I'm only saying what I see.
Look, if you extrapolate its current movement, that is hitting Tampa Bay. But it should jog back northwards. We hope.
My
Oh, well, I'm gonna have a look
personal
at the
take on
micro
it right
imagery in a
now,
minute.
Yep.
I feel like this thing is gonna clear out an eye at some point. Looking at what it's doing with the current eye right now, and it's just gonna take that northern turn and head towards Tallahassee and the Big Bend.
Interesting. Well, we've got a lot going on with this storm. Absolutely. There it is on the latest satellite imagery.
Nathan, question really quick. If this, I'm just saying, if this does go near Tampa or makes landfall in Tampa, how will all the warnings play out for the rest of Florida?
Yeah, I mean, they're not even under a hurricane warning.
Yeah. So like, yeah,
Hurricane
I'm just saying,
watch.
just imagine if this was gonna hit Tampa, imagine how all the warnings will change automatically from
Having
the
said
hurricane
that,
warning.
look on your screen. It
Tropical
looks like it's
storm
following the
warning.
track on that one, though.
A little bit. Not sure.
If that's true. Hold on a
It
minute.
is.
Have you
It's
got
true.
have you got a can you get a center fix on that and we can compare notes?
What do you mean by like
A position?
somewhere there? Somewhere. I don't know why it does this. It does this sometimes to
Can you
all
like
other
query the
hurricanes.
degrees, latitude, longitude?
I don't know. Think I
Looking
can.
at Recon
actually-
right now, they have had some strong gusts, but I do feel like it's mainly on the due east side of that eyewall that have the
Recon.
strongest. If you look at the newest one from the Air
Mhm.
Force, not NOAA.
Did you want to come in
From
there, Jeff?
what I was saying earlier, never mind. That massive bulge of convection that it has just to the north and to the west of the eye, expanding from that, it looks like it would probably just pull the eye around, and I don't know. I don't think it could go. I don't know. I don't know if it'll go too far east, but it's definitely going east of where it's expected, but not as far as I said a minute ago.
It's a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, and NOAA 3, they did have 100 knot. I'm not sure if that's a gust, but it is up in the flight levels. They had 100 knots. Right on the eye wall. If you go and check NOAA 3.
All right, guys, I'm just going to step away here for a few minutes. If you just want to keep chatting about Helene there, maybe take some questions. I'll leave it on this view that we're looking at right now of the visible imagery, and also any tornado warnings that you currently have. I'll just be a couple of minutes.
All right. Okay, they did cancel that tornado warning that was up near Columbia, South Carolina. They did cancel the tornado warning from the water spout that did move ashore near Apalachee down there. And then we are just down to 2 tornado warnings, both in Georgia. One near Brunswick and one near Riceboro, Georgia.
I mean, I wasn't expecting that much tornado warnings today.
Oh, I was.
Said I wasn't. First hour we started, we got slammed with multiple tornado warnings. Then now 3,
Oh yeah.
just like a while
Like-
ago.
Like 2 days ago, before SPC came out with theirs, I was in VC with someone from the main server and said, "Hey, look, I'm looking at models. I'm putting my money on the Savannah area. Look at this."
Well,
And
actually,
with Barrel, I nailed everything. Like it was pinpoint perfect to
Nice.
SPC level. So
I mean, I'm getting lots of reports. There's now a report.
the one thing this storm, the one thing that's limiting this storm, to be fair, is the amount of time it has. But obviously, that's another limit for preparation. So,
I mean, if it does take that northerly shift as planned, I feel like it will give it more time to be
just
over.
to say
water.
right, I'm gonna just say right now,
Well-
I'm on Twitter on my phone, and there is water inland right now in Naples.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not surprised.
Yeah, I'm watching the Weather Channel right now and on Twitter, and they were just showing in Naples there is water inland, like I think surge creeping on in. And I guess there
TJ.
was a report of storm surge by law enforcement. Uh, looks like uh Van Vanville Doctor 91st 104th Street all have water over the roads reported by DCSO.
Where's that?
Near
Okay,
Naples Park and
somebody asked how many drop zones can a single recon plane drop. So
Yeah, good question.
So pretty much this is a good question for me because this is the side of stuff I do. So the Air Force, they use different planes than NOAA. NOAA has the P-3 Orion and the Air Force has the C-130. The C-130 is meant for transport and cargo. So they can carry really as many drop zones as they want, but they're not going to deploy all of them because those drop zones do cost a good bit of money. So they are not going to drop every single drop zone that they can carry, but they can carry a lot. The P-3 Orion that NOAA has, I'd say they carry probably 30 to 50 drop zones, but they're not going to deploy all of them the same.
That mission earlier, it dropped 30 something.
Yeah, they dropped 35, I believe, or 36.
Now, I've not been tracking drops on numbers for very long, but I've never seen that high before.
Yeah, I can give you the number.
oh wow, I'm already in
36 drop zones. 36 earlier.
I'm about to get the 90% chance of tropical storm force winds here.
Look at this, by the way. This is Naples, and it's packed. Everyone's out there.
I can tell right now
as full Florida day for you.
Oh yeah.
I'm loading something up right now. Hopefully it works.
I mean, but like Nathan, look at the probabilities of tropical storm force. It is massive. Like I could tell right now, it's gonna cover the whole Florida peninsula.
Oh,
like,
Meteor. Meteor. I see you in chat. I recognize you from the server. You say the water is receding on the Gulf Coast. Yes, because pretty much there's high tide and low tide, plus storm surge. When the storm comes, it will pull all the water out. It's going to be low for a bit, and that's just all going to be pushed all in and come all ashore. And that's when you're going to get that 15 to 20 feet of storm surge.
Right now, on my screen, I'm going to have an infrared loop of Helene from the minute it was named, I believe.
Wait, what, Nathan? Guys, what specific time
and you can
is
really see
Helene gonna make landfall? The entire with the.
Well, that's it. That's what we're trying to work out. No, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be later than that now.
Because I'm trying to figure out
because of this massive convection. I think because that's what pushes it that way.
I do want to note though,
going around it, then that'll push the eye further that way.
Just a sec, Hugh. We're having two different conversations.
Okay, I was gonna say, if you're watching the loop, pretty much, you can see that convection starting to wrap around more south of it, around the eye, and that's a bit concerning in my opinion, because if it can wrap even more and manage to get at least 3/4 of the way wrapped around, then we're gonna have some big issues we're gonna be dealing with.
Nathan, just really quick, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stay on the air because I just saw some fire from a power line outside in the back of my yard because of a branch.
Oh damn.
That's not good. I might lose power.
Yeah, and I will say, it is expected to be. Wait, let me see what that is. It is expected to be a hurricane still over when it hits me, and I am in an area of almost widespread power outage expected, so not sure how long I'll be holding up for later, but I'll be going until it goes. And I do have a generator though, so I should be able to get on back.
I don't. Nathan, you're gonna have 2 soldiers down.
I thought you were going to ask if I had a generator then.
No, I don't have a generator because the power
I'll just move my setup into the garage, plug up into the generator.
2 soldiers down.
No, the power lines in the back of my house are very old, and I'm just worried about the transformer blowing up if that tree branch continues to touch the power line, which is not good.
Just a view at Sanibel. We're just going through some of these cameras again here whilst we continue our discussion. LB says, why are they focused on capturing data inside the storm wouldn't it also be extremely beneficial to capture data from all around the system to help with future models? Well, they do that. Although I haven't seen them do any of those today. They were doing it yesterday. They were doing some upper level flights. This is Recon. I haven't seen any today though. But they do that.
I was told by a good buddy of mine who he has contact with all the hurricane hunters and everybody with NOAA. He did say their Gulfstream, which is the plane they use for upper level, is down for maintenance right now. So that is the reason why they're not doing that.
There you go. Looking at a few of our vantage points, this is once again Steinhatchee there as well. Loads of birds out there.
Wow. We just got a couple of flash flood warnings issued around Apalachee. It is a considerable threat and it is observed. So there's already some significant flooding going on over in that area.
Well, Nathan, look at the radar. Look how the eye's coming right into radar scope right now.
Just a sec. Let's get to your radar view. Here it is.
Yeah, look at that.
And what you can see there is possibly that two eye walls that they've been talking about.
Yeah, it's like this main one, and I think it's this one you were talking about, right? And then that other one right here.
No. Further in.
No.
That's the first one, the last one you circled, and then there's that other little bit inside there.
That one?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I see what you mean. Is this making an eyewall replacement cycle or what?
It's been like this for a while.
Oh, because when you said that, normally I think of an eyewall replacement cycle, because sometimes with other hurricanes, I've seen on radar that how the first inner layer of the eyewall collapsed, then there's like a second one right behind it, ready to form. So, I don't think it's that.
Yes, Jack.
This convection I was talking about, if that
What's that?
holds long in time, it'll probably go further west than Tampa.
Oh well, it should do.
Well, yeah, obviously.
We hope so.
If you guys were talking about anything, if it was going to hit Tampa, then that only sort of.
No, it looks like that northeastward movement has stopped here.
Yeah.
It's more northerly again.
Yeah, I'm gonna loop this.
Oh, let's see what you've got.
Well,
And later today, I will be well, not today, tomorrow morning, early morning around 1 a.m. I will be doing a chase around the Atlanta area, and hopefully
in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Brilliant. It started loading.
Oh yeah.
AF308 have just passed the center again. They've gotten an extrapolated 962.3.
So
it's staying the same.
Oh, I see what Jack's
the winds do look like they're starting to pick up on that northeast side now.
On the way in, they got nearly 100 knot flight level, but now it looks like most of that cloud is being thrown off even further west, so it could even be the northwest quadrant now that has the strongest winds.
I think I see what Jack is saying on the loop.
But just briefly, basically all this is telling us that the storm is still quite close to what it was earlier. Around 105 miles per hour, somewhere near 961 millibars, something like that. Go ahead.
I was saying because of this extra burst of convection, it looks like that's one of the causes of it to turn more north. But that would have still looked like it would have gone northeast if that didn't get a hold of itself properly there.
I don't know. But also be mindful that half of that convection will have overshadowed the eye.
I do want to say, though, it does look like that notch is becoming more wrapped around with convection. And if we do end up seeing a eyewall replacement cycle, which I could see one possibly happening, then that could open up an eye in the middle of this convection, possibly.
New tornado warning right now for Florida, for Franklin. the Gulf, and Liberty. That's the new tornado warning that just came out. And it's in the same spot where that water spout was just at.
So this is East Central Gulf County, Southwestern Liberty, North Central Franklin till 12:15 Eastern or 11:15 Central. Is this warning spanning time zones then? Sounds like it. Take cover immediately. 9 miles north of East Point, moving northwest at 30 miles per hour. Let's see if we can get it on the National Weather Service graphic here. Yes,
drop.
that's it.
There is no CC drop on this, so...
We do have a bit of an issue. Okay, actually, never mind.
Oh, I was about
Just
to
took
say.
a bit of it. It took a minute for it to load.
147 in that warning.
Wow. Yeah. What is this? How many tornadoes have we already counted?
Actual tornadoes or warnings?
Just warnings.
Oh, there's been a few today.
I lost count. The one Georgia Liberty tornado warning is about to expire in about looks like 30 seconds, I believe. It's already on 1 minute, but it's already about to expire really fast.
Checking back with this visible imagery right now, looks like something interesting is happening. I'm seeing a little circle there of hot towers blowing up, but quite far away from the center of the eye.
I do think, though, we might start seeing some hot towers start to pull inwards towards that eye, and that could be the other cause of what fully wraps that eye in convection and causes this to go crazy.
Oh yes.
Because if it gets fully wrapped in convection, and there's that well-defined eye, this thing will rapidly intensify, probably quicker than what they think.
NOAA 3 has finished, which means that we only have the one plane in the storm now, AF308, and that has just passed through the eye. Hopefully we get some drop-sun data out of that. We'll wait and see. But they got, on the northeastern side approach, they got nearly 100 knot winds, just over 70 knot SFMRs, and extrapolated pressure at the center 962.3, which is still quite, it's very similar to what we've been having in the last about 3 or 4 hours now. So still continues to, in my view, to improve on satellite, and yet no real change on the actual observations. Back to Jose, who's showing us this viewpoint from Cedar Key.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of people, you know,
Quite
walking
murky
along. Yeah. I mean, you could look at the back and all the way in the horizon. Looks very... I mean, it's kind of a little pixely, but you can view out the winds, the clouds going by very fast. Like, there was some that, yeah, it's hard to tell because it's a little pixely, but there, yeah, you can see the clouds, like, going by very fast. I mean, you could tell the palm trees are moving.
Yes says, do we think that we'll get position updates soon? I'm a little bit surprised NHC didn't start position updates at this last advisory. But they probably will by the time we get to our next, certainly by the next full advisory, but maybe by the next intermediate, who knows.
We have these cameras right here, Nathan.
Traffic cams?
Gary. Yeah, traffic cams. Which I am hoping that if these can last, you could see the strength of...
Oh,
Helene.
They're made of some tough stuff. We've watched those exact cameras during Idalia and during Debbie.
Oh, then I'm keeping these cameras then.
Yeah, I mean...
Thanks for letting me know.
Quite often...
Yeah, that wasn't the case for Francine. It got knocked off by, before it even made landfall.
Yeah, you can ask Jack. I had good cameras where the eye wall was going to come over.
Yeah.
But
it hasn't even made landfall.
No, quite often it's not the cameras, it's the power supply, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. But But I do have, the Cedar Key camera.
Yes.
I do want to go over the power outages.
Okay.
So,
So I already have some
power,
then.
widespread power outages are expected from Tampa all the way up to Waycross, Georgia, Albany, Georgia, into Apalachicola. So anywhere in between there, if you can mark those points, is expected to have widespread power outages. From Sarasota up to Savannah, Athens, Georgia, Augusta, Georgia, and down to Tallahassee is likely power outages. And then you have from Melbourne, Florida, down to Key West, all the way up into some parts of Virginia, Knoxville, Tennessee, and then to about Seaside Beach in Florida is possible power outages. So the amount of power outages that are expected with this is probably a lot more than we were originally thinking, and it's not looking too pretty with the map that I'm looking at.
Oh,
Well,
I just
so
saw a branch
far-
fell down.
What?
I just saw a branch from a tree fell down.
Oh, a branch. I thought you said a bridge.
Oh, God.
No, a branch just fell off. It almost landed on the power lines.
Oh, man.
It's in the back of my yard, bro. Please, I hope I don't lose power.
Just to point out on that note, just about to reach 25,000 without power already in Florida. Still very early stages of this storm. Wauchula County, 654 out there. That's near the landfall zone. Near where the tornado warnings were just then as well. Collier County has just over 4,000 out there as well. DeSoto 108. Indian River 950. And Pinellas County 2,000 out there as well already. This here is now looking at Bonita Beach, where it's getting a little bit more overcast.
TJ
and dark.
Flack Live just asked, when do you think we will see another webcam get washed away?
Oh no. Well, you just remind me of Ian at this point.
There it is, Sanibel Island right now. That's where it was. There's the view at the moment. Well, it won't happen here this time, but yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Mark my words, Tallahassee or Cedar Key.
Oh, sorry.
Tallahassee's
I'll put my money on
inland
that.
though. There's a camera at
Tallahassee.
Steinhatchee though, which could really get the middle of the storm.
Yeah, I got the video of it right now on my screen.
Oh,
Looks like the
that's
rain
a-
has just
No,
No,
calmed
that's a
down.
completely different one that you're looking at.
Oh,
Perry,
It's the-
Florida is right in the middle. Like, they're
I thought you were talking about that camera that was there. 'Cause that's the only camera in Apalachee that I saw.
Yeah, that's near Apalachicola, that camera there. But there's one in Steinhatchee as well that we have
They're
been
actually
looking at.
on that
Oh.
tornado warning. There could be a CC drop. Actually, there's a few slight pixels, but it's hard to tell right now. I'm gonna give it at least 2 more scans to see what shows up, but it does look like there could be something with that.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I see.
Especially like if you're able to see my screen, because I have some
yeah.
color palettes that make it more visible than others. Right here.
Oh no, it'll take more convincing. Could you zoom out, just
Yeah.
give us an idea of where this is?
Okay, so this is along the coastline.
Not
right
far
here.
from Sumatra, actually, there.
It's just inland a little bit from Carabel, actually. If there are any webcams and
No, there aren't. I had a look. I was just looking there.
then never mind.
Yeah, we won't be able to
But,
see much.
So this tornado warning is the supercell that is produced this tornado warning is moving northwest at 27 knots, and this does have 23 minutes remaining on this warning. Depending on if it keeps its strength, or decides to die, or strengthen, then we'll see either a warning continuation, a warning be dropped, or an upgrade. So it just depends on what this wants to do.
It's going to be a long day today.
It's already yes. It's almost 12 p.m. for me.
Wow. That new scan with velocity just...
Oh, the full eye is about to come right into the radar.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's almost there. Yeah, I could see
Let's have
what
a
you're
look.
talking about that.
Now, seeing how close this is getting to land, I'm thinking, could this just ride the coastline up north?
Ooh.
No, shut up.
Wait, which coastline?
The Gulf Coast.
I thought for a dreadful moment there that you're thinking it would go straight through Florida and up the East Coast.
Oh no.
No.
And that's gonna put me into a hurricane warning if that
Yeah,
happens.
it would. It would, yeah.
I'm nearly in one, and I'm like 220 miles inshore. Which,
Oh, man.
it's a record. It's never happened. The state of Georgia has never been in something like this, where the whole state is covered in some sort of warning.
Okay, what is confusing me more is the amount of reports. Well, it's starting to calm down. It's mostly on the eastern than the west side of Florida.
Well, that's
which
where
they're
the
only
band is
couple-
right now.
Yeah. I mean, I was expecting already like lots of reports of like surge or some winds, but it's mostly on the east coast of Florida that has been getting some. Like there's some reports of 40, 50 gust, tropical storm force winds in there, like a lot. And now there's like a surge. Well, that was an old one, but this is the one I was talking about. I was on Twitter, and I saw lots of videos of water from the Gulf coming on in.
Nathan, I did just DM you a picture. I'm taking this from somebody who posted it in the main server. But VHTs are now filling in the open side of the eye, which is not good.
You can actually see that on the view that I'm showing here. Look at this. Let's look real into this storm.
Oh, this is not looking good anymore, in my opinion.
So, look at those latest frames, and what we're talking about is this at the very end. And we'll just stop it. There. Nope, there. That's what they're talking about, with some very discreet blow-ups of cloud tops there. We'll have to wait and see on that, but could be a sign of closing up, although in the same breath, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. In the same breath, it looks as though the eye is actually clouding over a little bit here, at least on visible. Let's switch to some infrared, shall we?
I will say right now, jet interaction is now happening. It just got into the jet.
Just waiting for these images to load here. It will give us a proper close look at the infrared and the visible. Taking longer than usual, which is making me look a little bit of a fool with a black screen, but there it is. What is going on with that?
This is kind of concerning, actually.
Oh, okay, now I see what you mean, Nathan, by that. Okay. I did saw on the visible, but looking at the is that the microwave?
We're just looking at infrared then.
Oh, infrared. Okay.
Not working very well. Let's switch back to this viewpoint. Let's load up another look now, more recent. And there it is. Still, even despite those VHTs that you were just talking about, still got a lot of work to do on that eastern side, but then you have the enormous load there on that west side. You just wonder whether it will manage to equalize that and then really strengthen. Well, we'll find out hints from the aircraft as soon as we get any more info. The AF308 is into the southwest eyewall now. They're getting 75 knot flight level winds and about nearly 65 knot SFMRs in the southwestern side. No news about whether they did a drop sond or not. Hopefully they did.
I will check that real quick.
Got no indication here at least. So as it stands right now, it still looks like it's near the same intensity, but it's getting closer and closer to land. That was the 10 AM view there that we're looking at now. A Moment of Lovely said earlier that they have a question. Why does our graphic say 1% chance of Category 5 in Florida? Because I would still say there's a 1% chance of it. We had it at 6% last night. Had it at 6% last night. Went down to 1% today.
I just noticed today is the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Gene.
Wow.
Today's the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Gene that made landfall in my city.
And we must be very close to the anniversary of Ian.
It's also the anniversary of Gloria when that went up. Was busy heading up the east coast.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Wow.
Like I said, I can specifically.
And Ian was the 28th.
Oh yeah,
landfall,
Ian's
and
around
the
I will never
27th when
forget
it was
Ian.
passing
No.
through Cuba.
If I can remember my parents.
30th landfall in South Carolina.
I say my parents told me just a little quick story, really quick. That when Gian came in, I wasn't even born at that time. I was born in 06, so about 2 years later after. But they did told me that it was extremely bad. That the winds were like crazy, and just know, the Gian made landfall in the exact same spot as Francis did. Francis was a Category 2. Then Gene came in as a Category 3.
Yeah, I was just getting over how old I'm getting, because you said that you were born in 06 and you're pretty much an adult, and like I still think of 06 people as like, oh, you must be like 3 or 4 years old, right? That's how it used to be.
It's a piece of history for me, as you know, part of my city that I didn't even notice until my cousin pointed it out to me on the day of the anniversary. But yeah, it's almost
for me. It was like, so I'm from the Gulf Coast. I used to live in Orange Beach, which is in Alabama. In 2004, when Ivan came through, when it was a Category 3, we were in the very center of the eye when it made landfall.
Incredible.
Our whole place was wiped. Our roof was gone. Our kitchen was in our pool, and it was horrible. It was something that you would dread and would see in a nightmare, honestly.
Yeah, I could tell you how scared I was from Hurricane Dorian back in 2019, because it was forecasted to hit my city as a Category 4.
Yeah, I remember that actually.
God, yeah.
All right, guys, we gotta take a break. We can talk about this more in a little bit. But Hurricane Helene turning towards the north right now. It is expected to make a major hurricane landfall later this evening in the Florida Bend area, possibly near Tallahassee, and then moving inland. Still a major threat here. Massive storm surge up to 20 feet and a very, very wide wind field. More on the storm after this break, just a few minutes.
Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
This is Force 13 Live. We're tracking Hurricane Helene, now a Category 2, as it has been for a while this morning. And of course, now we're entering the afternoon, midday on the US East Coast, still 11 a.m. in Central Time. And this storm is currently with winds of around 105 miles per hour and a pressure estimate probably a bit lower than what we're indicating at 963 there. That's a little bit outdated now. We're going to run with it for a little bit longer because it's not that much lower. It's about 961. But are we looking at signs that this storm may be strengthening further? That's probably going to be the big question that needs to be answered this hour. We are 2 hours away from the National Hurricane Center's advisory, the intermediate advisory, and Jose wants to talk to us. A new tornado warning.
Yeah, new tornado warning just came out for Calhoun and Liberty. Oh, just north of the tornado warning that was just put for for Franklin Gulf and Liberty.
Blountstown.
Blountstown, yeah. Dang, that's you.
So that's a new tornado warning there issued at 12:04 for northeastern Calhoun County, northwestern Liberty. Other locations impacted include Rock Bluff, Ochese, Selman, Altha, Sharpstown, Chipola, Henderson Mill, Kenny's Mill, Nettle Ridge, and Bristol. Take cover immediately, and in a minute we'll get the confirmation on the National Weather Service for that one as well of the tornado warning. 2 that are active right now. You saw them both on Jose's screen just then. That was the old one, and in a minute
the old one.
This should update to the new one. And oh, there it is. That's Blountstown, Bristol, and Alta until 11:30 a.m. nearly 13,000 in that tornado warning, so considerable. Take cover immediately, and if that tornado warning extends further north towards I-10, there's some cameras along there that we may be able to look at.
I just noticed they expanded the tornado watch into the panhandle of Florida.
Was this recent?
I think so. It looks like it just expanded. Cause I just looked at radar scope and I noticed it. Because the old one was down in the Florida Peninsula and Georgia into South Carolina. Now this one too is for look like portions of Georgia and Florida.
This has actually been out since 10:46 this morning, actually. So it's been just over an hour since that watch was issued. But there we go. Tornado warning, tornado watch for that whole area there, and 2 tornado warnings currently active. So we're covering this storm on more than one front. Obviously, the main threat of the actual hurricane arriving, and also the multitude of tornado warnings that are going along beside it. In fact, those little red polygons there, that is the progression of those tornado warnings, and we'll just go to the last frame, and that's the current state of those warnings in relation to the hurricane. And very interesting here. Still, a lot of these coastal areas will only be getting light to moderate cloud, except for where those tornado warnings are, where they're getting quite a bit of heavy rainfall, as we've been watching on a few occasions. We'll take a look at some of these webcams over the next hour as well. Let's start at Bonita Beach. Jose?
Just after we got off air, there was a report of storm surge in Naples, and it was reported by the fire department. and the details was water over the roads by Naples Airport, still passable for now. And there's another one, same thing. Same from the fire department, water over roads, still passable for now. Gordon Drive from 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, from Kingstone, Doctor to...
That's in Naples as well, is it?
Yeah. Sandpiper Drive in Royal Harbor. The bay is flowing over the seawall at Blue Province. Those are the two ones. The one in Naples Park is the old one. So it looks like there was multiple storm surge reports from it.
Let's see if we can get to that Naples camera right now on the pier. Here it is. Clearly no signs of any danger there.
Oh, Nathan, you should look at this camera. Look how close and close the water is to come up in Cedar Keys.
Just a sec on that. There's still people wanting to go out surfing, even though parts of Naples are flooding. That's really clever.
What?
Anyway, let's look at your screen. This is Cedar Key.
Yeah. I could tell you right now, when you see those little looks like seaweed from the waters. I could tell those were down a little bit lower, but look how much they got closer. As Helene gets closer, the water is gonna start to rise. I normally can tell by this is like where the mark of the water has been left. So it's becoming very high right now.
So another position there that we're going to keep watching. Let's check some of the other coastal areas that we've got on our camera list. This is Sanibel, and you can see there still looking, you don't really get to see the coast on this particular snapshot, but certainly very tumultuous looking waves all around there. Now let's go to Longboat Key and just excuse the still image for just a minute before it will start playing again and update. There it is. Nope. Well, in a second we'll see it, but you get an idea of what the weather's looking like there as well. Certainly getting quite dull now and a little bit breezier, those trees there on the left, and the coastal area, the waves
Nathan,
moving in.
I'm gonna say this. I heard many people talk about this. If you see any of these machines in your area, you know it's gonna be bad. That looks like that was taken at 12:09.
What is it?
I don't know the names of these machines, but it looks like one of those that picks up like big debris from the ground. Yeah, it looks like that's in Cedar Key right now, but that's just a picture. I think it was taken, but the video right now is...
Yeah, that's the Perry camera.
Yeah, right there it is. There's nothing right now.
Calm and quiet there. Certainly everyone is preparing once again, because these areas have been battered multiple times now. Here's Hernando Beach, north of Tampa. They're still in a little bit of a clearer area ahead of the bulk of the storm. Steinhatchee, they'll be getting better weather for a time as well before the main bulk of the storm arrives with that storm surge. Still looking rather sedate at this point. And Carabel, the camera there is a little bit awkward sometimes, so I have to go and change some settings every time and do stuff to it. So it just takes me a little minute longer for me to get that one loaded. The Carabel camera.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Did y'all go over that new tornado warning? That's just to the... It's that northern one?
Yes. Yeah, we had that.
Okay, just want to make sure.
There's the view at Carabel. Most of that heavy rain from earlier... Well, there's still some more to come, but there will be a drier period soon. And then off it will go, and then the storm will get worse, obviously. Really looking interesting on infrared right now. Let's go and catch some more images here. Just going to wait for these super close-ups to load. Just bear with me. There it is. What on earth is going on there?
So that's kind of concerning, infrared. So let's
Oh,
try and not
whoa.
do that. And if you look also, that most southern part of the convection is starting to actually wrap around. It's not just the whole thing
Little bit.
rotating, but it's actually pulling around and wrapping up towards that VHT that just popped up.
Yep, a fair bit.
I think it's getting its act together. It wants to show us something, I think.
It may well be. We're going to wait for some more recon data. They're flying around the southern side at this point. They're actually not getting very strong winds on that southwest and south side, but they'll be going in for another pass soon. They did get a eye drop sonde, and they got 962 at 6 knots. So again, we're talking something like 961 millibars. That pressure's still refusing to go down, actually, on those latest passes. But with this potential development on satellite, it might be a very interesting next pass from Recon. So keep watching that. That's going to get quite interesting, I think.
I do want to jump in and say around the Columbia, South Carolina area, that is a big area to watch because there's some areas along that. I believe that's the cold front that went through last night through here, because we did have a cold front. But I do believe there is some areas of rotation. It's very broad, but it's not the strongest throughout here. So this area, I would just be on the lookout for right now, but because any of this could just pop up out of nowhere and try to do something.
Sorry, my microphone was off there. Let's go through some warnings then that are currently active right now. First of all, for Hurricane John, which is back again. What a surprise. A hurricane watch was extended earlier from Punta Santelmo to Manzanillo. Hurricane warning for Tipan de Galeana to Punta Santelmo. Hurricane watch for west of Punta Santelmo to Manzanillo. Tropical storm warning for Punta Maldonado to east of Tipan de Galeana. Let me show you the cone for this whilst we talk about it. And west of Punta Santelmo to Manzanillo as well. And then, of course, we've got Helene's warnings, and there's plenty of those. The latest is no changes to the warnings at the last advisory, but look at how large that wind field is. Storm surge warning for Mexico Beach eastward and southward to Flamingo, Tampa Bay, and Charlotte Harbor. Hurricane warning for Anclote River to Mexico Beach. Hurricane watch for Englewood to Anclote River, including Tampa Bay. Tropical storm warning for the Florida Keys, including the Dry Tortugas. That will continue for a while yet. Flamingo to Anclote River, including Tampa Bay. West of Mexico Beach, the Okaloosa-Walton County line. Flamingo northward to Little River Inlet. Lake Okeechobee, and still for Cuba, the provinces of Artemisa, Pinar del Rio, and the Isle of Youth. I'm going to throw it back to those close-up satellite images. I'm going to take 2 minutes out here, so I'm going to leave it to our three other folks here. We've got Lenny, Jose, and Jack to talk to us about Helene and what looks like possibly embarking on a new and most concerning intensification phase.
All right, so one of my good friends just sent me a screenshot just now. Dixie County in Florida is expected to receive catastrophic storm surge from Helene. Emergency management urges everybody to follow all evacuation orders. I do believe there's a mandatory evacuation down there. I'll double check with him, but it's not looking good with surge wise right now. 15 to 20 feet. They don't have pumps there, unlike some areas do, to be able to pump that water out. So if that means that's just gonna flood even more, and there are some lakes and stuff around there, which is gonna cause even more of an issue. Pretty much the reason Katrina happened, I'm gonna bring this up, with that storm surge and the water levels they had, was because of their pumps. Their pumps were not working, and they had all this water just sitting there. That's a possibility of what could happen. I'm not trying to compare this to Katrina in any way or any form, but they may have the same issue at some point, because if you don't have pumps, then there's just going to be water sitting there, and that's very catastrophic.
Okay, we're back here. I was just curious. I was thinking whilst I was just away for a sec.
You're cutting out a lot, Nathan.
Really?
Yeah, you're cutting out a lot.
Not at my end, but you'll have to bear with me.
Don't worry.
Landfall time. What are we thinking now?
Good question. I don't even know. What I'm trying to do, Nathan, is compare landfall time and high tide, because that's the main issue I'm worried about. If Ian,
It's the second time now.
Oh no.
if Helen makes landfall at the exact time, all right, Helene. I keep calling it Helen. Helene makes landfall at the exact same time as my brain.
High tide.
High tide, then that's gonna make the storm surge more catastrophic.
If I'm not mistaken, those maximum storm surge values only apply to high tide, so it shouldn't be higher than 20 feet, but obviously it's still a very enormous number. Let's take a look at some more satellite imagery whilst we go along here and update these viewpoints. We've got plenty to look at with this storm, obviously. Well, there it is. So, I wonder what all the viewers are thinking right now, whether the eye is actually getting much better yet, or whether this real intensification has started or not. Start your comments or questions with Force 13 all in text. It will light up for us if you want to catch our attention. Could Ontario-Quebec border get rain from Helene? It looks like it's going to, you know, it's a decent question, but it looks like it's going to get captured and stay right down sort of the Kentucky-Tennessee area. So I would say no, not really.
Somebody asked, what do you use for those live radars? So the what we use for satellite imagery, we can use cyclonic weather, tropical tidbits. Those are my two primary that I use. And then radar-wise, there are many options for radars. Most of them, I do believe, come with a cost. I think they're a one-time purchase unless you have a subscription with them. There's Radar Omega, there's Radar Scope, and then if you want to use the more advanced ones, there's GR2 Analyst. That's what National Weather Service uses, and then if you are on a Windows computer, there is AWIPS, which is what National Weather Service uses to issue their warnings, and that does take a little bit to install, but that is a great program. So there are many options. A free radar, though, I have heard a lot of people use is Attic Radar. I'm not sure how. I've never used it myself personally, but if you want to give it a shot, go for it.
Or if you just want to have a quick cursory look at the storms, you can of course look at the Force 13 website as well. They have we have a few radar. Well, got radar of Helene there. Not looking the best at the moment, but. And also the satellite views. You can check through all of these as well. So I tend to use our own website now. I mean, for just glancing at things, just to get an idea of what the storms are actually looking like now. There's also RAM as well. That's been around for a very long time now. Good for getting a quick snapshot on what the storms are looking like. But certainly if you want to go into more advanced applications, there's always those that were mentioned. This, by the way, that we're looking at is WSV3, and that shows radar 2. We can put a radar overlay on that now because the storm is getting closer, and those tornado warnings. And as you can see, we're starting to see more and more of the radar reaching the storm, or more and more of the storm entering the radar, the other way around. And it does look to me as though it may have two eyewalls, concentric eyewalls.
Where are you seeing 2 eyewalls. I'm not seeing this.
Well, I mean, to an extent, Recon depicted that a little bit earlier as well. National Hurricane Center was talking about that early this morning. Maybe not as much as earlier, but in some places, you know, there's a second spike in winds. But you do have that primary eye wall in the middle, obviously, and that is the main part of this storm. You can also see, in fact, on the screen, on the very thing you're looking at right now, it's there. You can see 2 little spikes from earlier on that eastern side.
Yeah, I would like to see a east to west pass directly through the eye with Recon, because we did get the strongest winds earlier on a west to east pass, but east to west pass would also be nice to get that western side.
Maybe more now because there's more convection over there than there was earlier this morning. So we might get some interesting readings. Well, Recon are on the way over there now to the eastern side. They'll either do southeast or northwest probably, or they might just go up and do east to west. Who knows? But that's the only plane in the storm right now, so we're only getting one lot of updates. But what they did get earlier, they were in the eye. They got what would look like 961 in the center. But yeah, feel free to send in your comments and questions live. We can take them on the air. This is going to be a long process, this storm today, but still at this time, as it stands.
We did get a question from somebody. At Force 13, what's the amount of mid-level dry air around Helene?
Let's go to COD imagery and see if we can have a little look at what the mid-levels are looking like. This is what it's showing. And you'll see there's tons of dry air out west, but quite far away. The storm environment itself is looking good. Certainly don't really see any dry air issues right there. Let's just have a little look at the low level. No problem at all. Upper level. Just show that little gap a little bit more there on that. We can barely see it on the screen. Oh, there we go. The southeastern side. Still, even after those little bursts of convection, there's still some shoring up to do. It's still not fully closed there on the eastern side, but it is awfully close now.
It's almost there. Give or take, I'd say 30 minutes. We should, if it keeps up this work, I think we could see a possibly closed eye, like right here.
Yeah,
got that
certainly.
A little bit to go, and then it's game on from there.
It sure is. Do we think it's shifting east, or is it just a wobble? It was just a wobble. Okay, it started turning north again now. You look at this imagery. It is clearly it actually possibly moving due north now.
I think that's more of a northwest actually.
Northwest. Really, northwest? I would say due north in the last hour, but gotta watch these jogs very closely. Lewis says, what's giving the impression or indication that it's intensifying and that they're new to this? Apologies, Scottish newbie. That's not too far from here. It's... Well, we're sort of mentioning it there, that the fact that it's almost closed up with that eye wall on the convective pattern. But we have the planes in there. They're getting the actual, the proper data. Satellite can only give you estimates, the best guess. Not exactly empirical like proper data is from when you fly in recon planes. But those planes are finding that, I think certainly the hurricane force wind field is expanding. And that is one sign that it might be on its. It might have a better chance at strengthening now. maybe the next couple of... They're going to be very important, these next couple of passes. If the eye is closing out right now, as it looks like it is, we should see a pressure drop.
Nathan.
Yeah.
I feel like the trough is beginning to lower even more.
Right.
By looks of it, because I'm gonna underline it really quick.
Let me jump in real quick. I will say, there's a new mesoscale discussion.
Yeah, we're just
issued by
looking
the
at
SPC. Local tornado risk is currently maximized across the central parts of the Florida Panhandle. So Tornado Watch 685 continues. Local risk for brief tornadoes will continue, with greatest short-term potential over central portions of the Florida Panhandle.
All right.
And you all can find this information over at spc.noaa.gov. That's the Storm Prediction Center.
Yeah, sure is.
Good.
Yeah, look
As
at
you
that.
could see, yeah, like you could see like a little like you see that the low pressure system's right here. Like there's nothing right now, a couple of clouds. But like you can see it kind of ends like right here. Then that like huge lift right there. Cuz there's nothing right there. The high pressure system is already, I think it's dead. Cuz like I mentioned earlier, Nathan, the high pressure system was right here over Florida. That's how Helene was struggling a little bit. Then it started moving up. So right now I could tell it's somewhere here and it's already dead. But that trough is pretty much the reason why Helene's been changing tracks. So like I said, the track
Throwing
can
a
go
bit of a
from
wobbler.
there. Yeah, it can go from here or it can go in from there. Like there's multiple tracks it can take right now. Like that trough is gonna like grab it and it's gonna like sling it up like
Sure
really
is,
fast.
yeah. Yeah, really
Yeah,
fast.
Jose, I just sent you the prog chart for what they currently have. If you want to take a look at that.
Whilst we wait for that, March says, how
yeah.
strong are typical tornadoes, typically speaking, and what's the strongest one? Oh, sorry, tropical tornadoes, typically speaking, and what's the strongest one that comes to mind?
I would say it can range from anywhere from EF0 to EF3. I mean, really, it could be anything depending on the environment given. There's no really specific strength for it. But what we tend to see and what the pattern has been over all these tropical systems for the past years have been around from EF1 to EF3. That's been the most consistent. And
I'm gonna add on something for this. By the way, so let's go back to Hurricane. Was it Adalia that? No, there was another hurricane that made landfall in Louisiana after Laura.
That was Zeta, right? Or
Zeta.
Delta?
No, it wasn't Zeta or Delta. It was the next year after.
Oh, right, Ida.
Oh, Ida.
Ida.
Yeah.
So with Ida, it was a huge rainmaker for New York, and mostly for the like northern parts of the U.S. By that time, when it was dying, there was a tornado that was rated EF3, I think around Maryland, that caused major damage, and that was part of Ida. So like
yeah, that was when it went to New York.
Yeah, and how Lenny was explaining that these tornadoes can be strong without without us even knowing. So like just wanted to bring that up, that like an EF3 from a hurricane that made landfall in Louisiana then moved up, causing a major flooding like from the northern parts of the US, then dropping an EF3 tornado.
Well, you may remember probably less than an hour ago we reported that 25,000 were without power in Florida. That number's gone up to 32,000.
Wow.
Oh yeah, in that tornado that touched down like I think this morning earlier, we don't exactly know the rating of it, but it did touch down. There was CC drop on it, and it looked very strong. So
wait, was that that was you that I was talking with this morning about
South Carolina? I think it was South Carolina.
Yeah,
that was the one that was on the ground.
That looks pretty significant. The environment this morning was more viable to tornadic parameters versus what it is now. especially because that is moving more shore, and there's not as much heating anymore because the cloud cover, and so there's not as much convection where there's really not that much cape anymore. So if you don't have cape or shear or
Yeah.
both, you really won't be able to have a tornadic environment.
Yeah, most of these tornadoes that we've been having are short-lived, besides that one that did touch down in South Carolina. But I could tell right now there's going to be multiple tornadoes, probably strong ones. We're not sure yet, but yeah.
I'm not sure if they updated the tropical storm force wind speed probability map.
Oh shit, I
It
forgot about
does
that.
look like it goes even further now.
Oh, really?
I will say, I don't think I've ever in my life seen this big of a wind field for 90 to
Wow, look at
100% chance. I don't think I've seen this.
What
ever.
about Hurricane Nicole? Since
Oh.
that had like a massive wind field of tropical storm force winds. I still remember that. I had said I got like gusts of 70 miles per hour in my area, and I felt my house shake from that wind.
Okay, so you are on the east coast of Florida, right?
Yeah, I'm east.
You said what?
East Coast.
Oh, Florida?
Yeah. Stuart. It's a little city.
Yeah, that's why. The wind field, it was much larger than this, but it was over the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle to see a wind field like that.
Oh yeah, blowing Rosa is
And then
kind of
if you
correct.
look at
too.
the
Sandy did have a bigger one.
hurricane one.
I'm just trying to think of previous storms.
Sandy had a bigger wind field.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm just talking about for Georgia.
And this, it's going to be updated as it moves more northward. So when it's right here, up in the Big Bend area, we could see possibly hurricane force wind probabilities all the way up into this area of Georgia, into middle Georgia, Macon, some parts even up into Atlanta, Augusta, Georgia, into South Carolina.
I think as with anything quite unusual like this, they're going to underestimate it.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, my take on the NHC right now is, even though they're saying 120 miles an hour with this, trying to be on the low side of it, be conservative, I feel like it's giving a negative impact and looking like, oh, it's not that big of a deal, when people just forget about all these other things, your storm surge, your winds, all the
Rainfall.
flooding.
But I don't think that is conservative. I think it's a decent forecast. It could get stronger than that, but I think it's the most likely. I mean, it's a tough one because we're up against people who don't think a storm is serious unless it's a Category 5. People, and then you've got what was I going to say next? I can't remember now, but something else to do with that.
There's a new little VHT. It's almost nearly impossible to see, but there is one forming in between that little area of where we saw convection and the other part of all that massive area of convection. So it's right here. Actually, if I can open Epic Pen, I can show y'all if it wants to load. I don't know if it does.
Recon, by the way, continuing to move east on the southeast side of the storm. They're regularly getting nearly 80 knot flight level winds. That's quite far away from the center too.
So what I just circled right here, that is a new little VHT. It's hard to see, but there's a little tiny dot. When you zoom in, you can see it. And that's concerning because this was our previous VHT that we were talking about that was going up. And then we have convection here. So this is in the middle. If this can blow up and become big, then it's going to fully enclose that eye. So this really just determines what happens now.
Welsh Transport Guy says, how much rain will Helene bring? Well, in southern, in the Panhandle, we could be looking about 10 inches, maybe slightly more. but the highest amount of rains will be over the Appalachians to the north, parts of the Carolinas, northern Georgia, eastern Tennessee, maybe Kentucky, possibly getting over 15 inches of rain. I think the National Hurricane Center said isolated maximums of 18. Sammy says, is there a possibility of tornadoes in Santa Rosa County? But the question is, where is Santa Rosa County?
You said where, Santa Rosa County? That's like, it's next to Pensacola, Florida.
Oh, yes. I'm sure they spoke to us before. They should be pretty clear.
Yeah. They shouldn't really have any effects through Helene. Y'all should be all good.
Since I
Just
last
keep an eye out
talked about
in case
it,
anything changes.
since I last talked about it, there's been 2,000 more power outages, so already getting a few. Let me go through some. Collier County, nearly 4,000 are out now. Lee, nearly 3,000. Charlotte, 1,800. DeSoto, 107. Indian River, 821. Hillsborough County, first power outages there now. Tampa Bay area, 1,900. Pinellas, 1,888. And Wakulla, near the potential landfall zone, 642. And Leon, which I think is Tallahassee, is it?
You said what?
Leon County.
I'm not sure where Leon is.
If it's not covering Tallahassee, it's right next to it. 2,000 out there.
Austin with a head. How safe is Ocala and Gainesville, Florida? Y'all will probably get a decent amount of rain, but there should be no surge because y'all are far enough inshore. And what the expected path is to make it up towards Tallahassee and not Gainesville. So y'all should be okay. Just watch out for the flooding that could be possibly localized.
All right. The speed of our stream is probably going to slow down a bit here because I'm just trying to fit in dinner at the same time. But we are watching Helene moving northward at a more rapid pace today, and we expect it to continue speeding up until landfall, likely to reach Category 3 status relatively soon. But when? And
new update. Wow, look at IR. Wow, VHT is big time.
Yeah, I saw that. Let's try and get a close-up view here. Just waiting for it to load.
Okay, that's actually kind of concerning now, seeing how fast those VHTs just came into play. If those VHTs can get big enough, this is about to be fully closed.
Fascinating imagery right there. Really blowing up some quite high cloud tops there from that eastern side, shoring up that eyewall. And
it's just impressive what nature can do. Like, not even us being able to control something and then seeing something this big compared to us. Like, it's incredible.
Oh, it's big. AF308 now making a new pass from southeast to northwest by the looks of it. They're coming in from the southeast right now. They're already at hurricane force winds, 70 to 75 knots at flight level, and it's on its way. We should get the data in maybe in 10 minutes, might be 20. So that's the one plane that's currently in the storm, and we wait with bated breath as to whether this is now a sure sign of strengthening or whether there's still work to do in terms of the raw numbers. We'll take some more questions as they come in as well. Start your message with Force 13, all in text. Glowing Rose says, all the 12Z models saying rapid intensification on short-term models.
I do want to say this, I'm not 100% sure, but NHC did say this does look to be like the last mission for this.
What?
If you check the TCPOD, you can look at the plan of the day.
Surely not.
Because usually it has a list of what they have, but I don't see anything else.
Hold on. Let me see here.
It's in the Atlantic requirements. Negative recon requirements. Outlook for succeeding day negative. Remarks. Mission task for Hurricane Helene and TCPOD 24117 will be flown as planned.
That's the plan of the day for tomorrow, though.
So...
You need today's.
I'm not sure why.
That's what they always do. They always do the plan of the day for tomorrow. What I was going to do actually is check the GFS model because the new GFS has come out. Let's see what they're saying. We'll have to go to the wide view to get the latest. So it initializes the storm at 965-ish. Well, a bit higher than that actually. So GFS is underestimating the storm. And then landfall in the upper 950s, but that's an underestimate. So I would expect now maybe a landfall in the lower 950s or maybe 940s still. Category 3, I should expect. Off it goes, swirling around, dies off. Look at Isaac, off to the right. In the 980s there quite quickly. And then 970s, look at that. Passing by the Azores, probably Category 1. Then the other system behind it there as well, that 80% chance. Looks like it's only going to be a tropical storm on that run. And look in the long range. I mean, we shouldn't really look at long range, but look at that. Another sort of almost repeat performance of another Gulf of Mexico beast. This time moving further west, though. And another system out in the open Atlantic. So who knows what might happen next week as we enter October.
Does October want to perform well this year?
Oh, probably. This season, I think this season might be backloaded. I still maintain that we might have a December storm this year.
I would be surprised. I'm more concerned about the winter tornadic season.
Uh-oh. Get some more comments. Any explanation for the ground level winds they're receiving from the south-southeast in northern Alabama? I'll try and have a look. North-northeast. Sorry, south-south. Was it? What did you say? You should be getting winds from the north-northeast. But you're saying it's south-southeast. That's interesting. I'm not really sure. Villani says it looks like Helene is moving north-northwest. I wouldn't say that. I would not say that.
Look back on that newest infrared scan, that IR. That VHT just all became one. Now it's fully enclosed around the eye, and the eye is starting to clear now.
Possibly. There you go. Look at that. I drew a line. It's it might even still be east of north there on that update.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a couple miles off, but you get the idea.
Just a couple.
Dang, she's a beast right now.
Send them back to school to learn how to draw a line.
Let's see if
I just noticed I have to go back to school tomorrow. They just canceled it for today.
Oh, so long story short, I'll make this very quick. But pretty much all around Atlanta, all the schools got canceled for all the counties. The one county that didn't cancel was ours, right in the middle, around about 15 other counties that closed. Tell me how that makes sense. And then they decide now, after they saw it, to cancel. So
The math teachers, of course, they want school to continue.
oh yeah,
The
it's
math,
always the math teachers.
always the math teachers.
Yeah.
Never
All
get a
right
break
then.
from them.
Speaking of
Nathan?
math, I'm just going to have a look at the eye temperature, and it won't tell me. I don't think it's as high as it was earlier, but it will be underneath that. We're looking at the viewpoint from Carabel right now, and you can see they've been getting bits and bobs of rain there.
Yeah.
Now back to
Someone mentioned
Steinhatchee.
someone mentioned in chat about the Florida holidays. I just forgot. Okay, here's the thing for Florida schools. If you miss 1 day of school because of a hurricane, they take that off of Thanksgiving break. So they take 1 day off.
What?
Yeah,
It's the
so-
same here. Same exact thing.
Yeah. So the time with Ian, we missed 3 days of school. Then Nicole came in, we missed 1 day of school. So we missed 1 week off of Thanksgiving. So
I'll tell y'all right now, do not move to Florida. If you don't like that stuff, do not move there. But if you like weather, move.
Just everything seems to be hitting the panhandle these days.
And I have early release next Wednesday, and I have no school on Thursday next week.
And you may be wondering why we're a little bit quieter here. I'm just in the middle
Oh yeah,
of dinner.
I thought you cut out on this for a second.
Oh no, I'm just in the middle of dinner here while streaming. We got to do it
Dinner?
at some point, haven't we? You know.
Yeah,
but-
my dad's gonna order something. I paid him. I'm gonna get.
My apologies in advance, but
You're good.
we
Don't
have
worry.
we have to keep moving somehow. And obviously, this storm will be taking us all the way through into the evening. Clearly.
My school, somebody said my school would make us go to school with 4 feet of snow. Yeah, no.
Well, why does it remind me of Harvey? There was it was that. So after Harvey, there was so much flooding in the area, and someone posted a video on Twitter with kids on like those walking planes walking over water inside of a school. And
Yeah.
someone said, of course the math teachers tell it there's still school.
Well, my school would have survived a nuclear fallout, nuclear winter,
All right.
if we ever had one.
Now everyone's gonna come over there.
Somebody just
Back
said
to
it's
Helene.
sunny in Tampa. Can somebody verify this?
Well,
Oh, no, you
there
don't
are
have to
sunny spells in Tampa right now, but it's going to be clouding over very soon if it hasn't yet.
Yeah. Right now, I think the inner parts of I don't think Helene's inner parts are gonna start coming over me. I'm not sure. It's too far away, and I'm too far
Yeah.
away from it.
I do
But
want to
either way, I'm already
say,
getting Storm Force winds here.
I do want to say, I am very confident that this is now go time with Helene. Seeing this VHT rapidly intensify quicker than I thought, and now we have new VHTs even on the northern part inside that convection in the big area we've seen already.
Oh yeah, that thing is blowing up a lot.
This is it's looking more so of what you can consider classic.
Here's some new
I'm just
frames.
folding clothes right now while doing this.
What's that?
I'm just folding clothes right now while I'm doing this.
I don't think anyone's ever said that on our live streams before.
Yeah, at least I got these boards. Them clothes are not gonna fold themselves. Oh,
And the eye is starting to clear.
Oh.
Jack, what's your perspective on this right now?
Well, we've sort of drifted away from the storm in the past minutes. I don't know why, but not much different from what it was earlier. I mean, the storm is starting to get the convection. Will get some more convection wrapped around its eye properly now, because it wasn't fully wrapped before. It's still not fully wrapped now, but it's going to be it's looking a lot better now, obviously.
It's just got a couple more
Alright.
hours of convection.
TJ Flack? No. We're not doing that.
Is that
I
is
saw.
Helene trying to do an EWRC?
TJ
or-
Flack, if you donate
I think
$500, I got you.
Nah, bro's doing. I was not expecting someone to say wear a bunny costume.
No, definitely not.
I was actually going to do that.
Aw.
For the whole thing of if I lost the bet against Nathan.
Wait, Nathan, you still have that hot dog costume?
I think so.
Oh no.
I
No,
remember-
you don't
It's
need to wear it now.
no, it's not going to get worn again. Anyways, JA Gaming
Actually,
wants
I'll
to know
make
if
sure
this
it gets
stream
worn
is going to
again.
go till post Landfall. We're going to go to at least 2 Landfall. I mean, I don't know when it's going to be, but looks like it'll be just after sunset or maybe a bit later now.
Second Landfall, are you talking about John or?
I don't think I said second Landfall until after Landfall. For Helene. Sammy said, so far we have 9 named storms this season. Do you still think it's possible we reach 20 named storms? Well, we've been extrapolating our forecast down every month. The current forecast calls for 17.
I mean, it happens sometimes with the National Hurricane Center was correct about the La Nina phase, that it was going to be late into the season, which, I mean, it did form late season, so that counted correctly for it. But either way, just know we still got 2 more months to go before the season ends. And like Nathan said, there's possibly we might get a December storm. Who knows?
I do want to just say something which might be interesting to some people. I'm not sure where this is, but French Broad River at Fletcher. So this is an observation versus forecast. Observed has been 15.52 feet of water. What they're forecasting for Helene, 29.6 feet of water. Their record is 20.
Wow.
So that just shows you something about this. How much this rain,
river flooding.
Wow. 30 feet is just absurd.
Wow. 30 feet, the forecast.
Yep. Check work discussion if you want to.
Unbelievable. Oh yeah.
I mean, to be honest, the person JA Gaming, I guess someone in the server was gonna go storm chasing the hurricane. I mean, lots of people do it. I'll
yes,
do it.
I'm not gonna say names or anything, but it's somebody who I talk to often.
I did tell Nathan, if this hurricane was gonna come over my city, I'll be outside in the eye. I would have done it.
Well, good luck.
Nah, I will last. I'm gonna be the next Jin Kantori. I'll be the next one.
You know, Nelson did it during Hurricane Zeta.
Oh yeah, I was close into the eye of Nicole a couple years ago. It felt good, but it just the ear pressure. It was probably my ears a lot.
So
yeah, that felt uncomfortable. But
pretty much right now. So Recon, they have not made it into the eye quite yet. They are getting there. But now that we have those VHTs, that's making me think we could possibly see some stronger winds than we have seen at all, because that new convection, we have cooler temps, and it's a decent area of convection. I'm gonna be honest, it's a decent size, and so if they fly through that, we could see some possibly stronger winds than before with this.
Nathan, quick question: how far is Helene from Landfall?
Let's have a look. Current distance. Well, if we're going to put down a landfall location, let's say Apalachee Bay, 425 kilometers. About what's that? 300 miles. It is currently 315 kilometers from Tampa. That's just short of 200 miles. Closest point of land is currently probably Longboat Key. Longboat Key at 267 kilometers right now.
So I do want to say real quick, we have probably not even 10 minutes, and then we'll have a fully closed eye with convection all around it, and then we just have to wait for it to
it's starting to
possibly
look like
clear out.
And we'll
if
have
it
the
can clear
Recon
out-
data. And that's all after the break.
Yeah.
We'll be back in just a few moments with more on Helene after this.
Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Hurricane Helene looks like it might be starting to intensify again as it moves northwards towards its eventual landfall. Recon in the storm right now. They've just got winds, flight level winds of about 103 maybe. Very close to what they were getting before. In the southeastern quadrant, just about to intercept the eye right now. We'll wait for an all-important eye pass there to see if we can establish whether the storm has actually strengthened or has started to strengthen, as satellite imagery may be telling us. This is also a key hour because at the end of it, the National Hurricane Center will be updating us on both Hurricane Helene and Hurricane John, which is heading towards the coast of Mexico again, like it did the other day. You're not living in like Groundhog Day. It actually has happened twice, and is causing extreme rainfall over parts of Mexico. Well, Helene is still expected to become a major hurricane, and we are expecting landfall a little bit later after sunset, probably in Apalachee Bay is the best guess at this time. So whilst we're looking at the storm, my name is Nathan Foy here in the studio, and we're joined by a few others with us once again for this hour of coverage. We have Lenny once again, hello, Jose, Christian, and Jack. Hello to all of you.
Good evening.
Evening indeed. On the US East Coast, it's 1 o'clock
Afternoon.
Central Time, midday. Over here in Blighty, it's 6:04.
Good old Blighty.
As we continue to watch Helene's progress, and certainly satellite has been looking quite impressive on the storm as we've been watching it this last hour. Did we want to talk about tornadoes first? I heard a lot of rumblings about that.
Lenny, take it away.
There's a deep CC drop currently. So South Carolina, I'll just go on this one. It's Earhart. I'm not sure how you say that, but it is right next to Lodge. And that is near Smokes, Williams, Bamberg, and Branchville, South Carolina. There is a CC drop currently, a very, very tight velocity couplet.
Oh, wow, strong.
So it's pretty concerning right now. That is doing damage for sure. Those deeper values indicate debris higher up into the air. So almost nearly a black pixel, a very dark blue, which means that could be somebody's roof off of a house that we're seeing on radar. So that is showing some pretty significant damage there. I'm just hoping that that doesn't wrap up, tighten, and become any bigger than it is.
Oh yeah, and I remember they did warn about rain-wrapped tornadoes. For Helene.
Just keep that on the screen for a minute. Trying to figure out exactly what's in the vicinity there.
Right, there you go.
That's a type thing. That's a CC. Dang.
That does look to be more intense than the one we saw earlier this morning.
Another tornado warning just came out.
Oh. Wow. Big CC drop.
Oh, look
Big
at that.
CC.
Wow.
And that is on a hook. There is a couplet. This should be going radar confirmed here very shortly. It does not look like we have any spotters in the area.
Where is
But
this?
National Weather Service will see this, so they will put this as radar confirmed very shortly, and the warning will turn to purple, as y'all will see. This is near Earhart, Smokes, Williams, South Carolina.
Oh, South Carolina.
Yeah. That's the strongest CC drop I've seen so far since the 2 hours ago from another tornado that was reported on the ground. And it had a strong CC drop on it. Wow, that's strong.
Let's actually look at a couple of tilts. So it is showing debris up on. Oh, yep, there you go. See it? It just turned purple, as I told you. That's
Yeah.
That. Let's see what they said about it. Radar confirmed tornado, as I said. Yes.
Still
Damage
trying to
and
find
tornado.
where this damn thing is. It was near Bamberg, wasn't it?
It's east
Lodge.
of Earth.
Yeah, I can actually, if you want, I can send you the location.
It's just east of Earth.
Oh, I found it. Okay.
Iridat. Iridat. I can't pronounce it.
Yeah, Erhard. I've just found it.
Northeast Hampton.
So yeah, there may have been 1 or 2 properties under that.
That's very unfortunate.
I mean, it could be anything really, but.
And if we do look at higher tails, you can see how strong this mesocyclone is. There's debris being detected upwards of 4,000 feet, so that's a pretty strong tornado.
Looks like it's starting to weaken.
Let me get this new scan.
Okay, we do have a response from Helene then. Recon extrapolated 958.3, and they didn't get any higher winds, but once again, a bit of a drop there. Certainly a drop.
I thought you
I
were
would
saying
just
Helene
say,
was talking to
do
you.
not go and look at the HWRF.
Oh, God.
I'll post the
The
picture
more-
in work discussion.
The thing is though, the more you say don't look at this, people are gonna want to look at that.
Well,
Yes,
we
thank you,
can
Christian,
we can
for
we can look at
diagnosing the
it.
obvious in there.
We can look at it together and explain why it may or may not be wrong. So I assume you're looking at 12Z. It doesn't look that crazy to me.
Look in are you able to look at Discord on the work discussion?
I'll just go and have a 12Z. It doesn't look that bad.
Oh dear.
Look at the simulated infrared imagery.
Yeah.
I see. The simulated infrared looks more interesting after landfall.
But simulated
this
infrared is rubbish.
It's quite plausible, but it does insinuate, in fact, yeah, it's about 9 millibars too low. Calls for a landfall about 941 there. Interesting what happens after that.
So you think it's going to be around 950?
I think that might be the best guess right now on this, although will it intensify rapidly now? We're getting this 950, well, still rounds up to 960, I think it was extrapolated. That will be a drop of 2 millibars in the last hour. No, it was more than that, 3 millibars. No, 4 actually, so yeah, definitely started a strengthening phase.
Very rapidly.
That is just the extrapolated though. Really keen to see what Dropson might say. And then obviously satellite is really starting to look better. We could be looking at this, well, we've been promised for a long time about this rapid intensification phase. It never really arrived.
Right.
Well, this could be it.
I think it has come.
But we won't know for a little bit until we get some more info. But I'll be looking out for that recon data. No other flights into the storm right now, unfortunately. So we're stuck waiting on that.
There's been a tweet out from the NHC.
Have they done an update statement?
I wouldn't say like it doesn't have any like numbers in it. It's just like as Helene continues to approach the coast, please do not get overly focused on short-term wobbles and that kind of thing.
So just an information.
Wow, I have not heard that. Okay, the
and
BDM.
I'll put the link in live discussion because I don't know, just see what you guys make of it.
I've already seen it actually. As
so-
Helene continues to approach the coast, please do not get overly focused on short-term wobbles in its track, false eye locations, or on specific computer model simulations. Absolutely.
So, I'm not sure if this is the newest VDM. I have to check in a sec. I think this is 1536.
I was gonna say with that cone there, you can hardly see the cone itself underneath all the warnings. I mean, it does. I mean, obviously, I get it. The warnings are the most important thing to convey on the cone.
I'm still a fan of it despite that.
Yeah, what? Sorry?
I'm still a fan of it despite that.
Yeah, no, I like it too. It's much more informative. I mean,
So,
this is
the
probably the
last
first time I've seen it like this, actually,
Yeah.
the last
in a
VDM we
real world
had
scenario.
was ragged southwest, meaning it was somewhat closed mostly. There's just a little bit open. It was ragged. I'm confident once this new VDM comes out, we're gonna see a fully closed eye.
May well be.
I'm pretty confident.
Let's go back to some of our super close-ups here then. They'll take just a little minute to load here, so pardon the black screen. There it is. Well, I mean, the eye isn't really opening up very much at the moment, but it certainly has the potential to. Cloud top still blowing up massively on that northeast side. Southeast side still might be lacking just a little bit, but overall this storm does still appear to be improving, and certainly we're seeing that with what we found on that Recon data. We're watching and waiting to see if we get any drops on info and what they managed to get on that northwest side. There's still quite a lot of convection there. Earlier on, the northwest side was actually very disappointing. I'd be intrigued to see if it's better now than it was probably, when was it? Earlier this morning. SFMR's in that flight, by the way, 80 knots, and they got flight level winds about 103. So wind speeds haven't increased still, but we do have an indication that the pressure has dropped.
And how big are the wind fields of this system?
That's a good question. I mean, they've been getting hurricane force flight level winds up to about 80 miles east.
Wow.
Yeah, but we were talking earlier, Christian, nearly 3 times as big as Ian.
Oh my! Oh, wow. How big was Ian?
Big enough, and
yeah.
60% larger than Hurricane Irma at landfall.
I mean, I wasn't here for Irma, but I mean, yeah. Irma was fairly sizable.
Irma reminds me of the great time when I was down in the Virgin Islands when it hit, and I decided to go swimming when it was hitting.
Yeah.
At category 5 strength, so do not try that. That is a very dumb idea.
Yeah, that sounds like a Darwin award right there.
So,
yeah. So I just want to point out, I've got the NHC forecast advisory up on my screen as well. 34 knot winds.
We don't have your screen, Christian.
Well, I've got it up on my monitor. I'm not screen sharing.
Sorry.
But no, what they've got here: 250 northeast quadrant.
Yep.
300 southeast, which is massive.
Yep.
100 southwest. 120 northwest. Again, 250 northeast. 300 southeast. 100 southwest. 120 northwest. So that is very big.
And still quite lopsided as well. It's been the case ever since the beginning.
I've proved you wrong. You do say nerf.
He does. That's for a discussion for another time.
Anyway,
that's not important right now.
Sorry.
What is... Oh dear.
I just thought
Take a look at some cameras.
It's not like you say narf.
Alright, linguistics aside, let's take a look at some of the cameras then again. Let's go back to Bonita Beach. Here's a live view. Well, the water hasn't encroached any further there, but certainly quite dark skies in the distance. There's still 2 people out there as well.
Are they fishing?
You might have a...
What are they doing?
I'm taking pictures
Nathan,
now.
what do you reckon I can get up? Because I don't know what to get up on my screen, but I have the capability to get anything up on my screen. So if you want me to get anything up, then I'll do it. Because I have no idea what to do.
Maybe some extra radar and cameras.
Okay then.
Yeah, I mean, there's not all that much else to look at until we get the next advisory from the Hurricane Center.
What is that in the background there?
These 2 people seem to be having a nice time.
Yeah, there's my brother being a complete idiot.
Not you. I mean, to be fair though, I mean, you go to the beach to relax, don't you? I mean, and take
Oh,
photos.
there's
I
more
mean,
people now.
I mean, well, granted, that's what I do on a beach, especially when I go abroad.
Well,
But
yes, but
weather's not normally this bad.
they're expecting a storm surge here, you know.
How much of a storm surge?
At this location, I think it's 4 to 7 feet here.
Okay, so that's about like neck height for me.
What, you're 7 feet?
No, I was referring to the 4 feet.
Oh, right.
You know.
Christian's not 7
I mean,
feet.
yeah, it is 4. It is 4.
Anyway.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can talk.
goodness me.
Yes, no,
Well,
it is.
I'm
Again,
telling you.
4 to 7 feet. That's I don't know.
Okay.
Nathan, here's some radar.
George says it's 2 people with combined IQ of 5 trying to TikTok some videos. I do not feel guilty if they do not survive. Oh dear, George.
Don't say that.
Don't say things like that.
Yeah, don't say things like that.
Yeah, the next advisory from the Hurricane Center, yes, question there. They'll be doing intermediate advisories on both Helene and on Hurricane John at the top of the hour. We'll be here to catch it. There's going to be probably a bit more of a data dump there as well.
Great.
Over to Sanibel, which looks like this. Again, looking rough as it always has done, to be fair. A little bit accentuated because of the narrow angle. But clearly showing quite rough seas there. You wouldn't want to be in that.
No, not at all.
Let's go to Longboat Key, and this is somewhere that could get, I think 4 to 7 feet of storm surge in this zone here.
That looks pretty.
Water's moved in slightly, maybe, not very much, but certainly getting some winds there as well. Dark clouds getting closer and closer. The hurricane is really riding close now before it actually hits some of these areas. Yeah. Lenny, what are you looking at there?
I'm just trying to find any damage that's possible.
Some damage images there. Let's take a look at some of the other cameras. This is Hernando Beach. This is one to watch as well. This is potentially 12 feet of storm surge for this location. This is north of Tampa. So we're going to be watching this one. Still looks quite okay there, but conditions will deteriorate later. Steinhatchee still looks calm, very calm as well. Obviously, this is much further north. This is right in there. This area could receive, right in the middle, about possibly 20 feet of storm surge here. I mean, you look at this, 20 feet, that's probably going to reach the camera.
RIP camera.
That's not good.
So, I do want to note there is more convection now occurring along the northern side. So, it's actually starting to fill in all around. I can zoom into it. So, you have this little area right here. You had this big VHT pop up earlier. You have this right here, a new VHT. One here. It's kind of down here a little bit, but we just need it to be more strong and VHTs to pop up here if we're going to actually want to see something.
Okay, oh dear.
See,
hold on a minute. Recon are now in the northwestern quadrant, and they've only got 50-knot flight level winds.
Huh?
Yep.
That's a bit low, isn't it?
60-knot SFMRs. That is. So clearly work to do on that side, as it was earlier.
Nathan, I have radar, by the way.
If it can get enough convection, like, to build around it quick enough, and on every single side of it, then we could see something even bigger. Right now, I think it's just kind of playing Ring Around the Rosie, I guess you could say.
We have a drop sound as well. 960 millibars at 7 knots, so that would probably support 959 there. But despite that, still haven't seen any stronger winds, although the areas they sampled, southeast and northwest, probably wasn't the strongest area.
And then I've got to ask
Well,
as
that was
well.
just 7
What's,
minutes ago.
and then I've got to ask, what's Isaac up to? It's not the focus of the stream. I just want to know what it's up to.
Well, we did have pictures of Isaac just for this situation. There it is, Isaac right now on the right-hand side. Actually not looking quite as good as it did earlier, but still holding steady by the looks of things, around 50 mile per hour winds. And that is expected to become a hurricane as well as it moves off towards the northeast. We looked at it earlier, it was an old cone. Let me show you the latest cone now. Here it is, moving east-northeast at first, and then a little bit more of a turn northwards and then back. Yeah?
It's headed towards northern Spain by the looks
Going
of
quite
things.
far east, isn't it?
Yeah, that's very surprising. It's headed. I'm surprised it's actually headed this way.
Yeah, this way.
Well, I mean, yeah.
And if anyone's sometimes when there's a big storm, they'll insert little funny messages into the smaller storms discussions. Let's have a see what they're writing. Isaac's structure has remained mostly steady state during the last 6 hours. Yada yada yada. 45 knots.
Okay.
Not much to talk about there.
So, okay, I do have an image from one of our viewers who is in the Discord.
Oh, nice.
It is Meteo Fur in Florida, currently near Hernando Beach. He did say, he said storm surge getting quite high, only like 1 foot higher till it spills over and floods the entire town.
Yeah, it
And
looks
this is
relatively high
currently
there.
what it looks like.
Damn, that's
Yes, and that's
Not
coming
even
from
at all.
Meteo Fur, one of the viewers.
Yeah, I know that guy. I mean, feel free to join us on the stream if you wanted to, but you might be quite busy.
Again, send one of us a message on if you're in the Discord.
He said he got something better. I'll get that pulled up real quick.
In the meantime, we'll keep looking at... Oh, they got a video. Just a second. There it is.
Yeah.
Without knowing anything about the area, that water looks like it's flowing.
Yeah, that's pretty high right now.
Flowing in. So there we go. Let's go back to the latest imagery on Helene. Just reload these to get the latest frames.
I'm back.
Looks like it is a developing or strengthening storm. The eye might be hiding a little bit again there on those latest frames, but the big difference now, key difference, is that the eastern side looks like it's wrapped up from a distance at least. And this could be it.
Well, okay, so I just got the newest IR image, and there's now convection starting to happen closer to the eye, and it's starting to actually wrap around it. And it's very visible. You can see the actual outline now of it.
Yep.
Which, that's, when you see that line, I mean, that's classic in some pretty strong storms. Like, in these major hurricanes you've seen in the past, like, I'll just use Irma for an example. You could see the colorful black line around it. It's starting to get that beginning look. So that's just what's concerning me. If this can pull out a little bit more to the east, then we might have some issues we're going to be dealing with.
Aria says, could Helene weaken before landfall? Shear is increasing exponentially. Wind shear will be increasing later today, but yeah, there's a chance it could weaken a little bit before landfall, but not very much.
I do want to input on that. So this has been moving into a more sheared environment, but it seems like it's performing better in these higher sheared environments. I mean, that's just my take from this. What I've seen over the evolution of this. So
I mean, now that it's here, if it does go slower than expected, I think wind shear may have more of a part to play. So I think I don't know whether we want it to go faster or whether we want it to go slower. But either way, some serious storm surge is locked in here.
I'll just say stay where you are and head right out the Gulf.
Turn around.
Yep.
Well, that would be it, wouldn't it?
Except I need this rain. It's been too hot.
Unfortunately, not realistic scenario for it to turn right around. Feel free to send in your own questions live on the stream here, and we'll be continuing to answer them whenever. Let's see.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is there like something where people can send in photos and stuff, like Twitter or whatever?
You know what? We need to work on having some kind of. You know what I wanted? I wanted a like interface on our website that could have like a media wall of storms or something as an event was unfolding. It's something we need to work on when we go into the off season. But as for now, you can either. If you know our team members well, like Christian or Jack, of course, Lenny, you're new here, but people might know you from elsewhere, and Jose.
Yes.
You can message them through Discord, or if you message me, I won't be looking because I'm too busy. Or you can get through on our Twitter, tag us with whatever you want.
Well, if anyone wants to message me, that's Ice Jagbox, all in lowercase.
Great
Very
name.
easy.
Your best bet is to message one of us.
Basically. All right. Villani says, what's the eye's temperature right now? You may remember before it was about 10 degrees. I can tell you the eye temperature has declined a lot. I don't know what it is. It won't... yep, minus 27 now, actually.
Oh, what? Damn, that's quite a decrease.
Oh, my newest scan has minus 25.
Well, similar, but the reason why the eye looks like it's shriveling up, it isn't really. It's just because of this convection blowing up over it. You know, the eye looks like it's disappearing. This is temporary. I think the eye will rebound later on, as soon as an hour, maybe.
If you're looking on the right side of his screen, on the bottom left of the eye, you can see that convection literally pulling over to the other convection. That's my biggest fear. If it can do that, if that can manage that for a good 30 to 45 minutes, then, I mean, this could potentially get wrapped up all the way. Based off of its history, I'm not sure if it can do that, but
there we go.
Off
Just
the looks of it,
repositioned it there.
does look like it does look like that's what it's headed for right now.
We've not heard anything from tornado warnings lately. What's the news?
So okay.
South Carolina, there's still a tornado warning there.
We do have one in Georgia, which the rotation is broadened out. I'm not sure, but it is for Baxley County, Georgia. Or Appling County, Georgia, actually. But there is a town named Baxley that is in the path of this warning. It does expire in 13 minutes.
Well, that's incredible. There's no further strong winds in that northwestern eyewall the Recon's going through. They got maximums of 50 knot flight level. So what does that tell us? It's either very weak or non-existent in that northwestern side. The eye might be open in that side. It needs work. So that's one thing that might be holding it back now from rapidly intensifying at the minute. But we did see that the pressure is dropping. Drops on, suggesting 959. So it seems to be trying to prevent the inevitable. But as of right now, certainly wind speeds, we're not seeing anything higher. But we have got a lower pressure. Really fascinating to watch that, actually. Because when you look on visible, it looks the full package. But underneath, it sounds like there are still some little issues there. Jack?
Well, I won't be able to speak that much right now because I'll be eating dinner. But
Sorry.
I'm going to leave the radar on that I had, which is this. I believe it updates automatically if I just switch to that. It should update automatically.
Nice looking radar too.
Having a look. There you are.
Yeah, so there you go. That's what Jack has for us right now. Kenoy says Helene has been struggling to clear out its eye, and that's a good thing. Sort of is, but in other ways it looks good. But right now it doesn't look like rapid intensification. There might be some intensification, but you just feel that the rapid intensification button is going to get pushed at some point this afternoon.
The lever's gonna get flipped.
Abel says it's windy out here in Fort Myers, but absolutely no rain. You can see why. All the clouds are just offshore. And Raphael says Helene's eye is massive. It's sizable. Yeah, okay, it's about 50 kilometers in diameter, so it's on the larger side, but given the storm's wind field, it's certainly not that large an eye. But yeah, larger than average. I'm just going to update the bottom bar now to show the new... not much has changed actually since the last time we did that bar, but 959 millibars looks like it's going to be what we've got here. So I'm going to go and update that whilst we're still looking at the latest imagery. So Christian, were you expecting this?
Funnily enough, no, I wasn't. Again, I don't really expect much out of these things. What? But I don't know, man.
I'm sorry, bro. I was eating and I hear that.
Go on.
Oh dear. I don't want these systems to get really powerful, okay?
Well, no.
Like, I'm sure everyone doesn't want that to happen. Again, it's not just in the Atlantic, it's worldwide. Again, I've been to some locations that have been impacted by tropical storms and typhoons, cyclones, hurricanes in the past. Yeah, these places are beautiful. Like, I don't want anything bad to happen to these places. And this is one such occasion. But I'm not sure what the models are thinking, because I don't really look at the models often enough. Because life very often gets in the way.
Fair enough. Whilst I'm working on this bottom bar, then let me just give you some location updates. Distance from a few points that we're going to put on our bottom bar tonight shortly. I think we're going to put down Fort Myers, and that is currently 333 kilometers.
I keep tripping whenever I hear kilometers, because as in America I use miles.
I know, it's 208 miles, I think it is. Something like that.
Like, you wouldn't survive over here in England, because we use both miles and kilometers.
Yeah.
I don't. Tampa is 317 kilometers. That's 198 miles. I only know that by doing basic maths, because 320 kilometers is 200 miles. And Tallahassee is 456 kilometers. When you get to those kinds of numbers, I start to get a little bit frazzled in my mind. That's nearly 300 miles. So there we go, we did it. That's the bottom bar. So I'll be exporting that, and then you'll hear a little ding, like a microwave, and then it will appear on the stream. Oh, not that one. That was the first ding. It's the second ding. Nope. That's an error. Oh, that's an error ding. Hold on a minute. Something went wrong.
So we're getting into the 950s now.
Yes.
So far, Recon has found 958.3.
That's right. That's what we saw a little bit earlier, a few minutes ago. So we are entering the 950s. We will be running 959 millibars on our graphics in a moment. Updating that left bar might take a while, though. I don't know how that's going to work. I mean, you guys could watch me do it in real time. I mean, it's just so hard to concentrate whilst doing all this.
An average day at work at 413 HQ.
Yeah, basically. Anyways, yeah, everyone's laughing at the error ding. That was an unexpected one, definitely.
It's just a Windows 10 ding, guys. Come on, you
Yeah.
hear it all the time.
Well, I like to be different. I like to call it an error ding. Anyways,
I nearly dropped a T-Mark. Oops.
Hurricane
That was
Helene,
tough.
National Hurricane Center will be updating soon with their 1 p.m. advisory. So stay tuned for that. It will be coming up shortly. They'll also have the update on John. That should be any time now. They'll probably do John first to get it out of the way, and then they'll do Helene. John, though, Christian, the story of John continues, doesn't it?
Yeah, John won't shut up.
Yes. And it's like,
oh my god,
it's almost Groundhog Day with John, isn't it?
Well,
Okay.
I mean, you could call it that. I prefer to call it deja vu, but you know, because it basically is. It's doing the exact same thing it tried to do earlier.
Okay, my images have stopped working. Hold on a minute. Let me try and get that back. There we go. This is John
Okay.
infrared right now. Oh, hold on a minute. John shriveling up and dying off by the looks of things.
Oh, well, that's a surprise.
John
Okay,
is not
so
looking good. This is Hurricane John, everyone, right now.
I do want to jump on over to Helene real quick.
Sure.
So
Can't get away from it for long, can we?
Somebody did post on Twitter. I will send the link in Discord. But somebody said, starting to see some evidence of increasing subsidized warming in Helene's eye from this upshear distributed convection around the center. Notice the more pronounced V-shaped profile on the latest Recon drops on compared to the one from 2 hours ago. Subsidence warming drying into the eye like this usually leads to significant strengthening of a hurricane like Helene. Warmer sinking air in the eye statistically, I don't know how you say that, forces pressure falls at the surface while also increasing the wind via increases in the pressure and temperature gradient across the eye wall.
Well, I'm not sure what they're looking at, but the
Here,
V
I'll send you
patterns
the link.
in the Recon flights, yeah, maybe slightly more steep.
Nathan.
I'm not sure if I worded that the best, but
But the northwest side still has tons of work to do if it's going to be rapidly intensifying. Go ahead. Who was that?
If you wanted to go,
I was
posted
gonna
it.
say, you should look at this camera. It is shaking very hard right now, and you can see the trees starting to bend.
Oh yes, this is Cedar Key.
Yeah, the trees are like, yeah, there you go. You can see some bends to it.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you do want to go check in the work discussion, you can see what I'm talking about. That might make a little bit more sense.
I think I got the gist. I'm just not sure I agree with it at the minute, but I don't know. Maybe they know. It could be. I just think that northwest eye wall is going to be holding it back. Just an update from the. Obviously, at this time slot, they also do their tropical weather outlooks. And as you can see, they've updated that other area of interest now to 90%. That should be forming any time. However, it's not expected to become a particularly strong storm. Latest GFS only has it as a mid-range tropical storm. In any event, it's going to recurve, and if it affects anyone, it will be the Azores. Back to the camera, though, from Jose, showing us some significant waves at times there. And if I'm not mistaken, that seaweed has been pushed just a little bit further in as well.
Yeah, that's what I noticed too. That the seaweed's been pushing in more. You look at that wind. You can see the camera shaking a little violently right there.
Sometimes it can look dramatic compared to what's actually going on with these cameras and those trees. You know, they adapt to windy conditions. They bend all the time, but we'll keep watching this viewpoint. Obviously, conditions will be deteriorating here throughout the course of the afternoon, but they really are.
Just a reminder that this Cedar Key is right. It should.
They're only on the edge of the cloud cover right now, but yeah, they're right in the.
I think they're in the right.
No,
Cedar Key is
they're near. They're in the 10 to 15 feet zone, near the 15 to 20.
Oh, then yeah, you can see. Wow,
big waves.
I was
It's just
looking
getting
at the
crazy.
2-day outlook there, but they have actually also marked a 7-day system in the Caribbean, right behind
God.
Helene.
But you're
Oh,
actually
not
real?
again.
20% for the next 7 days on this system. A new area of low pressure could develop.
And you know that's gonna go
that's.
up.
Are you talking about
So,
that little not system, but that's coming right into the Caribbean Sea?
I don't know where it's coming from, but again,
Yeah, I feel like it's coming from
same
this
exact
system that's
places.
there.
Helene all over again. No, it's too early to say. Latest GFS actually takes it
No.
westwards through the western Gulf of Mexico.
That's
Although,
the one I was looking at earlier.
yeah, but this morning the GFS took it into Tampa. So
Oh, you
big
joking,
difference.
right?
Big differences. We'll have to see if it forms at all. Okay.
Mm.
So that's something to consider next week. Back to that camera then, just finishing off that point about Cedar Key. Well, there it is, some nice waves coming in there. Just on the edge of the cloud, so it's going to get a lot worse than this in this
Yeah.
location.
How much miles is away from? Well, we don't exactly know the exact landfall, but how close is it getting now, Nathan?
To that camera,
I guess we could put it like that, just in case if it. I don't think it's gonna make a landfall near there. We're probably near it.
well, the eye is still 370 kilometers away, so quite far, 200 and probably 230 miles or something.
Mm.
But obviously this storm should be picking up speed. Last we saw it was moving at 12 miles per hour. We really should be seeing an uptick. Actually, it was 14. We really should be seeing an uptick there later. Just waiting for the advisories to come out on Helene and John. We'll let you know as soon as they do. Be interesting to see what National Hurricane Center go with for Helene. Obviously, we've got this 959 millibar drop sond reading now, but winds that they've been capturing
Ooh.
still haven't shown any further strengthening yet.
Mm-mm.
well, we have something to talk about.
Okay.
More tornadoes.
More tornado warnings?
Oh.
We are currently up to 5 tornado warnings.
Active?
Yep.
Oh boy, we've been slacking then, haven't we?
Okay.
I think mine's still loading in. Oh, there we go.
Let's just
So-
throw up whichever one comes up first here on my dashboard. Tornado warning for Dublin, Georgia and East Dublin until 2:15, 29,000. That's quite far north actually. Go ahead, whoever wanted to speak next. That's one of the warnings.
So, that Dublin one does look. It's hard to tell right now. I don't see a CC on it, but that rotation is pretty tight. It does look like possibly something could try to happen in the near future. It's been tightening, so it's strengthening. The inflow is gradually increasing, so that's something to keep an eye out for.
And another warning has just been issued for north central Appling County in southeastern Georgia.
Nathan, I'm looping some radar, and it's interesting what I'm seeing here because it looks like it's starting to, jog slightly more to the east, so that could shift.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, I
You
see.
can see
Okay.
it looks like it's starting to jog more to the east.
Ooh,
there.
yeah.
That is a jog. See how long that goes on for.
As opposed to a sprint.
Thank you.
Well, it did start. It looks like it starts around 6:15 GMT +1, which I have no idea what the time zone is. With the translation, I'm not very good at
That's
that.
your
Say that
time
again.
zone.
GMT
Yeah,
plus
that's
1
my
is
time
cap.
zone. Yeah, that is my
So,
time zone.
okay.
I don't know what it is for Florida.
Minus
5 hours
5.
behind.
So I
Yeah.
understood it.
Minus 5 from.
Yeah,
Plus
okay.
Okay, so
Lenny.
multiple tornado warnings.
I
One,
still have
Georgia from Appling County. Another warning is from Georgia and Lawrence County. The next one is in South Carolina, which is Lee, Sumter County, and Clarendon County, South Carolina. Then we have Bamberg and Orangeburg County, South Carolina for another warning. And our last and final warning is Calhoun in Liberty
Oh, this
County,
started
Florida.
early.
People are
Five current warnings for now.
Sorry to interrupt. People are saying that advisory 13A is now out.
Yeah, it probably is. The update did come out. They've gone with 110 miles per hour, which I find intriguing. 959 millibars. I'm not sure the data supports just that amount, but well, it's close. So that's what they've gone with, 110 miles per hour on that update.
So that's 95 knots.
They are still suggesting a major hurricane upon landfall.
Well, they won't change that in the intermediate.
And then,
Yeah, that's definitely.
and then another advisory for John and Isaac, I assume, as well, is coming?
Nope, Isaac's not coming. There's no warnings. But John advisory is out, 75 miles per hour, stationary.
Okay, so the tornado warning that is in Apalachee, Georgia, they just did extend it, and it now goes into Toombs County, Georgia. So that is an extension. So now we're up to 6 current warnings.
Yeah, that is a clear jog there. Look. Wow.
Just a minute. We're looking at Longboat Key right now. This is at present the closest camera to the center of the storm, looking straight in towards it. Certainly getting some decent winds, and the water is just getting a little bit further in there as well, but still not massively so just yet. Go ahead.
Well, me, I was talking about this. I've zoomed in closer to this, and this I thought this jog started at around 6:20 p.m. GMT +1, but it looks like.
Well, it was moving northwest.
Half an hour ago.
It was moving northeast earlier today.
Yeah.
Then it went north, and now
back to northeast. It looks
slight
like
jog northeast again.
So did you say 6:20 GMT +1?
6:20 is what I thought, but it actually looks like it starts at around 5:45 that jog, or around 5:25 actually.
You're saying over an hour ago.
Yeah, but it wasn't as noticeable.
Alrighty then. Interesting.
Yeah, there it is.
So the government of Cuba has discontinued the tropical storm warning in Cuba, and I believe they are starting hourly updates. Yes, they are starting hourly position intensity information now. So I was expecting that to happen really, but that's what they're doing. Hourly updates on the way.
So I have two things. Well, first thing, there was a report of flooding in Tampa. It says, okay, inundation into first level of homes. So homes are now being flooded by surge in Tampa.
An hour ago, I said that 34,000 customers were out of power in Florida. It's now 60,000.
Wow. This is not going to be good.
A lot of those in the coastal areas. 7,500 in Collier County, 13,000 in Lee, 4,500 in Charlotte, 6,000 in Sarasota, 3,000 in Manatee. Those are the main places that have lost power recently, and also 1,000 in Okeechobee County as well.
Okay, my other thing I was going to say, for the people who like to go storm chase, who are into this sort of stuff, be very careful. There's chaser conversions currently ongoing in Tallahassee. Visibility can be brought down very quickly with some of these showers and these gusty winds causing whiteout conditions. And if you're going fast and you don't see somebody, you could crash into someone, or you could even hydroplane and end up in a crash off the road in a ditch. So be super careful. If you do not have to go out, don't. Just stay where you are.
Yep, conditions are definitely going to deteriorate throughout the course of this afternoon, and we'll be here to cover all of the latest info as it occurs. There's tons going on with this storm, certainly strengthening. NHC 110-959 at their last advisory, which is reasonable. I think it just might be a smidge lower in the last Recon flight, but maybe they'll get something more soon.
They are. The winds are picking up in that wind field now. Where there were 40 to 45 average, it's now 45 to 50. So it is starting to pick up on that northwest side. And they are doing west to east pass now.
Yes, they are. They are. Again, pretty light winds so far in that western side in comparison. 50 knots is the maximum they've had. But they're going to get the center again, and then they're going to see that really fierce eastern side and see what they've got.
And this convection just all practically died. It's like there's not that much convection really happening anymore.
But that can happen when an eyewall completes.
I mean, it can, yeah, for eyewall replacement.
No, sometimes the convection wanes when the eye is popping out. So if the eye pops out, then that'll be why.
Oh, yeah. And then it can fully pop out, and then we can see rapid intensification.
7 active tornado warnings now.
It's like the boiling point.
There's more?
Yeah, there was technically a new one, I think, from Florida.
Yes, I see that one. There's nothing on that.
Yeah,
that one
there's,
is
like,
for Calhoun
1, 2, 3,
County.
4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 active tornado warnings. Mostly all of this is, well, not really most of all. There's some in Florida, some in South Carolina, some of them in Georgia. Speaking of that, let's see on radar.
That jog is fascinating.
Oh, wow! Look at that.
Hmm.
The whole eye is coming right into the Doppler.
I actually think this eyewall could be completing now, and we actually may see something shortly.
Looks like, yeah, the
That is
eastern side is the
possible.
strongest right now on this.
Because
I
that
don't know.
northwest side is starting to close up now.
It's
All
hard
the
to
way.
tell. It's that side's the furthest from the radar.
Yeah,
so
it's still out of range, yeah. But you can see how close it is. If is it still continuing that northeastern jog, or
it was. Let me just have a look again. Let's cut to my screen here, showing you the motion. A little bit of a northeast jog. I don't think it's going to be much of one in the grand scheme of things. Fascinating.
yeah.
Well, that certainly was an interesting hour there. TC Expeditions says, is Helene going to be Idalia 2.0? I can tell you already it's going to be much worse than Idalia. And it looks as if the storm is making a small westerly jog in the last couple of frames. Not unless you mean easterly. Will we
This
be
thing has
live
been,
for the
like,
landfall? We
wobbly.
are staying live until landfall, yes.
Oh wow, the camera's shaking hard.
Let's have a look. Cedar
It was
Key
shaking.
once again here under possibly one of the very high storm surge areas here. Waves breaking.
And I think it's gonna be near the eye wall. I believe. Wow. It just look, man, the waves are just massive on shore. Oh, see how far that goes. It looks like it reaches almost halfway through. I don't know what's gonna happen to this camera once the surge comes in.
I will be right back.
Can we just, Nathan? What is Helene's current intensity that we have it at right now?
So we've just put it to 105,959. NHC going with 110. It's close between the two. But there's not very much wriggle room for estimates when we have the recon data.
Well,
So
this radar here shows the eye is actually starting to clear. Well, do quite well now. It's starting to do a lot better than it was before.
that's just because of the radar coverage, though.
Yeah.
It's seeing more of the storm now than it did before because more of it is coming, the curvature of the Earth, more of it is entering the radar view. So it's quite hard to compare that at the moment. Anyways, in just a sec, we're going to take a short break, and then we will be back with another hour of coverage. Of course, we will be continuing up until landfall. Here's some visible imagery of what the storm's been doing in the last few hours. And those who are looking at that left bar, and now it's sadly out of date, I'm going to try and get that up to date in the next hour. But it's quite difficult. It's like trying to swim upstream when we're trying to do live coverage at the same time. You know what? If anyone's technically gifted out there and wants to make our bars for us whilst we're streaming, that would be fantastic. I mean, the logistical problems is how you get it to my my setup, but there we go. Go ahead, Jack.
I can do that if you want.
Maybe. Any final thoughts this hour, guys, whilst we continue to watch Helene here? Oh, they've gone quiet.
No comment.
I mean,
No comment.
No comment.
Damn, these guys have. Sounds like they've already got PTSD from this one. Well, it is going to be a potentially devastating impact. We are looking at a massive storm surge of up to 20 feet along large parts of the Bend region of Florida. The National Hurricane Center came out an hour ago and said, you don't get focused on one or two little things about the storm. Everyone is going to get hit. And honestly, they're right. The whole west coast of Florida, tropical storm force winds and a storm surge already being felt as far south as Naples from what we heard. And flash storm surge flooding starting to occur from what we heard there in the Tampa area. We'll be back in a couple of moments. This is Force 13 Live. Our coverage on Helene will continue. Live coverage will continue in a moment.
You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
This is Force 13 Live. Hurricane Helene is pushing closer towards Category 3 strength. 959 millibars at the latest update, and that was from the Recon planes. We've still kept 105, National Hurricane Center going 110. Either way, it's still a strong storm and close to Category 3 status. If it keeps going like this, it will attain it, and then it will push on towards the Apalachee Bay region. This certainly has the potential to be a very destructive storm already. We've seen power outages double, 60,000 now without power across Florida. The storm's moving north, nearly northerly there, and is expected to speed up. When will landfall be? That's one of the questions. I reckon it will be a little bit after sunset, maybe 8 or 9 p.m. at this rate. Of course, massive concerns for the 20-foot storm surge that is expected in the Big Bend area, but also the very widespread winds. Tropical storm force winds could affect all of the Florida Peninsula and all of the state of Georgia. Really wide-ranging impacts, as well as very high rainfall amounts as well, well inland, north of the Appalachians region. Could get up to 18 inches up there, and maybe 10 or 12 inches near the landfall zone to the south or southeast of Tallahassee. Well, my name's Nathan Foy, here once again with another hour of coverage, and of course we are here until the storm makes landfall, however painful that might be. We're also joined by Jack, Lenny, Maury and Jose for this hour. Hello to all of you. We're continuing to track this storm, getting stronger. Your thoughts? Good evening,
Well,
Jack.
I've just seen on the radar that, well, I was showing it in the previous hour. The storm started to take this jog towards the east there, and that could, what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? Affect where it goes. I can't.
Well, it certainly could. It could have a small impact. Interestingly, we're still seeing that eye clouding over, which is curious. But I am skeptical that is, a sign that the storm is struggling. I think there's an ice eye underneath there. That's what we're seeing on radar, at any rate.
I have to interrupt. They just, the Recon went through the eastern eyewall, and they just got 107 knot flight winds.
All right, that's a little bit higher than what we've had.
Actually, no, 111 knot flight winds.
Wow.
We're going to wait for confirmation on that. They got a... they weren't quite in the center, but they got extrapolated 960.3. We'll wait for that next data drop to come up on my screen. But that sounds...
and they actually got an extrapolated pressure. This is, of course, flight level, so this doesn't mean it's like the true pressure or winds, but they got an extrapolated pressure of 957.2 millibars.
Another millibar on before then.
Which Recon is it?
It's, let me look.
It'll be the only one, AF308.
Okay, I'm on it.
Yeah, 1609A.
Just waiting for that info to come up at my end here. But that would be interesting. That would definitely support the 110 miles per hour that the National Hurricane Center are running with, and possibly precluding another upgrade soon if it kept going like that.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, the storm radar right now looks really, really good. I'm not sure what it looks like on visible though, because I have no tab to see
Visible
it.
looks fine. Infrared's just letting it down a little bit, but when you've got radar that looks like that, I suppose it doesn't really matter. There it is,
Yeah.
looking good.
Radar is lovely.
No
Well,
doubt about it.
I'll show you the visible.
There
It
are.
does look good.
Okay, so they got a flight level that looks close to 115 knots actually on the flight level winds, and SFMRs of 90 knots. They got the extrapolated sensor of 956.6 actually. So certainly substantial strengthening here. And they got yeah, that is definitely 115 knots flight level. So I think this is a category 3.
Really?
Oh, there we are. Do you need anyone to make a bar?
Based on that data.
Wow. It actually did it. It's a major hurricane apparently.
Oh,
But
well,
we're not
major
calling it
Hurricane
yet.
Helene.
We're not calling it yet.
No, we got to wait to
Just-
see if we
well-
get any more info from this data past dropsons and the like. But I
Yes.
think we will
This is
probably
just-
soon call it a major here, based on that info.
Wow.
If it does, it'll be the second major hurricane of the season.
Just a second.
Well, I'm just saying, if it does.
Blimey. Feels like we've been
Yeah.
through the ringer this year.
No, it will just be the second.
So that's the latest. We'll check in with some more data on that shortly. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. We can chat about this live. Yes says that Noah 2 will be taking off within 2 hours. No Brainer says, how's Jack doing? I'm sure he's fine. He's sitting there. And the radar animation looks like a small zigzag for Helene. Initial right turn, then immediately left. So this storm is looking much better right now, especially with that latest. And you look at that eastern side, looking formidable, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
As you look at that imagery, lots of red in there. So we'll be having our left bar updated in just a moment with the already outdated information, and then we'll figure something out for the next hour. But it certainly looks as though we'll be calling this a Category 3 storm when we get some more info. Waiting to see if they did any dropsons and what they managed to get in that, but I would expect now that we're looking at a pressure of something like 957 and a wind of 115, which pushes it into that all-important major hurricane category. Right now, of course, it's sort of making its closest pass to Sarasota, I suppose, that kind of area. We're looking at that camera at Longboat Key, which is one of the closest points to the storm. Let's check back in with it right now and see how things are looking. You've got a still image there for a moment. It'll just update in a sec.
I want to have an update on that easterly jog, or it started to slow down with that easterly jog. Now it looks like it started to head more north. There's a little chip in there. Anyway, continue.
That's alright, I was just waiting for it to start playing, so that's okay. This is Longboat Key. Just saw a little bit of video there. Quite breezy. Still doesn't look crazy at that location, but we are hearing several reports of storm surge affecting all these areas along the west coast now.
Hold on a minute. Someone, no brainer, just said in the chat.
Yeah. And we now have nearly 67,000 without power.
Wow.
So that number is definitely rising as well. I'm just looking for some extra cameras that we might be able to show, just to see if there's any any of this aforementioned storm surge problems that have cameras nearby. I don't think so. But I know that people were mentioning Naples Airport earlier.
Is it me, or this is the first time hearing the NOAA radio talking about how to survive a storm surge?
I don't know.
This is the first time I heard the NOAA radio say that. It was literally saying if caught in storm surge, relax and float, or if caught in waves, yell for help.
Hmm.
Now that was a bit creepy how I heard that from the NOAA radio.
Yeah.
That is really
I
creepy.
don't know whether they've done that before. I assume they must have done.
I don't know, but that's the first time hearing something, hearing the NOAA radio say that.
Oh, absolutely. Just looking around at a few places on cameras off shot. There's not much going on in the places that we can actually see. But that's not to say that impacts aren't actually happening. It's just that they aren't in places that we have eyes. Let's take a look at some of the other cameras now. This is Hernando Beach, a little bit further north of Tampa there. And that was where one of our viewers was earlier sending in pictures. You can still see quite often winds blowing along that water.
My phone is running out. Oh dear.
And this is Tallahassee, one of the places that could be severely impacted later this evening. We're going to keep watching this one. As you can see, quiet at this time.
Eerily quiet, to be honest.
Yeah, rather. I mean, the storm is still some distance away.
Yeah.
Will this radar update or not? Why is it not updating? I don't know. It's taking ages.
Never mind.
It should have updated by now. Force 13, what does Jack think of John? Well, John's a slop now because it's decided to weaken.
Yeah, struggling.
Yeah.
Nathan.
Yeah.
Looks was starting to creep on into the Doppler radar, the western side.
Let me just go to you. Oh, I've lost you.
I can go to... Alright. Can I? I can't. Right.
Yeah, there's that western side starting to appear.
Yeah, well, you could see how. Look at that. What the? Look at the eastern side.
Yeah.
Pretty powerful.
Yeah. The only viewpoint that's showing any kind of stuff is what is often a dramatic shot anyway. But this is Interstate 275 near Tampa, going into town there, and you can clearly see that there's a lot of waves crashing up against the road. Still plenty of traffic there, and blowing onto the road too, so could get quite dangerous there later. But that is the view in Tampa right now, one of those cameras, and the camera is going absolutely nuts. So that's the only thing I can really see on traffic cams or anywhere that's actually showing like any kind of disruption. I mean, obviously traffic is still moving fine through that, but you know, you could get caught out by some big waves later as this storm surge continues to roll in. The storm is actually almost well, it's got a little bit more to go, but in the next couple of hours it will probably be making its closest pass to Tampa. And this is Cedar Key, looking now with Jose. And not much has changed there. It is still blowing in just a little bit more each time, that seaweed. And no doubt soon it will be ending up in the main part of that beach there, where the camera is. Oh, that ding means that our new left bar is finished, showing us more old data. before we got the new Recon pass just before. But anyway, we'll show it now. You just saw me for a second there. Anyways, let's see if we've got any new info from Recon. Did they get any drop-ons down there? Let me have a look. They haven't yet reported any drop-ons, so I'm not sure if they will. On the eastern side, yeah, lots of strong winds as well. It wasn't just a quick flash in the pan, 115 knots. They got 105, 105, 105, 105, 105, 100, 105, 105, 105, 100, 100, 95, 95. So they got lots and lots of high winds there at various points. Eastern side of this storm is on fire, basically, is what this is telling us. And could indeed be rapidly intensifying. Well, look at this. Let me try and zoom in proper on it. Yeah, these blue lines. You've got the first blue spike there, which is nearly 105 knots. That was at 4:55 UTC. And then at about 6:05 there. So what time difference is just over an hour? The flight level winds have gone up from 105 knots to 115 knots in 1 hour, and the pressure went down from 958 to 956, and that was in 50 minutes.
Wow.
So an increase of 10 knots and a pressure decrease of 2 millibars further, which the wind's obviously much more important because they were lagging behind a little bit. So, you know, it's pretty incredible this, and the next pass is going to be even more important to see what the situation of the storm will be by then and how much more it's going to be strengthening. But right now, guys, I'm pretty sure we're going to be running with 115 miles per hour by the end of this hour, and the pressure estimate of 957.
Wow.
I think so. I think that's a good choice, and it's very likely that it'll strengthen to probably 120 miles per hour by the next hour. But we're not forecasting yet. Of course, we got to get through this first hour first and make our predictions.
The irony is, I think it looks worse on infrared now. It is starting to come together again, though. Yeah, well, southeastern side there, it is wrapping up again. So I think we'll see some major eye clearing here in the next hour.
Well, that's just because convection is building up. So it's kind of covering the eye a little bit. But
well, a little bit, but basically we're going to see some big eye clearing in the next hour. Earlier, Maury, we could see down to 16 degrees Celsius. And then it's gone up to like minus 30 something, and now it's back to the minus 20s again. So yeah, it's gonna do it.
I think so.
Let's go back to Jose. You're looking at some tornado warnings there. I hope I've not missed any big ones.
No, that was just an earlier report of a tornado.
What's that sort of? What color even is that? West of Savannah. What is that?
That's a special weather statement.
Oh, is it? Special marine warning.
No, other way.
That's a special weather statement.
At Vidalia. That's a special weather
blue?
Statement? No.
The yellow.
Oh, the no tornado one just popped up when we were just talking about it.
Another one there, yeah.
Nathan.
Yeah.
In the chat, No Brainer says, at Force 13, where is Helene? So, just so they know where Helene is, can we clear it out?
Well, actually, I was going to just do more distances again from land.
Yeah.
It is that the closest point of land right now is still Longboat Key, 234 kilometers. That is... I don't even know anymore. It's 147, let's call it, 147 miles. Sarasota, very similar number there as well, just a couple more miles away. St. Petersburg is 254 kilometers away. That's just over 150 miles. Tampa, 281 kilometers. Cedar Key, 338, just over 200 miles. Tallahassee, 433 kilometers, about 270 miles probably. So that's the latest distances from land. And obviously that's all in the eastern part of the Gulf of Mexico. Basically the exact same place where we've had 2 other hurricanes in the last year and a bit. It seems to be the destination of choice roundabout now.
There's some lightning.
I remember back in the day when there was no such thing. Well, not no such thing, but they were very rare. Like, we were in a period where there was just never any storms hitting the Tampa area. And now they all are.
There's one single lightning. It looks like in the eyewall.
Just one?
Just one. Maybe more is gonna start popping up. But yeah, like it's all the whole eye is about to come right into the Doppler radar on range.
Absolutely, looking really fierce, that northeastern quad. Look at that.
If I could get some winds out of somebody's showing 90 around here. Sometimes the eye doesn't show well. 60, 70-ish, 80, 90-ish, somewhere down here in this part. Mid 50s, 60s, yeah.
People sending in messages of support. Really appreciate that. A moment of lovely, one of our regulars. Thank you for the stream. Really good to see you back. Me, and all the others. Yes, I've been away for a while before this storm. Go ahead.
Nathan, they just bumped it up to 120 miles per hour.
Ooh, they did an update statement?
They just did 120.
Yeah, they have.
Category 3.
I'm surprised they didn't drop the pressure any further. They've kept it at 959. But I am not surprised at all to see that they've increased those winds. Again, I mean, I'd only say 115 rather than 120, but that's beside the point. It is a dangerous Category 3 hurricane now at this point, everyone. So we're seeing more strengthening. Redneck Lover 22, thank you for all your hard work. Really appreciate the support. Cobcat, also a Category 3 member. Welcome aboard. Nice to have you with us. So the breaking news is that Helene is now a Category 3.
Now the question is, will this run for Category 4? Since it already reaches 120, maybe there's still some time for this to even strengthen even more.
I mean, if we have 5 hours left and it gains 10 miles per hour, and what was that, an hour? I mean, I don't think it's going to continue gaining 10 miles per hour in an hour.
No, because it was catching up to the pressure.
So I think it'll probably even out at like 5 miles per hour, maybe a little less. Maybe like 3 miles per hour.
Well, he was making stuff up now. I mean, it's still got a long time until landfall. What are we talking about? Maybe at least 6 hours. I mean, if it did 5 miles per hour every hour, then in 6 hours it's going to be 150 miles per hour. So I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, so maybe it's more like, I think it's just on a very high strengthening trend for like this hour. So
what was the best?
We'll have to see, but certainly strengthening occurring now. Another big question mark is, when will the wind shear arrive? Where is it? When is it?
I don't know.
Yes, Jack.
People want you to read out questions from the chats.
We're a bit busy right now. We have this breaking news. But we'll be changing all of our stuff again, and then we're gonna... Why don't you read some questions out?
I would, but my phone's just ran out, so I'm gonna have to quickly turn off my screen and read them. Okay, I'll do it. I'll go ahead and I'll rush. if I can do this.
Just
quick.
because I'm trying to update these bars here, but I can listen and chat whilst we look at the satellite loop here.
Fine. Right, time to scroll up through here to see some questions.
Well, I see one to help us to get a better system. That would be much better. Anyways, we are back here, and well, we'll see what happens next. This is an extremely dangerous and powerful storm, and it is likely to cause absolutely catastrophic impacts to the coast of Florida. Some places will be leveled. This is now a Category 3 with winds of at least 115 miles per hour, probably 120. National Hurricane Center is going with that. And an estimated pressure of 957 millibars, although National Hurricane Center still going for some reason with 959. I was in the process of updating the bottom bar. I'll be getting onto that at some point. And next we'll be talking to our team once again whilst we pick up the pieces of this live stream, and hopefully we can put it out to our socials again.
There he is.
Let's talk to the team right now, who are, of course, remaining professional. It would be nice if we could do another social media post, Jack, if that would be okay.
Yeah. Well, I can't post it, but I can ask them to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
All right.
Will do.
So, why don't you read out some of the comments, Jack?
Yep, I will. Just after I've sent this.
Okay.
Right, let's have a look. Oh wow, there's quite a few comments now.
Yeah, they've been mounting up.
Yeah. No, thought he had a decent PC is one of them.
No, definitely not.
Just really quick, I just saw the
TJ Flex says, did I have a blue screen on air? I tell you what, I've had about 75 blue screens this year.
Oh man, that's not bad.
So it really is quite common.
There were some things before, but they were, I don't know. But if anyone's watching now, be ready to send in as many questions as you want, because I am ready to answer them and send them. Well, if you want to ask whoever.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a serious event, though, with this storm.
Yeah.
Certainly
it's
rapidly intensifying, it would appear.
And right now here, active. I'm not sure if Lenny's still there, but we do have Lenny, we have Maury, we have Jose, and we have Nathan, and me, of course, Jack. If you want to ask us any other questions, just say @413 in text and then put our name next to it, maybe. Or if you want to ask us all, put the whole team, or just don't even put anything there, I guess. But there you are.
Do you know what you're saying half the time, Jack?
Yeah. Force 13, it looks like it's... Oh, okay. It looks like it's beelining right to see the key. Can confirm.
Thanks very much for your support, Cobcat. Appreciate it. I mean, you know, we don't explicitly ask people to help us, but we certainly appreciate it. And pretty much everything that we... all the support that we get here, you know, has helped us out in fleshing out our resources. It's helped build all of our satellite pages on our website. It's done so many things. The building of the automated streams when they were working, they've broken this week as well, which we're hoping to get back in some form soon. Obviously, we can't really address that whilst we're tracking this storm.
A lot more.
Yeah, Jack, go ahead.
Well, there's loads more things, so we've got a lot of things to read. Someone says, Super Typhoon Haiyan says, @413, how strong do you think Milton would be? Well, Milton's not even here yet, so we can't answer that. Next question is, what has caused... Oh, Casimir N says, what has caused it to intensify more slowly than anticipated up to this point?
Well, large size, struggling to consolidate. That's been the problem all the way, really, until now.
And then another question from another question from Tubesa, Force 13. I think you were gonna answer this before Nathan's PC died, but how would I sign up to become a part of the Force 13 team?
We're talking about that.
Yeah, alright then, go on then.
We were talking about that. I mean, you can contact me because that would get us. I mean, that's basically. We have our little rooms where we work together. So you can send me a message on Discord. I'm Foycaster on there. Or you can join our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, and you'll see me there. And, you know, just sit down and have a chat, figure out what it is we'd like to do, and that'll be it, really.
And the next of many questions is from No Brainer. Force
Nice
13. Then they want to ask me this. Jack, who is your biggest competitor in terms of another hurricane tracking channel?
Oh, God.
I have no idea who. I mean, not really anyone, to be fair. It's mainly the official channels, really. Isn't it?
Well,
Pretty sure. Like some other outliers.
what, the National Hurricane Center?
No, like any.
I mean, sorry. I mean, a lot of people say that that we're better. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with them that we're better than TV. I mean, in some ways, what I'd like to say is that we're what I like about our coverage is that we are much more receptive to the public. We take questions. We enjoy doing it. We enjoy being part and having an actual, you know, discussion about the whole thing. I think it really humanizes everything, and that's really kind of what we specialize in, as well as our knowledge. But you know, when people talk about, you know, other outfits or whatever, I mean, people will watch us if they like it, and that's all that we can really do. But there we go. Helene Category 3 storm and strengthening. National Hurricane Center running with 120 miles per hour in their update statement. If you missed it, we'll be updating our bars as soon as we can, which won't be very long now because I have been doing it whilst we've been talking. Yes, Jack?
We have so many questions that have just come
we're on
through.
then. Catch up.
There's loads, so we're going to be going quick here. Kingster Buddy says drops on 19 on Air Force plane found 121 knots in at an altitude of 1124 meters.
It's quite high.
Next, chances of Cat 4 from Villani.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Is it possible for 140 mile an hour Cat 4? Says Welsh transport guy.
Yes.
Nah,
yes.
So.
Yes, it's possible. They've just had another 105 knot spike just off the coast of Florida. It's probably suspect, but even apart from that, they're still getting like 80 knots. And they're not far off the coast of Florida there. That is really interesting. You know, pressure's 995 millibars right there. That's how far away they are from the center. And they're still getting winds of hurricane force on the ground.
I don't know what that's from. I mean, that might have been a mistake.
I think the actual spike is suspect, but the numbers around it aren't. Like 75 to 80 knots at flight level. That's pretty impressive out there.
Oh, and by the way, we did just get a tornado report.
Okay.
Near Broxton, Georgia.
Broxton, Georgia.
Yes, there was a brief CC drop on the radar. I just didn't mention it because it was like kind of small. But I now can confirm this was a probable tornado, and they changed the tornado warnings to observe.
There's another question here from Not Mr. Popular 009. Related to the North Atlantic, thoughts about 98L likely forming?
Well, yeah, it looks like, it will form, and it will probably, I don't know how strong it will get, but TS, maybe a Category 1. I've just seen a drop zone there. It is actually 959 with a 4 knot wind. So actually 959 might be more like the number We were just looking at 957 because of the extrapolated data that we saw, but that does sound interesting. Did they get a drop sonde in the... Yes, they did get a drop sonde in the east eyewall. Someone mentioned that, didn't they? They got 121 knots at 901 millibars, which is actually not as high as what they said. That's more like... trying to figure out how high that is. It's going to be something...
We've just been joined by Zeta.
What?
We've just been joined by Zeta, hello.
Oh.
Anyway, continue, Nathan.
Yeah, hi Zeta. But that is going to be something like maybe 600 meters. So that is actually lower than what I was thinking. So that's actually 140 miles per hour there, although it's a gust, at 1,800 feet. And on the surface, they're getting 100 miles per hour there. Zeta, welcome. You're joining us with the news that Hurricane Helene has strengthened into a Category 3.
Yes, it has. I got a notification on my phone saying that it strengthened to a Cat 3.
What are your thoughts, and are you surprised?
Honestly, I'm not really surprised, because it has a pretty unstable environment to work with in high sea surface temperatures. And I'm not really surprised that it's at this strength now. I'm not the most articulate person.
Well, but yeah, for a storm as large as this as well, you know, it's going to be catastrophic for a lot of these locations later today. Let's get some new views, some more updates, more viewpoints. Bonita Beach, you can see it's getting quite heavy cloud there now. But not much else going on there. Let's, can we look at Sanibel? We're trying to get Sanibel. Looks like we're in a bit of trouble with it. Here it is. This is Sanibel Island. You may remember it because it was hit by Hurricane Ian. It's going to be missed by this storm though, which is good news. It's just made its closest approach to Sanibel Island. So it's not going to get much worse there. Longboat Key, if we can get it to play video there, which should be in a sec. Oh, there it is. This area getting quite close to the storm as well, but not much else going on at the moment. Hernando Beach, keep looking at this area. There could be a substantial storm surge here. We're talking possibly 12 feet, and that would push it over the sides there, I would have thought.
I would believe that by now, with its current rate of intensification, I would not be surprised to see if we get to a low-end Cat 4 before landfall.
Yeah. Steinhatchee still looking very quiet there, actually, almost picture postcard. But obviously there's a big problem heading its way. This is in one of the areas that could get possibly 20 feet of storm surge, especially if the storm is veering a little bit further east than expected, which so far it is.
When's the last time we've seen those numbers for storm surge?
Well,
Ian?
it's not. I think it might be higher than the Ian. I don't know. I can only remember Dorian. That was 23 feet. AMS Atlantic Aviation says, "How severe do you think impacts in Georgia will be? Will they be like Michael, or will they be less severe? If anything, it could be more severe, except the far southwestern corner, which probably will be less severe than what Michael did there. But for Georgia as a whole, this will be worse than Michael." So. So tons to talk about with this storm right now. Really incredible that it is strengthening quite rapidly at this point. Will that rapid intensification continue? We're just waiting to load in some images here, which will show you some super close-ups. Look at that. As I thought earlier, the eye is clearing out. Expect that to continue.
So what is it now?
Oh, it definitely is, yeah.
Man.
You okay?
6 in the morning. I woke up for this.
Oh dear.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's definitely a clearing eye. It's not full yet, but it definitely is signs of what's to come, and you can definitely see there's far lower clouds in that center of the eye than there used to be. That probably also means that the eye is warming.
I mean, it
3
is
new
trying to.
tornado warnings.
Okay.
It is trying to. The eye is trying to clear right now.
Tornado warnings?
3 new tornado warnings.
Tell us about them.
1 in Florida and another 2 in Georgia. I think it's the same. Oh, I think it's the same tornado that had a CC drop on it in Georgia.
I think they just updated it or something.
No,
That's a
I
lot
don't
of
see no
warnings
CC drop
there.
on it anymore. Yeah, it's the same one. It just got expanded a
Yeah.
little. The one in Florida,
It's near
nothing
Blount.
much.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
So, more tornado warnings. We've had quite a few today. Let's see if we can update this imagery. In fact, let's take a look at... Well, we'll try this one, and then we'll look at the Zaire imagery again. Look at the progress there. Looks like that imagery's just glitched up a little bit. Let's try the Zaire imagery then.
Wow.
And see if it's showing anything that glitched up as well, but never mind. I'm not sure that's even up to date, actually. So we'll toss that away for now. We'll go back to this imagery that we've been looking at, and you can see again just how this storm is improving. Still maybe a little bit of a weak spot down that bottom side, but radar shows that it's pretty tight. And by the way, you know, so urgent that they did an update statement not even on the hour.
Yeah. And another thing, I'm looking at the Recon right now. They have been consistently getting 90-knot winds. Let me see how far away from the center this is.
In flight level winds?
Yeah, flight level winds.
Yeah, they're getting it right now. They're getting 90-knot flight level winds literally right
And
off the
that
coast of
is
Tampa Bay.
118.
Really?
Yep.
That is
Really?
118 miles off the eye.
No,
I mean,
you're
I don't-
playing with me.
No,
That's like
literally.
over 100 miles.
You're
Does this
playing with
indicate that it's
me.
even stronger than what it is right now?
No,
They're like,
but
it says it is right.
but it's literally, this is 25 miles off the coast of St. Petersburg and Clearwater. 90-knot flight level winds.
Would that mean that they're getting hurricane force winds in St. Petersburg? I'm just asking.
Very close.
Very close.
Theoretically. We don't know for sure.
We don't. But I do have a camera in that area.
Sure.
If you look on my screen, this was shaking a lot earlier. It kind of calmed down a little bit, but I have a lot of other cameras in this area. You can see these are traffic cameras.
Before you go there, we're just going to look at that screen that you've got up right now, just showing how that Recon plane on the right-hand side there, and all those colors, that's around 90-knot flight level winds. So that's probably... Oh, you've gone. Okay. Maury's loading up the camera instead, that's what he's doing.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm gonna try loading up some Tempest weather stations in the Tampa Bay area.
So there's Maury looking at all the various spots around there, getting some substantial winds in the area, no doubt.
Here's the camera I was looking at. Let me just show the video. And you can see those trees are really swaying.
Hmm.
And you can sort of see the waves from here. I mean, they're not that much. I think this is a harbor, so.
Yeah, certainly a lot going on with these winds extending very close now to the coast of the Tampa Bay area. Aiden Hurricane says, thoughts on Isaac? Well, we're not going to be looking very much at Isaac, but right now it's got winds about 50 miles per hour, I think, maybe more. Looking quite decent. Should become a hurricane, won't affect anyone. Current power outages, that's a good question. Earlier it was at 66,000. Now it is 98,000. So that number is rising very quickly too. Presently there are 12,000 out of power in Collier County, nearly 11,000 in Lee, 6,000 in Charlotte, nearly 14,000 now in Sarasota, 6,000 in Manatee, 1,100 in Pinellas, and 3,300 in Hillsborough. 2,500 in Pasco, 473 in Hernando, 505 in Levy, and 640 in Wauchula. 992 in Indian River as well. And also 19,000 power outages in Miami-Dade at present.
Wow. The hurricane is still miles offshore and we're already getting power outages.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, the first major bands still haven't reached the coast. Just lingering off Sarasota there, you can see. And if we go back and look at the Longboat Key camera, once that starts playing again, you'll see that some really major squalls aren't too far out. They're getting some decent winds. But it doesn't look like that water's moved in any further at this location. Obviously watching out for that storm surge. But certainly getting buffeted there by some significant winds as we await the arrival of the storm. Marveloso says, any news on John? It looks to me as though John is struggling. Let's go back and have a look. This isn't John
That's
at the minute,
certainly a good thing.
but let's see if this imagery updates. Yeah. This was John. It's stationary right now, and it looks like it's collapsing. Ooh. So John may have bottled it the second time around, but as of right now, they're still very concerned about hurricane impact still potentially, and obviously very heavy rainfall over these areas still.
Especially those mountainous regions where all that water can be funneled.
Yes.
There could be up to 20 inches more by this point, I believe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Areas that were impacted from rain from the first round of John are likely still being impacted by its second round.
Yeah, it's just been a crazy storm, hasn't it, that John?
Yep. One of the weirdest storms of the northern hemisphere of the
yeah, I can't even remember the track of it really.
No. Yeah, badly behaved there.
Now you're here.
Feel free to send in more comments and questions. More people asking about Isaac. I have no idea why. Isaac is, Isaac. It's not doing anything. There it is. Moving out east. It's already starting to get dark over there by the looks of things. So
I'll go and have a look at Isaac if you want.
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay, I'll get Isaac up on my
People seem to be interested in that. I'm not sure why. Anyway,
What
the
is
National Hurricane
that?
Center have updated with their 3 p.m. position on Helene. Obviously, they're keeping it at 120 and 959, at 26.9 north, 84.8 degrees west. Storm surge and winds increasing along the Florida west coast. A weather flow station at Egmont Channel at the entrance to Tampa Bay recently reported a sustained wind of 50 miles per hour and a gust to 62. They're still saying it's moving north-northeast or 25 degrees at 20 miles per hour, so the movement has definitely sped up here. And if it kept going at exactly 20 miles per hour all the way until landfall, landfall would then occur in about 12 hours, but we expect it will speed up a lot more to really bring those hours down.
I did notice that earlier. It was a little bit behind schedule.
Yes, it is. Yes. Here's the cone from earlier. The 1 p.m. intermediate advisory, of course, at 5 p.m. Eastern time. That's 2 hours from now. They will be doing a full update. But if you follow this cone, they expect that M point at about 28.8 north, I think it was. That's about 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So it's currently 2 p.m. It's got 5 hours to get there if it's going to keep up with the forecast, and then you'd suggest that maybe landfall will be 2 or 3 hours after that. So we could be talking 9 or 10 p.m. Central. Late night landfall, it looks like.
Not a good thing.
No,
What about
we hate
Eastern
it.
time?
Yeah, probably about 11 p.m. Eastern time at this rate.
I'm not gonna be up with-
exactly.
Okay, well, Isaac looks quite alright, but it's about to start battling with some
Wind shear.
some wind shear.
I don't know though. It's really
yeah,
starting to
yeah.
speed up. Who knows? Who knows when we'll get that landfall? What did you say just then, Jack? Wind shear?
Well, already is being sheared, but it looks like it's about to get hit with even more shear soon. Isaac.
Oh, Isaac is.
Yeah, Isaac.
Well, Isaac should be
Right.
strengthening.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Oh man.
hold on a moment. Well, yeah, but it does. It looks like it's about to get hit with more wind shear. If I look at the multimodal diagnostics, I can confirm that. Just quickly, hold on.
Interesting.
Let's have a look. Yeah, so I'm looking at the multimodal diagnostic plot, and it looks like Isaac Shear is about to start ramping up in the next 2
That's
days.
interesting. I wonder why they're forecasting a hurricane now.
I don't know. Oh, especially on Monday and Tuesday. What's this? HMON isn't expecting as much shear, but this one, HWRF, is expecting a lot of shear.
Interesting.
It goes
As
past
for
40
Helene,
knots.
will wind shear come to the rescue? My guess is no.
I can check.
There's a 3 p.m. There's a 3 p.m. EDT position update.
We got it.
Flow station at Egmont. Oh,
We did already have that, but yeah, still moving north-northeast. And I tell you what, any eastward deviations will also delay the effects of wind shear. So if the storm moves more west, wind shear will get to it quicker. So that's another thing to bear in mind.
I'm looking at the Helene's deep layer shear forecast with all these models, and it looks fine up until landfall, and then the shear goes through the roof. So
exactly,
that's
rapid
fine.
weakening.
Yeah.
We just really hope that it would occur quicker, but does not
Dead
look
completely by Monday. Wow.
Yeah. Well,
That's good.
slightly delayed, but we are going to take our hourly break now. We'll be back in a few minutes. This is Force 13 Live. Stay tuned. We're covering this storm all the way until the bitter end. Landfall expected after dark now, and landfall is expected to be probably in Apalachee Bay. A Category 3 and still strengthening. Could it get even further? We're watching Helene. Back in a few minutes.
Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
This is Force 13 Live. Hurricane Helene is a major. Just the second one of this Atlantic hurricane season. Honestly, it feels like more. Well, there it is, with an estimated wind of 115 miles per hour and a pressure of 957 millibars. NHC slightly different, 120 miles per hour with their update, 959 millibars. I'm sure we'll end up agreeing at some point. But Recon still in around the storm. They're making another pass now from the northeast and will fly in, and staggeringly, just off the coast of Tampa Bay, only about 20-30 miles away. You're getting flight level winds of 105 miles an hour. However, the SFMRs are a little bit lower than that, which is curious, but the storm is heading back into, the plane is entering back into the center of the storm from the northeast, so we'll get much more info. We've not sampled the northeastern side of the storm for quite a while. We've not faded you in yet, Justin. We'll talk to you in just a second. There's a tornado warning active from Helene, not the first and certainly not the last of today. Justin, tell us about it. My name's Nathan Foy, and Justin's with us right now.
We have a tornado warning that's related to Helene for Lumber City, Scotland, and Towns, Georgia until 3:30 p.m.
Alright, so let's see if we can take a look at that on the graphics. Also with us this hour, we currently have Jack, Lenny, Maury, Jose, and Zeta. Hello to all of you. There's that warning that we've just been looking at.
Hello. By the way, I have radar up, that same radar that I had before, if you want to have a look at all.
Let's have a look at that now then. This is what Jack is showing us. I'll get round to updating the left bar at some point, but it's not a high priority right now.
Something interesting to note.
I have some quite loud noise going on in the background, by the way, so if anyone wants to talk about this radar on my screen, you can, because I want to sort this loud noise out. Sorry, go ahead, Justin. Apologies.
I see they actually introduced a 10% tornado risk for both today and tomorrow. Interesting.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, there's a coastal 10% tornado risk for pretty much Jacksonville up to Wilmington for today, and then tomorrow it's around Wilmington again.
Yeah, I see that. But, anyways, the system is still very strong at the moment.
Nathan, I'm gonna take a little break.
All right.
I'll be back on.
So people in and out on our stream here, but that's fine.
And also,
yeah.
Nathan, I just opened up GR2. First thing I noticed, holy tornado watches, by the way.
Yes, lots of them, right?
Really, the entire state of Florida's under one right now.
The entire state? What about
Nearly, just a few counties aren't.
Alright.
I'm just updating some things here. Okay, a moment of lovely thank you for your support once again as well. And you know, a lot of people in the chat talking about still in the sense of how this season up until now has been a bust. I think that's an insult.
Well, I can't really call it a full-on bust.
I mean, come on, as soon as you get Beryl, it's not a bust anymore, is it?
Well,
Exactly.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Besides the Beryl and, of course, now Helene.
Francine.
Overall,
Francine was a Cat 2 on the United States. We had years where we didn't have a Cat 2 in the United States.
Yeah, besides Beryl, Francine, and Helene, this season's been awfully quiet.
That was a stressful stream as well. Francine underwent rapid intensification with massive shear.
Well, here's the thing, though. Besides, you know, Beryl, Francine, and now Helene, this season has been relatively quiet. But then there's, you know, there's like little storms in between.
No,
like
Justin, actually, not relatively quiet. Normal.
You know. Well, actually, let me rephrase that.
Justin.
No, let me rephrase this.
Yes.
Relatively quiet to what was
Oh
reported.
my god.
Okay, yes, compared to the forecast, absolutely. Although it depends whose forecast. I mean, people ripping into forecasts, as we were one of the lowest forecasts, by the way, for this upcoming hurricane season. We initially started out with 20, I think, and now we're forecasting 17.
Huh.
Whereas you had some outfits going with something like 38 storms. Was that right?
Oh, God.
something stupid, 30 something. You know, it's crazy. But a lot of people hyped up this season, and it's not fair on everyone. People whose lives are at stake from any of these storms. You could have a one-storm season, and it could be Beryl, and the whole of the Caribbean is messed up.
Or you could have a real dead season like what 1992 was, and of course
Andrew, yeah.
Another good example.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go.
1992 only had like what? Not even 10 storms, was it?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna look this up actually, hang on.
But yeah, a few storms that season.
Yeah, there were 10 storms that became depression, and 6 of them were tropical storms. Out of those tropical storms, 4 hurricanes. Of course, Andrew being the biggest. And the only major hurricane, I should say.
There's an even better example than 1992, 1983. Alicia. And that major impact there in Texas. Anyways, let's get some comments. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. As soon as we get any further updates as well, we'll bring them to you. Tubesa says, it's obviously unlikely, but could Category 5 be possible if it continues its intensification rate until landfall? It would have to be absolutely monumental. If it was a tiny storm, it would have been possible, but a storm this large, at least twice the size of Ian, then I would say it's extremely unlikely. It would have to do something absolutely monumental, and it had half the time that Michael had, by the way, to get from Cat 1 to Cat 5 too. So that goes to show how crazy of a feat it would be, because we were surprised even when Michael did it with twice as much time. So it shows you the extent of the what you're asking of it there.
Yeah.
Milani says, how's the convection doing? Let's see if we can get that super close up again and take a look at some of the latest frames. Just wait up here for just a second whilst the images load in. Well, there it is. So the eye isn't popping out completely. It is still in a bit of a transient state. There's still a little weakness on that eastern side, possibly western side too. So it's not a foregone conclusion. This is rapid intensification all the way. Next recon pass will be very important to see if it is actually dropping more millibars this hour, or whether that was just a slight little step that it took an hour ago. I don't know what recon are doing actually. They went southwest. Thought they were going into the storm, but they've actually gone back southeast again. So they're sampling that eastern side a little bit more, it seems.
Yeah, Nathan, that latest ongoing convective burst has 61,000 foot tops on it.
Very tall.
Very tall storms in that eyewall right now.
Let me just reconfigure the location of the floater so that we can get a better view of that.
And actually, Storm Prediction Center just now issued a new mesoscale discussion regarding Helene's tornado threat across Florida. There's some tornado risk associated with low-top supercells, and the bands of Helene continues all across the tornado watch area. The greatest risk will likely be focused over the western half of Florida, where low-level shear is stronger. As of 3:15 p.m. Eastern, the center of Hurricane Helene was located near 26.4 degrees north, 85 degrees west, or about 195 miles southwest of Tampa, per latest NHC info. As the outer bands of Helene continued to move over the Florida peninsula, cloud breaks between the periods were supporting heating and weak destabilization. Several bands of showers and low-top thunderstorms are located off the western coast, with a less organized band over the central and eastern parts of Florida. Low-level shear per the Tampa vertical wind profile of 350 to 450 meters squared per second squared for 0 to 1 kilometer gauge is strongest to the west, closer to the center of the storm. However, low-level shear remains supportive of tornadoes over much of Florida, Given favorably strong and weakly veering low-level flow indicated, risk of brief tornadoes continues with any cellular convection that evolves.
Now, get a load of this. At 2 p.m., the storm motion was 15 degrees, just east of north. It is now 25 degrees.
Oh, it's turning more up.
It's turned more northeast in the last 2 hours, yeah, overall.
Now, that isn't completely bad news because realize that
Oh, it is.
No, Maureen, that's worse. Because that means all the like significant surge has a higher chance of going straight up into Tampa now.
Go on, Maury, what were you going to say?
Okay. What I was going to say, I now realize that that was wrong because this storm is much larger than I thought. If this was a smaller storm, it would matter more where the landfall is going to be. This doesn't matter, really, because no matter what, and it's going to be even worse if it heads closer to Tampa. I just thought that if it was making landfall in less populated areas, that would be less, but I'm just being hopeful.
Additionally, the further east it goes, the longer it will take for wind shear to respond.
Yeah, so I probably should have realized that before saying that.
Oh, that's all right. I mean, it happens to us all. Yeah, I mean, the least populations there around the Big Bend area anyway, which is where it's. I mean, a slight forecast a bit further east would take it there, but yeah, there's no real good scenario from this storm.
There isn't. It's just gonna be a bad storm no matter what.
I'm just filling out more for my left bar because I've had to update that twice in 2 hours because the storm is rapidly speeding up, strengthening. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see what they'll get next time around because it's not a foregone conclusion that this is going to rapidly intensify all the way up until landfall. I mean, it might sound a little bit hopeful, but certainly it's done a stair step to get to Category 3 status, and still possible weaknesses on either side of the eye, but certainly radar is looking good, and we wait to see what Recon gets. It will obviously be a big, cast iron strengthening case if Recon gets further evidence that it's going even further from what we were looking at last time. Unfortunately, they've took a little detour, so we're not going to get... Oh no, just a minute. They did a very short detour, only for a couple of minutes, and then they started flying back into the center again. So they are on their way. They've just got 85 knot flight level winds on the northeastern side, which is intriguing in a way because on the eastern side when they were flying back out, they were already getting 95 knots at this point, but at this particular angle, they're only getting 85 knots, but we'll wait and see what they get in the center. Hopefully we'll have that update in 10 minutes time. Who would like to speak next? Open the floor here. I don't know if we're seeing anything interesting on cameras.
I do have this pulled up, the radar. If I just full screen it now.
Just a minute. Let's just go to Bonita Beach briefly. There's a couple with a dog walking along there.
Oh.
I'm starting to notice something, Nathan, that you might want to see.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look.
So you know how we said the storm was. You know how we said the storm was starting to go more north. Well, it looks like it's decided to jog more to the northeast again.
Well, yeah, it is.
Look very closely then.
Yeah,
there you are.
All over the place, isn't
Look,
it?
it was doing that, and then there you are. So it's gone northeast there. That was the first time. Then it goes north here. This is the next bit where it goes northeast there.
And the eyes are also
so
getting...
That is probably going to contribute to shifting its landfall further south or further. I'm not completely familiar where it's making landfall yet, but further down the coast, further south or east.
Eye is also getting more stretched north to south there. And we have the arrival of David Tones. Welcome
Yeah.
aboard.
Hello, David.
Hello, everybody. And we have 4 tornado warnings up in the Georgia state. So the tornadic activity continues. And I note there is a tornado warning for parts of Florida about, what, 14, 15 hours ago. So these outer bands are causing.
There's been plenty of warnings in
tornadic.
Florida today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually, on the topic of this, there's only, out of all the counties in Florida, only 4 counties in the Panhandle are not under a tornado watch right now. Escambia, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton counties are the only counties in the state not under a tornado watch at this time.
But in my view, what's even... Well, that is quite crazy. But what's also really crazy, Justin, is that I think there's probably only 3 or 4 counties in the entirety of Florida that aren't under a tropical storm warning or greater.
Probably those same 4 counties, honestly.
Yeah. And have you ever seen the entirety of Georgia under a tropical storm warning or greater?
South Carolina, too.
And South Carolina.
Yes,
I
we
think
should
the last
bring that one
time
in.
we saw something similar to this was, I want to say, with Florence, wasn't it? When it hit North Carolina, when like almost the entire state of North Carolina was under a tropical storm warning or higher.
We'd have to go back through the National Weather Service archives for that one.
Yeah.
Let's just give you a quick rundown on all the active tornado warnings, just in case we're missing any. So let's start with the oldest. For 304, they issued one for Telfair County and southwestern Wheeler County in central Georgia. At 315, a continuation of a tornado warning for central Telfair.
I didn't interrupt you, Nathan.
And the same areas again.
Flash flood warning for Atlanta now, by the way.
Okay.
2.1, about 2 1/8 of a million people inside that warning.
So certainly, and is that attributable to the storm yet?
Yeah.
Or is that going on for a while?
No, this is actually one that was just recently issued. It was issued 5 minutes ago.
Sure, but is it pertaining to the storm when it arrives tonight? Or is it right now?
Yeah, this is the rain that's like out ahead of it. Because there was actually a precursor rain event out ahead of it.
Yeah, certainly very wet up there right now, that's for sure.
And North Carolina's got a flood. I just lost the page. Flood related. Alexander County in the Piedmont of North Carolina with flash flood warning. National Weather Service Greenville. It looks like the tornado warning has been reissued for Telfair and Wheeler County until 3:45. I think that one's still current.
Pardon me.
National Weather Service, Peachtree Creek, Georgia.
This is one of many views in the Atlanta wider area there. This is Interstate 285, just to show you what the current picture looks like. Lots of rain and wet conditions there on that road. So we're looking at, obviously, a lot of places. It extends much further than Florida, this storm. Today, even, before we even get to tonight, we're just loading up the super close-ups again. Here they are. And again, that eye appeared for a bit, but it's not fully clearing out just yet. Really
By the way,
itching to find out what Recon are going to find this time around.
We actually, the radar's actually picking up mesovortices in the eye now, like in the eye wall, which is not a good sign at all. Which means, Helene's still strengthening.
Maybe.
Wouldn't be surprised to see the NHC bump it up to 125 miles per hour at 4 o'clock.
That
We'll keep it
soon?
up.
That soon?
Also, oh my god, the size of the high-risk excessive rainfall outlook. Good grief, dude. Well, it goes from pretty much the landfall point of Helene, basically around Tallahassee, all the way up into western North Carolina.
I do
It
have
includes
some,
Atlanta, too.
I do have some news. The Recon is now entering back into the eye.
Yep.
And the northeastern side has just picked up 100 knot flight level winds.
Mm.
Oh my.
So it's not as high as it was before, of course, but definitely still strengthening as they approach the eye.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
And
We'll see what they've got.
we'll see.
So when's landfall expected?
Good question. It could be as late as 10 p.m. Eastern time. I'm hoping not.
Okay.
Let me just take some questions then. Will this be comparable to what Michael did in Georgia? In quite a lot of places in Georgia, it will be worse. In the southwestern corner of Georgia, though, Michael will probably still be worse. Will the area around Spring Hill, Florida, get hurricane force winds? Probably not quite. But I assume you are under a hurricane watch there. Certainly, you must be very close to one. If not a hurricane warning, actually. Just double check.
Realize we did get those flight level winds of that were hurricane strength.
Oh no, yeah, you're under a hurricane warning there at Spring Hill. So, yeah, hurricane force winds. It's going to be close for you. It's possible.
Yeah, it is possible.
So the NHSC in its discussion, saying that the Helene, but deepening hurricane has changed direction slightly.
Sort of has at various points during
northeast.
Yeah, and maybe even more northeast than that in the last couple of hours. But we'll wait on for the next full advisory, and then they'll have a new discussion to tell us about as well. So we'll have, I'm sure, a lot to look at when that happens in an hour and a half.
Exactly.
It's also worth noting that after Helene moves inland, it is forecast to track, as stated, over Georgia, then slow down or possibly stall over the Tennessee Valley.
Oh, yes. Yeah, much later on, yeah.
When it merges with the mid to upper level low pressure system. So all the energy from Helene is going to merge into that low. So as I said yesterday, the flooding is going to be a major concern.
It certainly could be.
For the Georgia region.
Nathan.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, David. The latest loops from the radar have come in, and this storm looks like it's going to go for quite a hefty jog.
What's going on there?
Look at this. This looks like it's going roughly, well, fairly far.
Just how stretched that eyewall, that eye's getting though as well, north to south. I don't know what's making it do that. Or whether that little bit of rainfall on the west side is going to clear out, and it's going to be, you can see that darker shade around it. Yeah, over where your mouse was just then. That's actually the proper eyewall.
I'm actually noticing something with the storm. The eyewall is gaining more lightning.
Someone was just about to talk about lightning in the chat, actually, and our usual lightning expert has gone to bed, Jose. So, Maury, tell us about what's going on with the lightning there, then.
Well, it is becoming more frequent, specifically in the northeastern eyewall. There's a hot spot there.
Yeah.
That probably is due to that thunderstorm activity in the northeast quadrant. But we also just got some new lightning strikes in the northwestern corner of it, which is a little more surprising since that isn't as strong as the other side. But lightning,
It is
of course,
spreading over, though.
it is spreading over, so that is showing that lightning is becoming more frequent in the storm, and that might show some strengthening.
National Weather Service, Morristown, Tennessee, has issued a flood watch.
We got some new data. They've got nearly 105 knot flight level winds in the northeastern quadrant. That's the maximum that they'll have got there. And they're already at 956.2 extrapolated, and they're still at 55 knots entering the eye.
Wow.
And National Weather Service, Peachtree City has updated tornado warning. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over the McRae, moving north at 25 miles per hour, radar indicated.
Yeah, we're going to hear a lot of these tornado warnings. You've got to take them seriously, though. But yeah, it's just what is happening with this storm. At first look, it looks like it might be getting pretty stretched and elongated there. Indeed, on this radar view, it's just hard to tell because it's the side facing away from the radars. But it looks like it could be looking very ropey on that western side. We're just not sure. Of course, with Recon on that western side earlier, they were getting pretty pitiful winds, only up to about 60 knots flight level, which compared to what's happening on the eastern side, it's only about half. So wait and see what happens with that western side. Will it be what keeps this storm held back a little bit more, or will it overcome that potential issue and continue to rapidly intensify and go up? Could it do it another category? Certainly could. We'll get the next Recon data fed through in a few minutes, and that will tell us what they got in the eye. But certainly on the approach to the eye, pretty strong performance. 105 knot winds, 104 I think it was, and pressure already extrapolate flight level, that is 956.2. That's the lowest we've seen so far, and it's going to be lower on the next data readout. Let's see if we can take some comments and questions. Hurricane Altony Bronze says, any jet streams near the Hurricane Helene? There's only one jet stream. And that's way up north, I would imagine, but there is a trough pulling the storm up right now. Well, there's a question there about whether we think it will be retired. I mean, it's not even happened yet. I don't like to entertain that kind of thing. What the second part of the question I will answer, it's gearing up to be Idalia 2.0. This is going to be worse than Idalia.
It's going to have way more
100%.
surge than Idalia had.
100% worse than Idalia. So make of that what you will. What is the threat level for Brunswick, Georgia? You're under a tornado warning earlier, and you could get some strong tropical storm force winds possibly, but I don't think it's going to be too crazy unless there are more tornado warnings for you. So what do we think, guys, about the landfall timing? Because there's been a few questions about that, and it's probably one of the, apart from its intensity, it's probably the most difficult question to nail down right now.
If I had a good guess, I'd probably say close to midnight Eastern time.
That late?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Although at latest, I'd say it would be midnight Eastern. Maybe a little bit earlier.
No, I'd agree with that. For the very latest, it could be.
At around midnight, maybe. The good estimate would probably be around 10 to 11 p.m. EDT.
I think that's what we're looking at, and it's hard to gauge how much
we were
speed up.
We were initially expecting landfall to happen at around 8 p.m. EDT. Now that's been pushed back.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with 10 p.m. regarding the current movement of the storm, and it could be
Yeah.
a little cooler.
I think last night we were talking about 7 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Here we are now. It's barely halfway up the Florida Peninsula in terms of longitude.
Yeah, it's coming up to 4 o'clock, isn't it? So it's got a long way to go still. I say long, but in terms of mileage, it's not that huge. I mean, it's about 200 miles. What is it now? No, it's 205 miles.
In diameter?
No, it's 205 miles from St. Mark's. Which is just about the furthest it could go before it makes landfall. The furthest point away from where the storm is, where it runs out of ocean.
That's other side's looking pretty interesting.
So you say 205 miles. If it's moving at 20 miles per hour right now, that's 10 hours. Unless it speeds up, which of course it will. Let's say if it averaged 30 miles per hour in that period of time, then that would still take, what, try and do math there, just over 6 hours. I think that's the earliest reasonable time we could expect it, to be honest. So that takes us to 10 p.m. There you go.
Guys.
Yes.
Yes.
There was an extrapolated pressure reading of 951.7 millibars at 13 knots.
How about that for deepening?
Even though they didn't get any lower readings at lower knot levels.
Is this in the eye?
This is in the eye, yeah.
Okay.
How's that for deepening, if that's true? I've not got the confirmation yet.
Yeah, 950.
Quite a deepening.
I actually see another one, 951.9 with a 10-knot wind. Pressure's around 950. 950, 951.
Well, we'll need a drop zone to confirm that, but
yeah. And actually, another one of them is 951.7 with 20-knot winds.
Certainly, when you're comparing like-for-like data, the last pass, that is tons stronger. That is a full.
Sorry about that, Irma.
9 millibars stronger than their last pass.
No, not 9. 5.
Last reading they had was 959.
Francine already.
No, the last one was 956.
Getting flashback to Francine.
Yes,
What
Jack.
side?
What about Francine?
Anyway, I'm sorry about that. I'm back. But what were you saying about the pressure
hold on
change or anything?
Yeah, we've just got it now. 951.7. Very interesting. It looks like they missed the dead center then. The weakest winds actually happen at 955.8, which is very curious. That's incredible. 951.7. So that means it's gone down 5 millibars in... gosh, it's been that long already. 1.5 hours, which is still very impressive.
Yeah, reminds me of Francine.
And we'll await to see if there's any drops on data, because that will be key.
Anyway, so Nathan, about what you were saying about this radar clearing up the west side, well, it looks like it's going to be trying to do that now. Look, if you have a look just here,
it
most
might,
recent
but
frames
I don't know. It might just have. It might be a weakness on that west side. I can't tell.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's either we'll be able to get results when that comes through.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead. What were you saying? If you were saying anything.
Nothing much, I don't think. But feel free to send in your messages. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you want to chat with us right now. Hurricane Altony Bronze says, will Isaac hit Europe as a hurricane or a low pressure system? Well, it won't be a hurricane, I can tell you that. It might be a low pressure system. We'll have to wait and see. Justin?
We're about to potentially see a new, brand new tornado warning between Venice and Sarasota, Florida soon with a supercell related to Helene, which actually has some very strong rotation on it over the Gulf of Mexico right now. It's heading straight north. It looks like it's going to actually go right up to Sarasota.
Are you able to show that for us, Maury?
Yes, I am. Let me get it.
It's the cell that's due south of Sarasota, Maury.
We'll see what we can find on that. Curiously, despite all of this intensification that we're still seeing from Recon, clearly, the eye is actually disappearing again on this satellite imagery. It is being hidden behind convection, though. Let's go back to this radar about this potential tornado.
That cell right there.
Water spout.
Yeah, it's yeah, but if you zoom out a little bit, yeah, see, look at the direction it's going. It's going straight to Sarasota.
Yeah.
Sarasota and Siesta Key.
Yeah. I'm sure there'll be some cameras there, as a matter of fact, so I'll see if we can take a look at one. There are tons of cameras around Siesta Key, so we'll see what we can find. In the meantime, we'll keep looking at that radar there. I've only got 7 camera slots, so we're going to replace Naples because it's past there now.
EMI.
Just a couple of moments and we'll be able to take a look at something.
There is now a new tornado warning near Shipley, Florida.
Ah.
Which isn't even in the 2% risk, I might add.
Southwestern Jackson County.
That's this one?
Let me see.
Northeastern Washington County in the panhandle of Florida, located 9 miles southeast of Chipley, moving north of 15 miles per hour, radar indicated, and mainly rural areas, southwestern Jackson, northeastern Washington counties, Steel City, Richter, Crossroads, I think it's Collinsville, Collindale Airport, Jacob City.
This is Siesta Key right now, and you can see that the ocean is slowly absorbing into the land there from this particular vantage point. I'm going to try and get this display working on another viewpoint in just a tick, but we'll check back with that camera regularly as we watch this potential water spout on the way.
Vortex on X is reporting 2 potent water spouts likely ongoing offshore of Tampa.
Yeah, that's what we've just been talking about.
This is the other one that's practically due west of St. Petersburg, yeah. Also, that thing has a beefy freaking hook on it, too. Good grief.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that.
And then you actually have another one straight to the northwest of where that one is.
Really?
Yeah. And then you have another one near a Longboat Key. You have one due west of there, too.
Wow, so really starting to go now.
Yep.
Tornado warning, National Weather Service, Tallahassee. That's the Collindale one, Florida, Orford, Florida, until 3:15.
I'm just trying to get this camera sorted out. You came to me at the wrong time. This is actually Siesta Key, and that is ahead of that potential water spout. And it won't even let me press the play button. Okay.
Nice.
Shouldn't have come to me. Sometimes this software takes me to the page before it's ready. I have no idea why. Someone needs to bang it with a spanner.
If I had a spanner.
Usually works, doesn't it?
Now, the eye of Helene is how far off the coast?
Well, it's obviously not going to hit where it's closest because it's sideswiping the Tampa Bay area. But currently, the closest point of land is It is just about Indian Shores. Anna Maria is 199 kilometers, but Indian Shores is 198, and that is about 120 miles. Let's see if we can finally get that camera back from Siesta Key, and voila, here it is. So we're going to keep watching there for this potential water spout in the area.
Give me a moment to post this in live discussion. That's the latest microwave imagery of Helene right now.
Alright, let's see what you've got. Wow, that is very impressive.
Wow.
Here it is, everyone.
Oh.
Well, little wonder this storm is rapidly intensifying right now.
That is insane. Here, let me. I actually do have some microwave imagery, so let me pull that up.
Oh no. A moment of lovely just realized on the cam we were looking at, Nathan. There's someone.
Yep, there's several people in there.
Are they trying to die?
Not the wisest thing to do, but
I don't think you should say on stream, Justin.
But they're out there and they're in the water, and I don't know.
What I'm saying is we're not supposed to be swimming. That's why I said that.
Oh yeah, there's someone in the water.
Sure. I think it could have been worded better.
Is that someone? I can't even.
No,
It's somebody riding the waves, probably body surfing.
Especially when there's a water spout on the way.
Yes.
Oh yeah, true.
Potential water
Oh well,
spout.
going for a rude
What's that
shock
kid
if they sight one.
It can't be very warm either.
Well, I mean, this is
This storm looks really beautiful right now.
No, but even in these warmer places, you know, when you get these massive clouds moving in, the temperature goes right down.
Well, I mean, temperatures right now in this area are in the mid to upper 80s with dew points in the mid 70s. So
Yeah,
it's pretty warm,
I suppose.
even though it's pouring rain, depending on where you are.
Well, there's people out there being smashed by those waves. I don't even know anymore. But there you go.
Look at how far up the boardwalk it's going, too.
What's that?
Look at how far up the waves are going up the boardwalk.
Yes.
Right.
That's the first thing I noticed when I saw this camera.
Going real far up there.
So, Maury, what's the ETA for this potential water spout?
Let me look. So currently it is positioned just to the east of Englewood. Let me see how fast it is moving. Well, it's probably moving as fast as the system itself. Maybe a little faster.
Yep.
Do you mean to the west of Englewood, rather?
Yeah, west. I meant west.
You're good.
It'll be about 40 minutes.
Oh, that's quite a while then.
Maybe 30. Sometimes this
That
underestimates.
looks really nice. This storm looks beautiful on radar.
It does.
But,
It really does, yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly
this
getting
radar
better
on my
and
screen
better.
right now. Still shifting northeast here.
Now, I'm not sure. On my radar, it's looking more north, but let's have a look at yours. That's
See, look, if
interesting.
you look here, this is that, but then it goes like that. So it's very slight, but you can see a sort of jog there. It looks like it's starting to
What's the
stop
timestamp of the last frame?
8:45 p.m. GMT +1, which is 8:45 p.m. our time.
So it'd be 3:45 here.
Mine's very similar then, if not slightly more recent.
The latest radar image I have is as of actually just now. It just now updated for me. 3:51 p.m. 3:51 p.m. Eastern.
But yeah, that's what that looks
I
like.
know what you're talking about. This is definitely a strong storm. You can clearly see. Look at how the banding is structured.
Yep.
Hold on, coming back to you now.
And it's starting to get on the western side a little bit. Some of the bands.
Yeah, the western side is starting to, well.
And actually, we are awaiting
The south and northern side is starting to do better.
Recon went north after they went in the eye, by the way, and they got winds in the northern side of just over 75 knots, nearly 80. They also got 75 knots SFMR. They have not yet produced any drops on data from that last pass. But really incredible. Probably would suggest maybe 953, given the extrapolation. You know, it's pretty incredible.
It's just updated.
The Hurricane Center? Or the radar?
No, the radar's just updating. Something interesting here. Well, you were saying about the western side. It looks like what Maury was just saying a minute ago. It looks like this band is starting to respectively get around the western side, and this eye looks slightly lopsided.
Well, a little bit.
So
it is wrapping though, still.
Yeah, it's wrapping really well here on the western side now. Well, slowly over to the western side now. It looks really nice there.
Back to Jack's screen.
Yeah, there it is.
Nathan, just briefly, Jack, a special welcome to Kathy over in Hawaii. Kathy is one of our staunch viewers on the Earthquake channel.
I see.
So good to see you here, Kathy.
Yeah, hello to you there, Hawaii. You almost got the Hone treatment.
Oh Lord.
Let's see if she responds to that.
Bring that up immediately.
Well, yeah, that's the first thing I can think of.
David hates
What's the Hone treatment?
Well, I mean, Dawson says, do we have any cameras where the eye's going to track over? Well, we don't exactly know where the eye's going to go yet. But there aren't, I mean, if it's on the Bend area of Florida, it is quite sparse. Odds are you won't see the eye. Odds are as well it'll be after dark by then. But we will be seeing a few viewpoints, Steinhatchee particularly, which could get a major raw deal with the storm surge. Here it is right now. You can see it's still looking awfully calm. Might be raining a bit there, but looking very calm. But you watch, this storm surge is going to rise right up here later on today if the camera stays on. I remember last time the camera really wasn't very resilient at this location, so I don't hold out much hope. Yeah.
Sunset time in Tallahassee is at 7:28 p.m.
7:28, and I don't know. It really will have to go quite fast if it's going to make landfall by then. It's looking more like 9 or 10.
I mean, sunset.
Well, Nathan.
10 after 7, so not too far behind.
Nathan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have some forecast radar. If
really?
That makes any sense. If you want to have a look.
Usually it's not very good, but let's have a look.
This is what this radar forecast has. Oh god, it's laggy. But here you are.
Oh. Quite a mess. Oh wow.
Yeah. But
actually a reasonable forecast, to be honest.
Yeah. But look how slowly the storm's moving.
Oh yeah, what's the timestamp there?
Look, this is 3:30 a.m. our time, Nathan.
Oh, yeah, that's about right. The update's out though, 120 miles per hour, and they have gone with the 951 estimate, which is fascinating.
Wow.
A weather flow station at Egmont at the entrance of Tampa Bay recently measured a sustained wind of 54 miles per hour and a gust of 68. And the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport recently measured a sustained wind of 43 and a gust to 63. So they've run with the 951 millibars. Even though it's extrapolated, I'm a little bit surprised by that. I would estimate it's probably just a tad higher, but nonetheless, we are talking small numbers either way. This is a Category 3 major hurricane heading towards land right now, and is going to be a massive impact with storm surge, devastating, debilitating storm surge when it arrives later this evening. They say now it's moving at 21 miles per hour, north-northeast, 25 degrees. 27.3 north, 84.7 degrees west. And don't forget, next hour is when we get their full advisory with a full new forecast. And then we'll really get to see what the National Hurricane Center think about it in an hour's time.
National Weather Service, Charleston, South Carolina, has issued a special marine warning for waters from South Santee River to Deso Beach.
And just a sec
water
here.
about
I can now see where they got the 951. It was a drop sond, 8 knots at 952 millibars, so that seems pretty solid that it is 951 millibars. That is a massive drop in pressure.
That is 8 millibars in an hour?
Yep, 8 millibars in an hour.
Well, it's definitely rapidly intensifying now.
That is very rapid.
Yeah,
Oh no, not quite.
That,
Sorry, an hour and a half, but still.
That
Oh,
3 p.m.
It's still RI for sure.
Well, it is, but the winds are still. I didn't find any stronger winds in that last pass, but the whole time it appears to have been that the strongest winds have actually been due east.
And also, Nathan, here's another thing I want to point out with the rainfall side of this thing. National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina posted about actually I'll tell you what time they posted. They have posted, about 3 hours ago. Regarding the rainfall side of this. This will be one of the most significant weather events to happen in the western portions of this area in modern era history. Record flooding is forecasted and has been compared to the floods of 1916.
Oh yeah.
Some areas, especially around Newland.
If you don't know the floods of 1916, you don't know weather history. Those are massive floods.
The areas like Newland, North Carolina, and actually areas between Burnsville and Marion, North Carolina, could see as much as 10 to 20 inches of rain.
Actually, Nathan.
Mind you, this is in the foothills region, by the way.
Yeah.
Was there a TWB last night for today?
It wasn't billed as a tropical weather bulletin.
Did you show the on this day on there? Cause
no.
Just for anyone who wants to know what the on this day is for today, September the 26th, it's Gloria. 1985, which went up the east coast. Very notable storm. It caused quite a lot of damage, especially for New York as well. Well, not to rule out any other places, but yeah. Anyway,
well known for that, absolutely. Well, we're about to run up to a break here, and I'm going to redo my bottom bar for like the 3rd time in 3 hours, which is wonderful, because the storm is now going off on one, clearly. 205 kilometers from St. Petersburg right now, and I'm just reading this out as I write it in.
And of course, the Gulls data on Tropical Tidbits is running behind.
Oh.
Not for that to be happening, that's for sure.
Does it still say 110?
231 from Tampa and 345 from Tallahassee. That's kilometers. Anyway, we're going to go to a break here. We'll be back in a few minutes with the latest on Helene. The full advisory in an hour. We'll be dissecting that as soon as it comes out. Stay tuned. There's a lot more to cover with this storm and a long evening ahead. Back soon.
Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
This is Force 13 Live. Hurricane Helene is strengthening rapidly. 120 miles per hour and a pressure estimate of 951 millibars determined by Recon, which means that this storm is really piling on the intensity as it continues to move northwards and is slowly increasing in its speed, currently now at 21 miles per hour. And it is heading on towards the coast, and it's going to cause an exceptional, dangerous landfall, destructive and deadly. Not to mess around with this storm. It is extremely dangerous. My name's Nathan Foy here in the studio, and Zeta really wants to talk to me right now. What's going on?
Just you forgot to change the 957 millibars to 951.
We're working on it.
Bottom, okay.
You know how long that thing takes to do? We're working on it. You're interrupting my intro just to tell me that.
Sorry.
You know, anyways, that's Helene. It is 120 miles per hour, 951 millibars, and we're working on that. Anyways, serious impacts, obviously, hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings. We've been looking at a few cameras. Let's see if we can go back to some of those now, and we'll introduce the team in just a sec. You know that camera at Siesta Key just before? That's actually just gone down. I think. Looks like it has. So,
disabled.
Again, a first casualty, unless they decided to take it down all on their own accord after they saw people doing stupid stuff. This is Bonita Beach, where you can see the water's been pushed in a little bit further there. Certainly the visibility is not very good now. Let's look at Sanibel. There's a big X there. There shouldn't be, but there is. And let's see if we can go to Longboat Key, which again is very close to the center, well, not the center of the storm, but the closest to the storm right now. Oh, there it is. They're getting some significant rainfall there now. That's from just a little storm on the edge of it. That is actually, that's probably that same system that might have produced that water spout, is it?
Wait, what did you say?
Longboat Key getting hit by a big storm right now by the looks of things, and I assume that's the same thing that had that water spout.
Yes, it is. It is built like a supercell.
Well, here it is.
Yeah, so definitely getting a lot of rain probably. And it still has a hook to it, it's just the rotation is gone. So sure.
Nathan.
Yeah.
You were saying earlier, I'm pretty sure of this now. I'd say at least 90% sure, because you were saying that I was looking sort of, oddly shaped north to south. But it looks like now here, it looks like it's starting to fix up. If you look at my screen right here on radar, it does look like it's trying its best to fix up there.
Probably.
And getting better on the western side, it looks like, as well. Slightly. Well, actually, I don't know what's going on here, but more nuclear on the western side. I'll go ahead then. What else?
Noah 2 has taken off from in Texas, I think. Yeah. They've just taken off from Texas. They're going to be heading over to the storm now. So they'll probably be there in just over an hour. I don't know if we'll have two planes in there, because AF308 probably doesn't have much longer left. Because they've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 center passes. So we're going to keep watching what happens with that. But obviously, we need all the data we can get. 951 millibars, can you believe that? A pressure drop of about 7 or 8 millibars in an hour and a half. If it kept doing that for another 6 hours until we expect landfall, then that's quite a lot. That would take us down to the 920s. No, 910s. That's at least I hope that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that won't happen.
Let's see if we can have a new super close-up at these infrared and visible of the storm right now. And I'm actually going to move away from my seat for just a couple of minutes. So I'll let Justin have the floor right now. What's the latest that you're seeing?
For what?
For anything.
I'm gonna actually refresh the recon page real quick. Actually, we have NOAA 42 has just taken off, by the way, from Houston. So we have another recon flight en route to Hurricane Helene, and by the looks of it, looks like AF 308 is done. So other than that, it looks like nothing new at this time.
Yeah, we did mention that.
Well, if you wanna go from the current severe weather on the ground back to Helene, as I was saying a minute ago, when I was talking about this northeasterly jog, it actually looks like it's continuing that northeasterly jog that I was talking to Nathan about. It might be sort of like starting to head north, but it's still heading more northeast. I can see on this radar loop that I'm looking at right now. I don't think Nathan's looking at my screen, so I don't know if you guys can see it, but
Nathan went AFK.
yeah, I know, yeah. So I was just commenting on that with the eye and where it's tracking. Anyway, go ahead, Justin. You're going to talk.
Are you looking at the satellite right now?
No, I'm looking at this on my screen, the radar, and it's literally just about to update for the next for the next 5 minutes that happens. But it is definitely jogging more to the northeast. Still.
He's not looking at your stream.
Yeah, we are.
Anyway.
Timing of that couldn't have been better.
So, still more northeast, I think, than what we're expecting. I mean, I've not been keeping track of the where the storm is in relation to recent NHC cones, but I am under the impression that it's moving east of forecast.
Yes, it is. It is definitely. It's way east of the cone.
Wow. So things are going to change here. Looking at it, then, I'm getting a. Oh, hold on a minute. What did Recon get?
No, maybe not.
Maybe not?
Yeah. No, actually, look.
Hold on. Center.
Actually, with the 2 p.m. forecast zone, it's actually moving on right dead center of it.
Okay. Well, it's about 27.4, 84.5. So based on that, I'm trying to. Oh, does this not show? Oh, it does. 27.4, 84. I'm just doing some calculations here. What? I think that's actually west, on the west side of the cone.
So maybe it isn't much of a jog east. Maybe this was expected.
Yes, well, it was, certainly from the last point. Yeah, this is actually on the west side of the cone at the moment. I'm surprised.
Still could, if it continues in this trajectory. Like they're saying it will make a turn to the north. So if it continues on this trajectory, then we'll probably see an eastward shift.
No, I don't think there is going to be an eastward shift.
All right, so maybe it'll probably make landfall right near St. Mark's. St. Mark's. And St. Teresa.
I think it needs to move more east if it's going to actually do that. I think at the moment, landfall would be near Alligator Point.
Which is near Apalachee, right?
Oh no, that is St. Teresa. St. Teresa is quite far from St. Mark's, though.
Oh, I guess so, yeah.
So, you know, and that would then mean straight into Tallahassee.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be pretty bad. Tallahassee would get into the eye.
Goodness knows how strong it will be by then.
Probably
the
like
way things have been going.
Probably still like a category 3, maybe category 2.
Oh, actually, I do have a question for everybody. Do you expect extreme wind warnings to get issued?
They have a threshold, don't they? I can't remember what it is.
115 plus.
Oh, it is? Well, then, yeah.
Yeah, it's 115 plus for extreme wind warnings.
Yeah.
Oh, Kingster Buddy just had new convective bursts ongoing on the south side, by the way.
Noted.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Now, I don't know who needs to know this, but I'm pretty sure no one's surprised that they've shut the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. I-275.
Oh, that's in Tampa.
In Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
However, despite the road being shut, there are still cameras on there, and we can take a little look at what's going on there. And I'm sure it's going to be quite treacherous when we get to see those views. We'll be there in just a second. Because it actually just stopped working for me. They've also closed the other one, the Howard Bridge. That's the one that goes into Tampa. So I'm sure everyone knows this, but those two bridges have been closed. Well, what a beast it's turning out to be on radar. I think we can now join a video from Interstate 275 on that bridge. There it is. Oh boy, wouldn't you love to be on that right now? Not really. Camera's rocking around. Who knows what winds they're getting there? Obviously slightly elevated, so they might be getting close to hurricane force winds up there on that bridge. Certainly could be a lot worse, but definitely very poor conditions, which could easily cause damage to vehicles, could throw people out of control, and don't even get me started on high-sided vehicles. You know, you'd no chance. So that's looking across the skyway there. We'll also show you a view from the Howard Bridge, the Howard Franklin Bridge, sorry, which is also closed. I'm just seeing if there's any viewpoints. Not too much to see on that bridge. There's actually still one vehicle on there, so maybe it isn't closed, but I'm sure. Oh yeah, there's still vehicles on there. So that appears to be open, but it's showing closed at my end. But anyway, here is the viewpoint on there right now. At first, you'd be forgiven for thinking that the whole road decks are swaying from side to side, but it is just the camera. But it almost looks like an earthquake right there. But again, you can see a vehicle going along there. Obviously, potentially dangerous conditions on that bridge as well. Cutting back to our super close-ups there, let's go back to the other viewpoint from the Gandhi Bridge. Was it the Gandhi Bridge? No, we wanted to look at the...
The
yeah, go ahead.
New day 2 excessive rainfall outlook this house is out rather. There's now a high risk of excessive rainfall for tomorrow for areas from western North Carolina. Right along the foothills of North Carolina.
Alright, this is a view further along Interstate 275, and you can clearly see, well, it's getting pretty hairy over there, breaking waves all over that place. As expected, it has to be said. We saw this during Ian and Idalia, I think. You know, no surprise to see scenes like this. But certainly makes for dramatic pictures, definitely. As those waves running right into that that roadway. Let's see if we can take a look at some other vantage points then, whilst we're looking at cameras. Let's see if anything's changed
Nathan.
at Hernando Beach, Jack.
Before you go to that, well, it looks like the western side is actually weakened slightly, but
doubt
the eye, as I was saying earlier. No, but look, the eye, as I was saying a minute ago, is starting to look more symmetrical. Oh, great! And it's not going to let me go back. Please, can I move?
Yeah, I've noticed
There we
a
are.
good Western eyewall.
Here it is.
Looks stronger.
Much better now. Look, and it's starting to look. Yeah. Look, well, this was the western eye a minute ago. Oh, sorry. Eyewall a minute ago.
Just to
And
say,
this is it now.
AF 308 has finished, so
Yes.
Yep.
at present,
Noah 42 is en route though.
yeah, for about an hour or so, we'll have no recon in the storm. So we're left to our own devices as we wait for the National Hurricane Center's full updates. Obviously, they're doing updates on 3 storms now. We'll have John, Helene, and Isaac. I imagine Isaac will be first, so they can get it out of the way, and then they'll probably do John and then Helene. So we'll let you know as soon as all of those information updates bulletins come out. Last time out, they expected that Isaac would become a hurricane. We'll see if they still do. After Jack shed doubts upon that one. Here again is some more imagery over the last few hours of the progress of Helene. And still looking very impressive there.
By the way, Charlie says he's sorry he can't join the live to help out, but he's ill, so
oh really?
He won't be able to join the live. But he is.
ill again?
He's very ill. He's been very ill over the last few weeks. So
I
yeah.
thought he was getting better.
No, he was getting worse. And,
Oh,
yeah,
Oh no.
that's sad.
he's just
I'm
ill.
really sorry.
Well, I'm sure Charlie's
Anyway.
watching, and we'll try and make him laugh once or twice, but it might be difficult in these circumstances.
Okay.
Probably shouldn't be laughing if he's sick. That might make his throat worse.
Oh, you just can't win. Anyway, let's take some questions. What do we think the chances are of Isaac becoming a Category 2 or more? Relatively low.
Very low.
Not 0 though. What about 98L? Well, that you know, they might start an update on that one. You know, they might call that one a TC. Let's see if we can just grab a quick look at it. I'm trying to get there. Looking for Invest 98L. Do we think they'll call this a tropical cyclone? Let's have a look. Imagery.
Honestly,
Oh,
cyclone.
It's getting there.
could be. It wouldn't surprise me if they did pull the trigger on it and call that a TD.
It has some good protection, but apparently the center is south of it, so I'm not so sure.
Yeah, we haven't looked at ASCAD or anything, but
Can't wait to see the nighttime view of Helene.
well, you won't see anything.
I mean, on Zoom Earth. Just because clouds look better at night on Zoom Earth, in my opinion.
Fair enough. I quite like the geoproxy that they have on Slider. We might be able to show you that later on as well. But yeah, waiting for updates on all of these storms then, and whether they'll pull the trigger on 98L. They might wait on it just so that they have less workload, maybe, I don't know, but we'll see what happens. If you heard before, John was stationary, and on satellite imagery it looked like it was starting to rapidly come undone. Let's see if there's some new imagery of that right now. This is not current. We're just trying to update it. At least I think it's not current. Perhaps it is. Let's show you the infrared, which I know is definitely up to date. There it is. I mean, it's looking in a pretty sorry state, but big bursts of convection out towards its west, displaced from the center. Looks like it's got high-level wind shear then, or something to that effect, because that big burst there it is clearly sheared, but there's still a few little bits of convection near the center at lower levels. I'm not sure, but that's John. I'm not sure what they'll make of it at the next update, but we'll find out. Certainly not a good day in Mexico, though, either, with very large areas getting very high amounts of rain. Also, it may have skipped by us earlier, but we also have the development of a new tropical depression now. Tropical depression 19W has formed. This is this system over the Mariana Islands. So that's another one to keep track of. Let me just check and see if the JTWC have their first cone on that one.
Tornado underground near Venice, Florida, with one of the bands of Helene. Strong rotation, just moved inland. Looks like there is a tornado in progress.
Let me see this.
Yes, please, Maury.
Actually, speaking of, new tornado warning just got issued. Not on that south, but a different south. National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a tornado warning for central Volusia County until 4:45 p.m. At 4:25 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Osteen and near Deltona, moving north at 45 miles per hour.
That's fast.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. That's that latter warning that we're looking at. Now to Maury, showing us the more possibly more serious warning.
I'm not too sure. I mean, it kind of looked like a CC job for a second.
And actually, now that I look at it, it looks like it's clear air contamination.
Yeah, it might be clear air. But we still have a tornado warning, nevertheless.
Not on that cell, though, different cell.
Yeah.
Ah. You jumped the gun there then, did you, Justin?
No, I said we had a tornado.
Again.
Okay. I'm trying to get any of these cameras to work. There are cameras in the area where that potential tornado might be, but ain't having any luck with that. So never mind. Let's see if we can take a look at some of the cameras closer to the storm, or to the coast at least. Let's go back to, we looked at it briefly earlier, but Hernando Beach. Here's another look at it now. Looks like it is getting a bit more treacherous around there. That is further north. Still a little bit away from where the storm is, but it is creeping closer. But yeah, the FDOT cameras are running pretty slow. Here's one of them though right now. This is in Venice, and traffic is light, clearly. Getting a lot of rain. Not too much else to say about that. Let's go back to Longboat Key, because they were getting some hefty rain showers earlier. Are they still getting it now? We'll just wait for this to start playing again. It will in just a sec. I think they are still getting some significant rain. So let's see what we can see now once it starts, once it catches up again. But okay, there's a little bit of a view there. Certainly getting some significant rain showers. I'll try and improve the view there. That's a bit better. tried to make the best of that. So certainly the water's moving a bit further in there as well in the distance. So the storm surge impacts certainly getting more and more felt along the coast as we watch these events unfold. But the storm itself is definitely getting stronger, David.
Yes, and I'm thinking about when high tide is, and as Helene slowly tracks in, storm surge, flash flooding, the tornado activity, as history clearly shows, the outer bands, the tornadic activity, but the threat isn't going away, and the people of Georgia, South Carolina, probably North Carolina.
Let's take some more questions. What is our estimated peak currently? I have no idea anymore. The storm has certainly put a spanner in the works.
I saw Ethan say that you could see this peak at 145.
Entirely possible. I was thinking more about a pressure peak, probably upper 930s, I would say, at this point.
Yeah.
And there was model support for that.
Oh, absolutely.
Intensity.
Yeah, there is. I don't think it'll be 145 miles an hour, though. Probably 140 then, I guess. But who knows at this point. This storm doing a few crazy things. Interestingly, the HAFS model isn't as aggressive as it has been recently. Only forecasts, it actually has the intensity nailed down pretty well at the minute. 953, actually no, 948 now is what it forecasted. So a little bit lower than what it is, possibly, unless something's happened to it. Of course, it still could be deepening at that rate, and it might actually be 948 by now. But even on that forecast, very curiously, it stopped strengthening later tonight at 946, and then landfall at 948. So,
by the way, people are saying in the chat right now, ADT has 943 millibars on Helene right now, apparently.
Yeah, but Recon is, way above that in terms of what we use. ADT is a satellite guess. You can make inferences, but we'll never know the actual answer until we should just wait for that next Recon pass, which will be coming up. I don't know when they'll get there, but maybe an hour.
Something like that, hour.
But they are definitely en route. I just can't see it being 943. Even with that rate of intensification, it would probably be about 947, 948. But the National Hurricane Center will have a bit of a quandary whether they want to suggest that it's deepened any further without the direct evidence.
By the way, scary wording from Taylor County Sheriff's Office in Florida. They posted this on Facebook 3 hours ago. Please read. We are requesting that all residents, guests, and evacuees refrain from returning to the area until officially directed by the Emergency Operations Center. This directive will be communicated via social media, news outlets, radio, and emergency alert systems. Returning prematurely poses significant risk due to expected heavy flooding and other hazards. Many roads will be impassable, and there may be downed power lines, fallen trees, and other dangerous conditions. If you or someone you know chose not to evacuate, please write your name, birthday, and important information on your arm or leg in a permanent marker so that you can be identified and family notified. We ask that you kindly provide the following information so search and rescue can prioritize the locations. 1. Is the residence inland or on the coastline? 2. Full address of the residence. 3. Your name. 4. Names of the residents name or names of the resident or residents at this location. 5. Number of individuals and animals present. 6. Contact information for both yourself and the resident or residents. And 7. Any additional information such as recent photograph of the individual or individuals, disabilities, and special requirements. Very scary situation going on right now.
I mean, a lot of that was sound advice, to be fair. But I imagine that, you know, in situations like these, especially when you're talking about that 20-foot storm surge area, you sort of feel they might want to put out a few little scary messages to try and get people to evacuate. Because a lot of people are very stubborn, of course, but a lot of people have difficulties evacuating as well. So it's never a good situation when this kind of stuff arises.
So, another Western New Yorker that I follow on Twitter just posted a satellite imagery of Helene. The cirrus clouds that we're getting here right now, turns out they're actually from the northern extent of the cirrus.
Yeah, of course.
Over 1,000 miles away. That's insanity.
It's not, though, really. It's all part of a big trough that Helene's linked with, isn't it?
Yeah.
But sure, it's always impressive to see that kind of thing.
We'll say one thing, it should make for a really nice sunset here tonight.
Ah. And when you look at this, though, once again, you know, if you're doing it just on satellite without any of the Recon data, this has got a full red ring. Eye temperature's not really up to scratch yet, but if you're just doing a satellite estimate, that's probably a borderline category 4 that we're looking at there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they go 125 at 5 o'clock.
They may well do.
Or they pull a fast one and do 130. I don't know.
I doubt that without the Recon.
Yeah.
But stranger things have happened.
I do see radar right now, and it does seem like that reflectivity is now completely across the eye. So the western side isn't so weak anymore. Of course, that could have just been because we didn't see it,
But Recon saw that the western side was a lot weaker. It's half as strong as the eastern side.
Yeah, but it does seem like some convection is wrapping around it, as you can see on radar.
It's certainly going to help it.
Yeah, definitely.
We're just waiting for the advisories from the National Hurricane Center. There's going to be 3 updates coming out for the 3
tornado warning.
All right.
National Weather Service, Melbourne, Florida. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado was located over Lake Helen, moving north at 55 miles per hour. Radar indicated DeLand, Lake Helen, DeLand Airport around 4:40.
Yeah, that was the one near Deltona earlier. That's an extension, and I think Maury's got another new tornado warning.
Yeah. National Weather Service in Tampa Bay, Ruskin. Yeah, no, we actually have another one. National Weather Service in Tampa Bay, Ruskin has issued a tornado warning for western Charlotte County and southeastern Sarasota County until 5:15 p.m. At 4:37 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 14 miles southwest of Northport, moving north at 75 miles per hour.
Oh
Wow,
my!
That
thing
almost
is zooming.
That got my attention.
That
Thing
almost
is zooming northward.
yeah, that almost rivals another tornado that I speak about.
So that's that little cell at the bottom there over Englewood.
Yep.
Or near Englewood.
Do we think Helene's forward speed will increase?
Oh, it is doing, yep. Probably all the way until landfall.
So what's its forward speed at present?
21 miles an hour.
Just thinking of the 70 mile per hour. So
Oh, by the way, John's advisory is out, still at Category 1.
Wow. Here's a live view actually from under that tornado warning. So here's a little look out there. This is, where was this again? It's somewhere in the tornado warning. I think it's Venice. And despite, regardless of that tornado warning, pretty poor conditions there that we're looking at as well.
And you look at the wind gusts there.
Quite gusty. Just about to see those trees in the background. Still a bit of traffic around there as well, and see the rain blowing across the road. Certainly.
Whoa! And something interesting to note, they now have John peaking at 80 miles per hour.
Well, that's actually down from their previous forecast. They said 85.
Up, and Helene's advisory is out.
That was quick.
Helene is at Helene's still at 110 knots.
Yep.
And you know, that went up. Helene is now 125 miles per hour.
125 miles per hour.
Like we said.
In 12 hours it will be inland, so they've not estimated anything for a peak intensity. I'm sure the discussion will talk about that. As soon as that appears, we'll let you know. As for John, currently 75 miles an hour, expecting a peak of 80 and then expecting landfall. John has slowed its forward motion this afternoon.
Yeah, it's moving northwest at 2 miles per hour. By the way,
Center is lingering offshore. The inner core of convection becomes less pronounced. Circulation may be feeling the orographic effects of the mountainous terrain of southwestern Mexico. However, a strong convective curved band extends to the southwest semicircle. They're still suggesting it's a Cat 1. Hasn't moved much. Large rain shield, flooding impacts. It cannot be emphasized enough that catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides are expected to continue through the end of the week for portions of the Mexican states of Guerrero and Michoacan. So, serious messaging there. Isaac is out. How about that? The one I thought would be out first is actually out last.
Yep. No irony.
What is the millibird pressure for Helene?
951, no change.
Yeah, there's still that, and no change in warnings either. So it's as you were with regards warnings. Storm surge numbers still pretty much the same as well. Maximums of 20 feet. Wow. So those updates came out mighty early, didn't they?
Yeah.
Let's check in with some of those cameras again. Let's go back to Steinhatchee, which is going to get really high amounts of surge later. Still looks very, very calm there at this location. Still some way for the storm to get there yet. Hernando Beach, blowing across there. Look at that, some strong wind gusts clearly. Still not seeing any real signs of the storm surge at this location yet. Back at Longboat Key, where we've been watching a couple of times there, the situation certainly getting powerful winds at times, and this is one of the closest spots to the storm itself. And there it is now. That's the current view.
I'll be right back.
Yep. And I was going to see if we have any other viewpoints that might be able to show us how things are going in the Tampa region. But in the meantime, we'll keep it here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, what is it?
It says that the storm will remain a Category 2 into Tifton, Georgia.
Hold on, let's see what you're showing us.
Look here. This is where... And 105 miles per hour. All the way up here.
Well, that's about right. I mean... It's quite similar to Michael.
One thing that I do notice, they actually changed the track fairly far east.
A smidge, but notable though, clearly.
Yeah, because it no longer passes directly over Tallahassee.
Ah, well, that might be just a little crumb of comfort there.
Yeah, so now they're on the weaker side, so that is good for Tallahassee, but still, they will experience strong winds.
God, it's Perry again, isn't it? Jeez.
Yeah, it is Perry again. I don't know what it is.
It's ridiculous, that's what it is.
Yeah, poor Perry.
Well, we're still waiting for Isaac's advisory for anyone who cares. Let's see if we can take a look at the new cones yet. I don't know if they've been produced by the Hurricane Center yet, especially the experimental ones. So we'll go and have a look and see if we can look at the standard cones. Yes, that one is out. So let's take a look at this. So the cone here, you can clearly see then, landfall expected soon, 125 mile per hour winds right now. And looking at the expectations there, certainly a landfall after dark. And looking at the time, I would infer that that is probably going to be at about 9 or 10 at least. Yeah, about 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern time, that is for the landfall. So a little while longer before we get that. Let's see if we can look at John. John's new forecast is here, and you have it stalling quite a bit there, or moving slowly into land as a hurricane. They expect slight strengthening and then moving northwestwards along the coast, weakening to a depression very quickly, then moving out over the ocean again.
Imagine if it re-strengthens a second time.
Oh, just as another loop-the-loop.
I mean, this wasn't really a loop-the-loop. It just went straight down, then back up, and then off to the west.
Oh, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Probably one of David's favorite storms.
By down,
now.
I meant south. I am very illiterate.
Okay. Look at this. The eye's starting to appear a little bit more again on Helene. Looking much better as the day goes on here.
Oh, that eye is definitely going to stick out.
Recon are on their way, but it will be a little bit before we get any new data. They are.
Do you still think Cat 4 is plausible?
It's probable at this point. It's likely at this point. Let's see what the NHC are saying in their discussion. I'll talk about it whilst we keep looking at this imagery. I'll read it word for word. Helene has rapidly intensified today whilst nearing landfall in the Florida Big Bend. Doppler radar and aircraft data indicate that the eyewall is now completely closed and the eye has become more circular and is clearing out. The aircraft data also indicated that the inner core has contracted significantly today whilst the tropical storm force winds have expanded. Based on all of the data, the initial intensity is now set at 110 knots, which is 125 miles per hour. The latest minimum pressure based on the aircraft data is around 951 millibars. Tropical storm force winds are occurring across portions of west central and southwestern Florida. We've seen it already. Conditions are expected to deteriorate rapidly in the hurricane warning area during the next several hours. It should be emphasized that Helene is at the upper bound of hurricanes in terms of storm size and impacts, are and will occur well away from the center. The large hurricane is now accelerating north-northeastward, with the latest initial motion estimated to be 25 degrees, bearing at 20 knots. This general motion is expected to continue, taking the core of the major hurricane to the Florida Big Bend later this evening. After landfall, a turn to the north over Georgia is expected late tonight and early Friday, followed by a slowdown or a complete stall over the Tennessee Valley late Friday and Saturday when Helene merges with a mid to upper level low. The hurricane has intensified by 30 knots since sunrise, and given the conducive environmental conditions and contracting inner core, it seems likely that Helene will be at or very near Category 4 strength when it makes landfall in the Florida Big Bend this evening. That, by the way, will be the strongest landfall ever recorded on the Florida Big Bend. The fast-forward speed when Helene moves inland will result in a far inland penetration of strong winds over parts of the southeastern United States, including strong gusts over the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians. Accordingly, a higher than normal gust factor is indicated in the official forecast while Helene is inland. Well, terrible news. Catastrophic and deadly storm surge along portions of the Florida Big Bend coast where inundation could reach as high as 20 feet above ground level. Potentially catastrophic hurricane force winds expected within the eyewall of Helene and will spread inland over portions of northern Florida and southern Georgia when it makes landfall this evening. Take shelter in the interior portion of a well-built structure. Remain sheltered until after the hazardous conditions pass. Damaging wind gusts will penetrate well inland and catastrophic life-threatening flash flooding as well. Well, if it keeps going the way it's going, Maury, did you have that track up again just to show the tornado warning?
Yeah, well, I was just showing that because it looks like there's two separate rotations on this tornado warning. But looking back at the track, this is the track. There's
Zoom
a lot of
right
warning.
into the landfall location, if I may. And that is, at least with one thing here, it is an extremely sparse area if it hits right there.
Yeah, it is. So, but it doesn't matter where it makes landfall because it's so large.
Yep, St.
The
Mark's
impacts will
will
be
get
very widespread.
pounded. Perry will get pounded. There's other locations further north: Cody, Wassisa, Wakena, Caps, Drifton, Monticello, and then eventually into Georgia. Those whole two counties, really. I think it's Orcilla. No, Jefferson County and Taylor. Those two counties are the big ones here that we're looking at when this storm makes landfall, and probably Wakulla County as well. But at the moment, it looks like Tallahassee, it's going to be close. You will probably get hurricane force winds, but perhaps it may just be just that little bit further east now where you might just get away without the strongest winds. You are still on the edge of the cone, though. That means that the center of the storm could still track directly over Tallahassee. Look at that wind field. Almost all of Florida engulfed by it. Tropical storm force winds. And the thing is, hurricane force winds haven't even touched anywhere yet. But they will do soon. May remember earlier, a few hours ago, it was about 60,000 power outages. Well, I can tell you now the number is 161,000.
Wow.
The worst places affected are Sarasota County, 29,000. Manatee, to its north, 21,000. Charlotte, 9,700. Collier, 17,000. Miami-Dade as well, 14,000 there. 17,000 in Hillsborough. Nearly 15,000 in Pinellas County as well. So quite a few power outages occurring in these areas that are being affected by the storm. Well, certainly strengthening still as we await the next Recon flight, which will be heading into the storm shortly. We've finally got the update on Isaac. They are absolutely unchanged. They are still forecasting the same thing. Continuing eastward with no change in strength, 50 miles per hour, 995 millibars. I doubt anyone's interested in it. Someone's got to write the discussion though. They say a little change with the structure of Isaac has been noted this afternoon. Episodic bursts of deep convection have been observed over the western semicircle throughout the day, but cloud tops have largely failed to break -60. They're running with 45 knots. Let's take a look at a live camera. Somewhere, I think this is towards the Sarasota area, but here is a view of a rather inclement picture, clearly. Very heavy, well, I assume it's heavy rainfall there. And that's just one such scene. Obviously, travel is ill-advised. I believe we're now joined by Ethan.
Yes, hello.
And we've just got a few minutes here before we take a short break, but why don't you tell us what your thoughts are about Helene today? I'm sure you've got a lot to say.
I mean, I've got a few things to say. First things first, this hurricane is extremely dangerous. People have no idea how dangerous this storm is. This area has never seen a hurricane like this before, never has, and probably never will for at least probably 10, if not probably a lot more years. They have never seen a hurricane this strong and the impact this large with this kind of storm.
Ethan, we said that about Idalia.
Well, yes, but well, we keep repeating ourselves, it seems. Because Idalia came and went. Well, you saw what Idalia did, but imagine that on a much greater scale. That's what we're going to be seeing with Helene.
Absolutely. And I was saying this morning, Ethan, I don't know if it's still true, but at the time, 60% larger than Irma when it made landfall on Marco Island.
I don't know about that.
It was. The actual wind field numbers.
Well, the wind field, yeah, but the storm's influence, I don't know about that.
Well, I'm going by the 34 knot wind field, but I don't. That's probably changed now. But it is a big storm, massive impacts all along the coast, and we've been seeing some of it already in various points. When do we think the landfall will be, Ethan? What's your thinking on the timing?
11 p.m. Eastern. I think that's our best guess.
11 p.m. Eastern. That's
6 hours
a
away.
long time away.
And if you were to really extrapolate that, 6 hours ago, the storm had winds of 105 miles per hour.
Oh, don't even.
So that would mean 145 mile an hour at landfall, if it continued on its current track, or current intensification rate. There is the off chance that it might not. There is the off chance that it still might weaken before it heads into land.
That is the
Let's
point.
hope it does.
Wind shear, that's a big question mark. When will it make its appearance? When it makes itself felt?
If at all.
If at all. Some models suggesting that it might, including the HAFS, that it would weaken just slightly before the landfall, but we're only talking just a tiny bit.
Nathan.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about this, but I'm gonna have to go now and
that's all
exit
right.
the stream. But it's been wonderful being here. Thanks for everyone letting me be here, basically. And hope you do well with the rest of the stream, basically. Yeah.
Thank you, Jack.
Goodbye.
We'll see you again soon.
See you soon.
Absolutely. That was Jack. He was with us for a while. Some of us don't have the luxury of being able to go away, though, especially people that are in the path of the storm, and that's why we are here. Well, we are going to take a short break in just a second, but first of all, any further thoughts from the team? Any updates you want to bring to us? Maury, tornadoes, anything like that?
There might have been a tornado on the ground. Might have. I'm not sure, but it does look like we have a CC drop near Apalachee.
Wow, now?
Yeah, look at my screen. This.
I can't get to it now.
Oh, if you can't, it's showing some, like, turquoise colors.
What Maury's looking at is, yeah, a potential CC drop. We're not sure yet. and that is located northeast of Apalachicola. Let me just double check the region that we're talking about there. This isn't even working now. I just want to check if it's in a sparse area or not. I think it is, but there may still be one or two properties in the area. Justin, you think that's a CC drop?
Where?
Northeast of Apalachicola.
Give me a moment. Let me switch to that radar. Give me a moment.
They're just thinking about it. We will cover that, of course, in the next hour, as well as Helene, as it continues towards this insane landfall. And look at that, by the way. This visible imagery showing convective tops swirling around the storm. Two of them on opposite sides. That is a sign of very rapid intensification. This storm could get much stronger. Did you reach a verdict, Justin?
It's taking a bit to load. Give me a moment.
Okay, we'll come back to you then after this short break. This is Force 13 Live. More on Helene, of course. There's nothing else we can really look at. This is an insane storm, and it's only going to get worse. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Force 13 live, we're watching Hurricane Helene rapidly intensify towards the coast of Florida. All of our worst case scenarios are slowly becoming realized. A Moment of Lovely is exhausted in the chat, says that they need to take a break this hour. We appreciate your support though, A Moment of Lovely, thank you very much. I feel just the same, and Justin's trying to talk to me, and he doesn't know that he's not faded up yet. Justin, welcome aboard.
I was just about to read that, but you beat me to it, by the way. Also, Bob said, which side of the storm is Tallahassee going to receive? Right now, if Helene keeps tracking further northeast, Tallahassee might end up getting probably the northwestern eyewall. If like, mind you, keep in mind this is if the northeast trend continues. Right now, though, if it turns back to the north, they're getting the full brunt of the eyewall.
It's a close one.
Yeah, it's too close to call right now, honestly.
But it's
Even
been
though we're
very
still, like,
interesting.
5 hours from landfall.
It's been very interesting on Recon that it's probably better now. But earlier today, when they got 115 knot flight level on the eastern side, the western side, they're only getting 60 knots. Massive, massive discrepancy. Our next Recon flight, I'm sure it'll even out a little bit. A good deal, in fact. That'll be a big question to see just how much it's evened out.
And, pardon interrupt you, new tornado warning just got issued. National Weather Service in Ruskin has issued a tornado warning for western Charlotte, southwestern DeSoto, northwestern Lee, and southeastern Sarasota County, rather, until 5:30 p.m. At 5:06 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Pineland, 13 miles west of Cape Coral, moving north at 55 miles per hour.
You might see it on our screen there, just at the very end.
Punta Gorda, you are inside that warning, by the way.
Punta Gorda. It's just to get that.
This will be near Northport and Port Charlotte around 5:20. Other locations impacted include, like I said, Punta Gorda, Murdoch, South Venice, Gulf Cove, Eljo Bean, Palm Island, Harbor Heights, Placida, I think that's how you pronounce that, Rotunda, Charlotte Park, and Cleveland.
You can see on this graphic 3 red polygons around the coast. That is, those are tornado warnings.
One of those is new one. Yeah, one of those is an extension, actually.
Yeah.
National Weather Service in Tallahassee.
Oh yeah, another one. Yep.
Yeah, National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Gulf, southwestern Liberty, and northwestern Franklin counties until 5:45 Eastern, 4:45 Central, because it's border of 2 time zones.
Yep.
At 5:07 p.m. Eastern, 4:07 p.m. Central, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 13 miles north of East Point, moving northwest at 30 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Weewahitchka around 4:35 p.m. Central Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic storm include Honeyville, Sumatra, Chipola Cutoff, Willis Landing, Weewahitcha, actually, correction, Weewahitchka, rather.
Careful.
It's a difficult place name to pronounce for me. Pardon. And I apologize if I butcher that. Dalkeith and Fort Gadsden are the other ones.
Now, we've seen quite a few tornado warnings today. Blitz says, with the sheer amount of tornado warnings, could Helene stack up as one of the most tornado-warned cyclones? Surely there's a little way to go yet.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look at how many have been issued today.
Quite a few.
Just look at Ivan. Ivan is the record holder, and it's nowhere near that.
No, I meant, well, Ivan's the record holder for the most tornadoes.
Yeah, actual
Oh,
tornadoes.
it's not the most tornado warnings. What was the
No.
record for the most tornado warnings?
There was a storm recently that had tons of tornadoes. Was it Debbie?
It was Beryl.
It was Beryl?
Yeah,
Well,
Beryl might actually, I think it's Beryl that holds the record, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting.
The only reason I say this is because when Beryl's remnants came through New York on July 10th, there were, out of the 51
Yeah, I remember
tornado
that.
warnings out of the 51 tornado warnings issued that day, 41 of those were in New York alone. And 18 of those were issued by NWS Buffalo, which is also now the most tornado warnings they have issued in a single day.
Hey. Well,
by the way, tornado warning count for today, we're up. Nice. The one that just got issued up by Tallahassee is the 69th tornado.
Of course it is, Justin. Well done.
The irony in that.
All right. Well, we can't get a moment's peace around here. Let's introduce ourselves. My name's Nathan Foy here once again. We're in our 9th hour of coverage for the day. We're joined by several people. Of course, that was Justin that you were listening to there. Maury was there as well. I think Lenny's still there in the background. Ethan, of course, we heard him just before the break. And Zeta still hanging around, I think, as well, up in Ohio. Ethan, from your vantage point in Indiana, is the storm going to affect you in any way?
Yes, it's going to bring some rainfall here. It's not going to bring a lot, unfortunately, considering that the drought situation right up here in Indiana is very, very bad right now. The National Weather Service right now is only expecting how many? Well, they're giving a 35% chance of 2 inches of rain tomorrow.
Fair.
So not terrible amounts of rain are expected. But the vast majority of the heavy rainfall threat regarding Helene up in these areas should remain farther off towards the south. The Weather Center does have a day 2 or it's day 2 slight risk out for areas in the Ohio Valley, but the slight risk area is farther south at think down near Cincinnati, Bloomington, and down into southern Illinois, with others further north, including where I am in Indianapolis, under a marginal risk. So we're not going to get too much rain here, unfortunately, in the metro, but maybe we'll get some relief from this drought, maybe from a future tropical cyclone, I hope, because we need the rain.
Another one.
By the way, Storm Chaser Terry Baker registered an 80-mile-per-hour sustained wind near Isle del Sol in Florida with a handheld anemometer.
Where's that?
It's just south of St. Petersburg. Actually, correction, 80-mile-per-hour gust, rather. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I would have been something if it was a sustained wind.
Yeah, if it was sustained, heck, hell.
The eye is continuing to appear more and more clearer, but on visible is really where it's at. Obviously, visible always makes them look better, I think. But when we actually look at some of these visible images right now, here it is. And let's switch to the other
apparently
viewpoint.
we have Tropical Depression 11 now.
Oh, it did? I was wondering if it would get there.
Oh my gosh.
Apparently.
Who's saying that? It's not on the
someone in the
NHC.
chat just said it, apparently.
Well, it could be anyone, Justin.
Hang on, I just saw it.
It's not on the NHC yet.
Well, yeah, it actually looks like that comment was deleted, so...
Justin, come on, man.
Yeah, whoever posted that, first off,
That could have been any Tom, Dick, and Harry.
First off, you fooled me.
Come on, man.
Justin.
Man.
You know, you guys in the comments, you can say anything, Justin will believe it, right?
I've had a rough past couple days. I would not.
But it is on it. I mean, it wouldn't that thing wouldn't have surprised me if they did that, because it is looking good.
We do not have Tropical Depression 11 yet.
Yeah, it is looking that the invest is looking decent though. We're going to have it soon. We are going to have it soon. Look at that visible imagery on the left.
Both of the I-275 bridges in the Tampa Metro right now are completely underwater.
Really?
What?
Oh God.
Well, not obviously their peaks, but
okay.
They're ones that are at water level are completely underwater. Please, if you are in the broader Tampa, St. Petersburg metro area, do not drive right now. Stay home.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Well, you probably shouldn't even. Well, did they order evacuations in that area?
I believe not for a whole, not for the entire metro, but for a lot of it.
Looks like the bridge into Charlotte Harbor.
You probably shouldn't even be there for the first place. But if you are, just don't drive. Just stay home. It's really important.
It looks like the bridge into Charlotte Harbor is also closed. But let me see if we can get a view from the northern bridge, the Courtney Campbell Causeway. There are still vehicles on there. But
I better hope those are either FDOT employees. I think it's FDOT or the Florida Department of Transportation. I hope it's in relation to them, or I hope that it's law enforcement.
But then on the Howard Franklin Bridge earlier, Ethan, we were looking. There were some cars on there, and it says on the graphic that it's shut. So I don't know what happened.
Hey, Nathan. You know how earlier you mentioned to me how there's only a couple counties in Florida not under a tropical storm warning? Yeah. It turns out I was right. It's those same 4 counties that aren't under a tornado watch either.
Let's get the view from the Howard Franklin Bridge then, which obviously looks always dramatic when we take a look at it, considering it's sort of like a break. So it will look that way. Well, here's the view right now. Looking very dodgy at the moment. Would you drive along that road? I'm not sure many would.
No.
Oh, there it is. Interstate 275.
And also, just an observation that I recently noticed: some of these tornado warnings, especially in the outer bands of this storm, are moving north at a very rapid rate. I saw one moving north at 85 miles per hour.
Holy cow!
Yeah, that is ridiculous. So if you are in Florida right now, of course, especially in the Tampa Metro right now, by far your biggest concern at this point is the winds, which winds right now are gusting crazy bad right now in Tampa.
And actually, Ethan.
And you've also got the heavy rainfall threat on top of the tornado threat.
As you mentioned it, the Punta Gorda cell was moving north at 55. It's now moving at 60.
Impressive. Here's another view on that bridge there as well. You can see waves crashing over onto the roadway. There were still vehicles going along here when it was like this earlier. We showed it the last couple of hours. Clearly no one on it now, so that's obviously good. It is dangerous, treacherous. And you can see the light fixtures there wobbling around as well. Obviously the camera's wobbling. Those waves pouring in, and you can see the spray being blown along as well when the waves crash upwards there. So a lot of strong winds there. Certainly some of the more dramatic views when you get these waves crashing up against the roadway.
Hey, Ethan.
Hmm?
What do you think? I saw you posting in, the contributor of Discord earlier that you were calling for a 145 mile per hour peak, right?
No, I would probably forecast a 140 mile an hour peak at this point.
Oh, me too.
Additional strengthening it does appear to be extremely likely, if not ongoing. We'll know shortly, or about I don't know, about half an hour maybe. We'll have a better estimate of what the storm is because Recon is hot.
Yeah, whenever they do that. Oh yeah, they'll be wanting to get in there ASAP.
So, Nathan, I do have this camera right on one of those bridges on I-275, and there is some waves crashing onto the road. You can see one right there.
Yeah, very similar to what we were looking at.
It is shaking a lot. You can see that there's, and There's cars there.
That's the Gandhi Bridge, isn't it? That one's still open.
Okay, that one's still... I don't know if it should be open if waves are crashing ashore like that, though. But that's, of course, their decision, so I'm not in control of that.
People are going to take their risks.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what else to look at the moment. There's so many things, different things we could look towards. But all of this action right now, the storm's still showing signs of strengthening, blowing ups of convection there all around the eye, which is continuing to gradually clear out. It's been a slow burner to begin with, hasn't it? Models thought that it would get to Cat 3 or 4 just after leaving the Yucatan. Well, it didn't do anything like that, but it is now well on its way. And once it's snowballed, and once it started, it ain't gonna stop.
Yeah, and by the way, looking at the latest visible satellite imagery, in the eye you can actually see the ocean below now.
Quite possibly looking at that, yeah.
Buckle up, because it's about to get hairy pretty soon.
Zeta, any thoughts for us? Is Zeta still here? I see people who are lurking around. I have no idea whether they're here or not. I think we've just got Justin, Maury, and Ethan right now. But we're continuing to watch this storm on the rapid scan imagery here. And let's see where Recon are. At this point, they are...
Actually, I just recently looked. It says they're in storm. They're right in the outer band right now.
Yeah, just
they're already
getting into it.
45 knot flight level ones.
Yep, just getting into it now. Yeah, very interesting to see what they get on that west side, because that is used to be very weak. It'd be interesting to see how much progress it's made.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is a Cat 4 right now.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is Bonita Beach, further south still. We're just having a little look at this one because there's people on it. They're still under warnings, so it's a bit unsafe, but the water's there.
New flash flood warning in regards to Helene, by the way.
Okay.
For pretty much, actually, hang on. Give me a moment to pull it up. Areas west of Tallahassee. It's a fairly large flash flood warning, by the way. Want me to read out the counties for you?
Yes.
Southeastern Coffee County in southeastern Alabama, Southern Dale County in southeastern Alabama, Eastern Geneva, and Houston counties in southeastern Alabama. Then you have Franklin, Western Gadsden, southwestern Leon, Liberty, Western Wauchula, Bay, Calhoun, Gulf, Central Holmes, Jackson, southeastern Walton, Washington, southwestern Decatur, and Seminole counties.
What's going on here?
18 counties in that flash flood warning right there.
Big one.
Goes to 1:15 a.m. Eastern, 12:15 a.m. Central tomorrow. It says here, Doppler radar indicated heavy rain across the warned area.
Well, they have. They have had a lot of rain there today.
Yeah.
How close was that to Panama City? Was that further west?
No, this one actually, Panama City's in this one.
Oh, I see.
They're actually under 2 flash flood warnings right now.
Gosh.
Actually, the one they're under is about to expire in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, you only need to be under 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. We're looking at Sanibel Island right now. These areas mostly past the storm. So let's go to somewhere that's a bit closer, Longboat Key. Still very much in the throes of the storm. Looks like there might be another big storm just about to reach there shortly. I'm just looking at the satellite, but on radar, yeah, it's going to get stormy there again. I mean, it already is. Look at that. I can't remember whether all those deck chairs down there were thrown about or not. I can't remember what they looked like before, but you can start to see water creeping in to that sort of lawn area as well. So we are seeing the effects of that storm surge. We'll try and look at cameras in those flash flood warning zones as well. This is either in that zone or not far from it. One of the roads that leads down to Panama City. As you can see, a quiet road and a very wet road right now.
By the way, big convective burst in the southeastern eyewall just now. Figuring the DBZ values on radar just shot up substantially in the past few frames.
Yeah, another little zone there.
We went from like 30 DBZ up to about 50, 55.
That wrapped around from
And
the
also,
southwest initially.
Lots of lightning in the northeastern portion of the eyewall too.
Oh, it's all going on. It is complete, showing every sign here.
60,000 foot tops in the northeastern eyewall.
Every sign is being shown here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Helene's easily a Cat 4. Easily a Cat 4, I know.
Not if the data doesn't say so. We're going to find out.
Yeah.
But you would think. You would think it is. But with Recon about to enter, we can't. It seems a bit silly to make such judgments already when we can actually get the data shortly. If we were only using satellites, I think most of us would have pushed the Cat 4 button, wouldn't we?
Yeah, probably, yeah. Hi, Bob. I just saw you say hi to me in chat.
Yeah, I was just going to take a look at some comments and questions.
I actually have to step away real quick.
All right, one of our viewers says that those chairs were upright earlier, so they must have been tossed around at some point.
I'll be right back. My dinner should be just about done.
Okay. Let's see what else we've got here. Do we have any reports on the amount of storm surge in Tampa Bay right now? I don't know. Just that the estimate is supposed to be between 5 and 8 feet. Apparently a live cam near Fort Myers showing water inundation over the bridge. I don't know Fort Myers very well, so I'm going to have to try and find that bridge. There's a couple of bridges there. One bridge is shut, however. So I assume it must be that one. I can't see a camera, though. But no doubt we are seeing several areas that are getting hit with this storm surge. One of the bridges is shut near Charlotte Harbor as well, Punta Gorda. But on any of the, we're not really seeing any flooding on these traffic cams, from as far as I can see. There's a lot of them out there, but for the ones that I see, none of them are really showing any flooding. But certainly a lot of them are showing some rainfall. Go back to Longboat Key. It will play again in just a second. Looks like on radar that they'll be getting a fair bit more rain on the way here. Just looking at various points on other cameras off shot here. But once again, this is the view at Longboat Key, not too far away from the storm's main influence. And from what we're hearing, Helene may be about to reach Category 4 status. Here's another view on one of the bridges in Tampa Bay as well. This is SR60, so the northern bridge. And again, you can see waves pummeling the area there on that left-hand side. On the south side, of course, the bit that flows in. So there you go. And look at the speed of those clouds at the top there as well, moving by real fast. No wonder we're seeing some of these tornado warnings with up to 85 miles per hour. movement speeds.
There is a new tornado warning
Uh-huh.
right near Raleigh, North Carolina.
Oh, let's have a look at this then. You got it for us?
Yes. Well, wait. Let me change my.
Yeah, we'll wait for you there about this tornado warning.
Okay. I think this is associated with the storm. It's like in the very far out of advance.
Okay. So there's the tornado warning. Decent looking rotation there. That's a new one that's just come in a few minutes ago. Let's get the other view, the National Weather Service look at it. This will be, it says it'll be near Raleigh at about 5:35, but it's moving away. 165,000 though in this radar indicated tornado warning. There are 3 active tornado warnings. The other one was for southeastern Manatee County, northwestern Charlotte, western DeSoto, and eastern Sarasota until 5:45. And there's one issued at 5:07, which I don't know if that's still in effect, but northeastern Gulf County, southwestern Liberty, and northwestern Franklin in the Big Bend and the Panhandle. Maury, anything that you can tell us about radar appearance of Helene right now?
Well, this system is still. It definitely looks much more improved than it did an hour.
Yeah.
It almost looks like when it starts looking similar, like comparable to that structure that you sometimes see on microwave imagery. Of course, those are 2 completely different things. I'm not saying they're similar in any way. Just you can see the bands on both.
Well, the actual established part of the eyewall, they're very strong, sure, but is that still a gap on the southwest side?
I don't know. It did kind of develop for a second there. It like dissipated, but now it's
NHC said it was closed, but it doesn't look closed. But nonetheless,
yeah, I don't know. I thought it was closed too. I guess it just.
Those orange red areas are going to be packing a massive punch in those though, with some wind. Oh, there's Recon. They're getting close now, and they're gonna. I think they're going straight for that area to check.
Yeah, they are. Oh, and also
really want to see what they find there, just to find out if it is fully closed. Tornado warning.
Yeah, new tornado warning near St. Augustine.
Yep. And I know that Ethan is limbering up as well, aren't you?
I'm sorry?
You're limbering up to do something, aren't you, Ethan?
Yeah. Literally just about to... We're doing a flight simulator flight out of Tampa.
Ethan's doing Recon here. It might sound like a silly idea, but these days the flight sims are getting awfully good. And it gives you a decent, flying through planes, Ethan, gives you a decent look at what it might actually look like inside the eye. And it'll probably look even better when they release Flight Simulator 2024.
Well, we aren't doing a flight into Helene's eye.
You're not?
No, I'll be doing that later.
Come on, Ethan. It'll be nighttime by then.
I mean, I can try.
Have a look. Do a little detour. You would do that in real life, wouldn't you? Anyway, Ethan's flying up there. So, as for the movement of the storm, it needs to do a few more northeastward wobbles. It is doing one right now.
Okay, I'm back.
Yes, Justin, but it needs to do a few more northeastern wobbles if it's going to move east of Tallahassee.
Nathan, I just talked to one of my Floridian friends on Discord. He actually lives in Pensacola.
Yeah.
And I told him to say, he responded to me. He's like, thanks. It just so happened that I'm in Tallahassee for a leadership training for my job. They couldn't have picked a worse time to send me.
Oh my
And then he
god.
proceeded to say, me and others who were sent, and mind you, he actually serves in the U.S. military, so thank you for your service. Me and the others who were sent here are in a van. They are driving us more inland towards Alabama. And yes, they are taking us to Fort Novelcell, which is an army base about 2 hours away. It isn't gonna matter where he is.
Hmm.
I'm gonna actually tell him he needs to go. They need to take him further north than that.
And west.
Let's see if we can go back to the... We need a beach camera, because there's people out there, and there's still waves moving in there. I mean, I do like to people watch sometimes. Well, they got the youngsters out there as well. I mean, why would you do that? The whole family's out there on the beach in a tropical storm or hurricane warning. I mean, I don't want to expose the youngsters, so we'll move over to another camera.
I called it funny what that one kid was doing, by the way, just running across.
I mean, but the parents, man, I mean, you're under warnings right there. Dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
So getting on to be a Category 4 hurricane. I don't know what to tell you about that. But anyways, looking back at this satellite imagery, clearing that eye once again, certainly looking much better on satellite imagery again. We keep saying that line, but every time it's true.
Yep.
But we were just curious before about what's happening to the southwestern side of the eye on radar, because I mean, you know, I don't want to instill false hope or anything. I'm just reporting on what I'm seeing, but it does look like there's a gap there in the southwest.
Yeah, I see that. Vortex data message.
I think they were saying it was closed.
Only thing is, this vortex data message is from about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get some new ones soon. When the
It
next
does say
plane
the eye is ragged, though.
Yeah, they did say that.
35 nautical mile wide eye.
NOAA 2 has turned east, and they are now making a run due from west to east, probably. Certainly coming in due west. So far getting 45 knot winds, and they still have a little distance to go. Let me try and figure out how far. They have... Oh yeah, they've still got nearly 100 miles to go. So it'll be a little while before we get the data that we're really looking for out of that. But certainly the eye is getting much better once again. The real eye is now properly starting to come out. We are getting an eye temperature of 0. And this is the true eye now with a complete eye wall. Certainly appears that way on satellite. Don't know why the left one is now glitching a little bit, but that's some visible imagery. Let's stop that, it hurts my eyes.
Oh yeah, what the heck?
I don't know. So here we are back with the... if we just turn radar off for a minute, you'll see the visible from this perspective, and look at that.
Yeah, we pretty much have just about a complete ring of -70 to -80 cloud tops now. Oh no.
Different visible bands here that we're looking at. Obviously we're starting to lose the light there.
I would not be surprised if this is a Cat 4 already.
Well, it looks like a borderline Cat 4. I think of... there's a storm I'm thinking of. Might even be Gene. But it's got a fantastic appearance.
Oh yeah.
Ethan's in the sky, flying a plane, with his wipers on. Where are you, Ethan? Is that nearing the center of the storm?
We're nowhere near the center of the storm.
All right,
so
he's flying southwest.
It's
Of
gonna
course,
take
he
us a little
is.
bit.
That's Ethan.
At the moment, we are just offshore of St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
And we're only at 13,000 feet, so I'm trying to figure out how I can turn on the weather radar on this plane to see if I can see where the eye might be at.
I'm sure I used to know. No, I don't know.
I'm not sure. I'll figure it out.
Sorry, this is the rapid scan imagery. Is this up to date? It doesn't look as impressive on this particular satellite enhancement. Yeah, that is up to date. Certainly southwestern side could do with a little work, but the eye is opening up gradually here. But yeah, we're waiting for NOAA 2 to get more info. They are flying into the eye soon. Stay tuned for that. And of course, the National Hurricane Center are doing hourly updates as well. What do you reckon? You think they might go for a Cat 4 at the end of this hour?
Honestly, it's looking very likely right now.
I don't know. It seems like it, but there is that eyewall thing. What?
No, nothing. I'm just trying to get some other viewpoints here as well. Let's see if we can have a look at Clearwater Beach right now. Here it is. Another inclement view there. This is Clearwater Beach, which is storms making probably just about its closest pass to Clearwater Beach right now. It's approximately 100 miles exactly from the center of Helene's eye. Once again, one of the first things you'll notice there, look to the clouds, just how fast they are moving there, off towards the right hand side, moving northwards. Certainly, if there are any tornadoes, they'll be moving very, very quickly. Any news on tornadoes, guys?
Not at this time.
Okay. No warnings?
Actually, there's a fourth warning. Where the heck is it?
It's in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that earlier.
And then no new warnings then.
We've also got this close-up view of the Big Bend region of Florida. You can just about start to see the convective tops of the northern inner band start to reach this viewpoint. Let's go back to the Zaire imagery. Look at how that has evolved here in the last few hours. Really impressive appearance, although still it's showing a gap on the eastern side, which is really interesting because radar shows it's in a different side.
Yep. Because
the eastern side right now is actually the strongest, and yet this satellite showing that you would suggest just from looking at satellite that the opposite is true, but no, on the ground radar is showing it's really ramped up on the radar, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
Only thing is though, with the distance from radar, it's very deceiving.
But doesn't that make it even more confusing? Because with a bigger distance from the radar, it's obviously looking higher up into the clouds. And so, with satellite looking down at the tops of the clouds, it just doesn't make sense. What's going on here?
I don't know.
Radar's more trustworthy than satellite, though, and it is showing a really impressive half
we
ring.
just had a pair of tornado warnings issued.
Okay, tell us about them.
National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a tornado warning for central St. Johns County until 6 p.m. At 5:43 p.m., severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Federal Point, or 7 miles north of Hastings, moving north at 50. And let me find the other one. Where was the other one issued? Other one is, National Weather Service in Wilmington has issued a tornado warning for Georgetown County and Williamsburg County in South Carolina until 6:15 p.m. At 5:42 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near North Sanchez or west of Georgetown, moving north at 35.
Here's one of the warnings pictured, the one in Armstrong, Florida, 26,000 population. Is that St. Johns County?
Or the one in Florida?
I think that might be.
Yeah, it is.
So that's one of the warnings there that was just mentioned. Well, a very dangerous storm this is. It'll be getting dark soon as well, and so the threat will increase into the night hours. We were hoping it would be a landfall during the day as well. It is safer, if that's a possible word. Obviously at night time you can't even see what's going on half the time. But it is definitely going to be a nighttime landfall, and it could be quite late into the night. Expecting so far that it may be around 10 p.m. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. You can talk to us here. Just see what people are saying. I think Kathy said a nice message there. Yum says Dvorak intensity analysis is now at 931 millibars.
That is true.
I suppose
another new tornado warning had. Got another new tornado warning.
Okay.
National Weather Service in Tampa has issued a tornado warning for DeSoto, Hardy, and Manatee counties until 6 p.m. At 5:45 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Michoacan City, or 15 miles northwest of Arcadia, moving north at 60.
All right.
Right, question for you, Nathan.
Okay.
Whenever you do your recon flights in Flight Simulator, do you use the citation, I think?
Yeah, quite often I do actually now.
Because it has... Yeah, I'm going to use that aircraft. It's hopefully that one will have weather radar.
It has weather radar. It has the things I look for in these planes are weather radar and live wind speeds in the cockpit.
We'll have to look.
I'm sure it has both, and it also has nice sound effects. But sometimes I use the flying engine because it doesn't have a cockpit, and so you can see everything. Sort of like a God mode kind of thing.
I should figure out how to turn on the weather radar now.
If I could do it, I'm sure you can, because I'm a very simple person, Ethan. There'll be a button somewhere. Anyways, that's a different... Ethan's doing a bit of recon, by the way, everyone. Just in case Ethan's going to be flying a plane into the storm. So you're on the ground again, so you've started a different flight, have you?
Yes.
Yeah, so it may sound a little bit silly once again, but you know, these simulators are getting good. You'll be able to have a decent view of what's going on inside the eye, quite realistic looking. Give you an indication of what we're up against right here. Anyways, let's get some more comments. Healer Squad says these tornado warnings are popping up quickly. Certainly are. Cobcat says, just a quick question, do we recommend any sort of radar apps? We don't have any official recommendations, but I don't suppose our team have any thoughts?
Radar scope. You're taking off once again?
Right now what you're looking at is WSV3, by the way. There's Ethan taking off in his citation. NOAA have a citation, don't they?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
You're getting some wins there. Ethan's being buffeted by strong
This
winds
is not
on his takeoff.
This is not me doing these wins. This is Flight Simulator.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
And I've even done myself a favor. I've even marked Helene's eye.
Oh, good. That's always useful to do. But let's get some more comments right now. George says that the track of Helene is clearly going bullseye for Steinhatchee. I don't think so. Not yet. It would have to move a little bit, quite a bit more east for it to do that. Right now, it looks more like Apalachee Bay.
And we now have a completed ring of negative 70 degrees cloud tops, by the way.
Wow.
The ring just connected in the latest satellite imagery. And this is as of 2 minutes ago, by the way.
I'm not sure how up-to-date this imagery is.
I'm using topical tidbits. The latest imagery is from 2148, which is 2 minutes ago.
This imagery is 21... I can't read it. 21 something. I think it's 2120.
You might have to use topical tidbits because they're like only a couple minutes behind.
Well, we'll see it when it happens. Let's go back to Ethan there on his live flight into the storm. Well, there he goes. Nice little soup of clouds. Anyways, the National Hurricane Center will be updating, obviously, every hour. So we should have their update statement shortly. And we'll see what they have to say. Whether they might increase it to a Category 4. That would be quite something if they did it without the Recon. Recon are on their way in there now. They are just getting 60-61 knot flight level winds, and I think they're nearly there already. They're just about to reach, they're 85.1, so a little bit more to go yet, actually, about 40 miles away from the center of the eye, and they're getting 61 knot winds. It's going to be very interesting to watch what happens in the western side of this storm here, because earlier and throughout the whole day, it's been the laughing stock of the storm. It's been very weak. Only.
By the way, we have a new tornado warning up in North Carolina. Again.
Another one.
Yep, National Weather Service in Raleigh has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Granville, north central Wake, and east central Durham counties until 6:30 p.m. Excuse me. At 5:51 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles west of Wake Forest, or 10 miles north of Raleigh, moving north at 20.
So, yeah, like I said earlier, they're only getting about 50 knots in the western side of the eye at flight level earlier, when on the eastern side they were getting 115 knots. One of the keys for this rapidly intensifying storm, they've got to get more equalized winds. I think they'll find some stronger winds. Just how strong will they be on that western side? That's the question.
St. Petersburg just gusted to 68, by the way.
Well, before you said it was 80.
Oh, this is as of now, though. That was earlier.
Yeah.
Like, this is the actual ASOS report.
Yeah, okay. Eye temperature continues to increase as well. It was 0 degrees earlier. Now it is 7 degrees. So it is clearly absolutely on its way up here, appearing the eye. And we'll show you the brand new, not brand new, but imagery here, close-up imagery. There it is. Looks like it is getting better and better, I'm afraid. And we're just going to wait for that update statement from National Hurricane Center. I don't know if they might be able to get some extra data from NOAA 2 just in the nick of time. I'm
Circulated pressure is down to 946.
Is that what you're seeing?
Yes.
Okay.
That's from the Recon pass. They got the western eyewall, but not the eastern data as in yet.
No, and they got 94 knot flight level winds in the western eyewall.
Well, there you go. That's much improved.
That too.
Yeah, that is.
Major improvement there then as well. It's all mounting up here. Just waiting to see some of that data at my end. So 946. Wow. But not in the slightest bit surprising. We'll just wait for that update statement and what the National Hurricane Center put out, and then we will go to a brief break. But our continuous coverage here until the storm's landfall tonight. It will continue rolling along. It's been a pretty tough day. It's going to get much tougher yet. Let's see if there's any other cameras we can look at right now. I think the Hernando Beach camera has gone down. Because I'm not able to raise it right now. Not actually many cameras we've got left that are any good. Going back to Tallahassee, they're getting some rain.
New tornado warning, by the way.
New tornado warning.
National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a tornado warning for St. Johns County until 6:15 p.m. At 5:55 p.m., severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Picolata, or 11 miles southeast of Green Cove Springs, moving north at 35. And actually, I'm gonna just mention this real quick. If you're in Jacksonville, keep an eye on the cell. It's heading right towards you.
There it is. There's that new tornado warning there, including Fruit Cove until 6:15. 80,000 in that tornado warning that's just been issued. Just waiting for the update statement from the National Hurricane Center, which is due at any moment here. And we're clearly seeing that the storm is once again strengthening.
And no update statement yet.
I'm just seeing the center pass for myself now. They got 946.6 extrapolated, and they got 95 knots. Just maybe 97 knots actually. So they got a good read of that. They dropped 2 drop zones on the way in. We don't have anything of the eye yet. National Hurricane Center might have more data than we do. So pay attention when you see that advisory.
I've been watching
and
for the past like 20 minutes.
We only get data roughly about every 15 minutes while the NHC gets it live. So
yeah.
So obviously they'll be able to change things on a dime.
Oh yes. So we await their update. They are holding out right to the hour by the looks of things, so we'll see what we can get shortly. TR Funny says it's only cloudy with a breeze in Polk County. We're supposed to be on the tropical storm winds right now, but I don't see anything. I don't see any. Things could change though. Yeah, they certainly still could for you. Have to wait and see. A lot of people reckoning that it is a Category 4 now. Healer Squad says, will Helene make a direct landfall on Perry, Florida? Well, maybe. It's been in enough storms lately, in the last year or so. Always seems to be near the action. If I ever go storm chasing, I'm going to go to Perry. We're just waiting up for this advisory here. Well, update statement. Will they do
Which
it?
is still not out yet.
Or not? Will they call Cat 4 or not? That is going to be the big question right now, and I think people are going to lose it if they do pull that trigger. Hard to tell. That pressure estimate could support it, but no supporting winds yet, unless they've already got some data from the eastern side, which could end up, really wouldn't surprise me if it did by now support that category 4 status, but conjecture at the moment. Well, we have reached the hour.
Well, either way, they're gonna go with the pressure at least lower than what they had before.
Oh yes,
they're gonna do that. We can at least agree on that. If I had to guess, they're not gonna go with 946. If I had to guess, I'd probably go with 947 or 948.
Maybe.
But I mean, the storm is still blowing up cloud tops.
The update is out, and they've dropped it to 120 miles per hour. And a pressure of 950 millibars. What?
That makes no sense, but whatever.
That is very weird.
And
yeah,
they went at the pressure of 950 millibars?
That is just weird. I guess
they're
maybe
underdoing the heck out of that.
What have they done there? That just makes no sense.
Yeah, that is not good, because that's going to make people underestimate the storm. That's going to make people think, oh, it's weakening.
Well, I don't know what happened there, what's made them do that, but they've dropped it from 125 to 120 at this update. Pressure 950, still north-northeast or 25 degrees at 21 miles per hour. The headline, Helene continues heading for the Florida Big Bend. Tropical storm conditions spreading northward along the west coast of Florida. A slightly elevated weather flow station at the Skyway Fishing Pier near the entrance to Tampa Bay. Recently we measured a sustained wind of 50 miles per hour and a gust of 69. Well, they must know something that we don't, but I am absolutely flabbergasted by that. I don't know. I think that might be an even bigger surprise than the Dorian not a Cat 5 thing that happened. You remember that?
And I love how they just blatantly chose to ignore Recon, by the way.
They probably don't have the data yet. But even then,
but you wouldn't bring it down. We're gonna have to figure this one out. I've no idea what's going on. Why they've done that. Satellite appearance continues to improve. Look at that. That looks like a Cat 4 when you look at visible alone.
Unless you never know, the 120 could have been a typo and they meant to actually put 130. I don't know.
But they wouldn't have increased the pressure though, would they? Oh, well, they didn't increase. Well, 950, that actually dropped from... No, that's not a typo. I just don't understand it. Well, we'll try and understand it next hour.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get myself food.
We'll be heading away shortly as well. The eye temperature continues to increase. The latest readout is... Okay, I tell a lie. The eye temperature is actually not increased. It's dropped again. It's actually 2 degrees Celsius. It briefly got to 6 before. So that's one thing that might support it not being as strong, but that's just one little bit from satellite and probably obscured by that big convection that's occurring on the northwestern side of the eye.
Okay.
You figured something out?
136 knot flight level.
Yo.
That's a that supports 140 miles an hour. So
nearly.
About that landfall intensity.
Okay.
That update intensity.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know.
So that supports a current intensity of 140 miles per hour. So I think that it's safe to go with that.
At least
This storm
130.
This storm is probably a Category 4. The storm is extremely dangerous.
Oh, no doubt about it. They're gonna have to issue a correction.
Yeah.
We'll find out the latest from that data in just a few moments. Stay tuned with us. We're gonna pick out everything with this. This is Hurricane Helene. Major problems on the way. It is heading towards land, obviously. Just a few hours until landfall. It is going to be something like you've never seen before in this region. Back soon.
Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Welcome back, this is Force 13 Live. We're currently tracking Hurricane Helene getting towards its final stretch before making landfall. An enormous, destructive, extremely dangerous storm, getting stronger by the hour. Right now, the National Hurricane Center, I believe, Ethan just told me, corrected their advisory and have gone with 125. Yeah, 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 950 millibars, moving north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. A drop sond, though, got 948 millibars at 8 knots. So shortly we will be changing our graphics and we'll be running with 947 millibars. The extrapolated flight level pressure was 946, so decent agreement between all of that. And I'm just working on distances from land for my bottom bar, so which we'll be updating soon. So I'm going to sort of be helping myself as I type them in and revealing to you what the latest distances are. So from Clearwater presently, it is 153 kilometers, which is 96 miles. From Tampa, it's 185 kilometers, which is just over about 215 miles. And from Tallahassee, it is 266 kilometers. And that is about 160 miles. So those distances are very much closing in. We've also increased the percent probabilities for most categories for the potential landfall. You'll get to see those in a few minutes. You'll hear a few dings here whilst I work on putting these updates out. And then you'll hear another ding when it's finished, and we'll be updating the graphics. Well, tons to look at with this storm. It's obviously causing major impacts, storm surge. We've been hearing all about it. My name's Nathan Foy here in the studio once again for another hour of coverage. I believe this is now our 10th hour of coverage. And I'm joined by a few people with us. Of course, Ethan's still there waiting in the wings. He's about to do a flight into the storm. I think third time lucky or something. Lenny's there in the background somewhere. We've not heard from him for ages, though. David is back with us again. We heard from you earlier. You're back. Justin's just taken a little moment away. We'll be hearing from him again soon. And we've also got Jordan with us right now as well. Welcome aboard. Live on the air.
Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts on Helene? I mean, look at it go.
It is huge. I've never seen a storm this humongous.
It's pumping right now.
In that part of the Gulf, it almost, dare I say, it almost kind of looks almost like a Dahlia, like last year.
Much bigger.
But it's much bigger. And that IR of the eye is just slowly but surely clearing that out.
Yeah, it's getting to be a very, very dangerous situation indeed, more than we even made out.
I mean, who knows? I mean, it's probably not. It's probably less likely considering it took a while to actually, really strengthen. Because honestly, by now I would have thought it would have already been well into Category 4, maybe knocking on that Category 5 strength, as the models were kind of looking at last night. But hey,
it
certainly could have been.
Honestly,
National Weather Service, Tampa Bay. Sorry, Nathan. It's issued a, I think, updated tornado warning for southeastern Manatee County and west central Florida, northwestern Charlotte County, southwestern Florida, western DeSoto County, south central Florida, southeastern Sarasota County and west central Florida. Radar indicated water spout located just offshore near Punta Gorda, moving north at 65 miles per hour.
LB says, is it shifting east again? Well, it's still moving pretty steadily, actually, in a north-northeasterly direction. Let me just try and figure out where this leaves us, because if you say, let's say if it just decided it would go straight north now, from this point, north takes us to right up to Tallahassee. I reckon it probably can't go any further west than that at this point. Now, if it kept going at this northeasterly motion, that takes us very close to Steinhatchee. There it is. Landfall is most likely going to be somewhere within this angle. And the National Hurricane Center's latest forecast puts it here. Which is...
I'm back.
Lenny, welcome back. You've been away for a good while. I'm sure you've been busy.
Yeah.
And Nathan, Tim is keeping an eye on Recon and Noah too, and also Rafe Boy 42036 is in the path of Helene. Boy reading is 981.1 falling, and he's indicating that we could have a Cat 4 system.
Yeah, so I was looking at what everybody's been saying, at least in the main F13 server. I've seen quite the controversial conversations about there possibly being a Category 4 already, and then some people say it's not, so I'm just trying to see what's going on, gonna analyze it real quick, and then just go on from there.
Well, we're looking at the Recon path now. They went through the eastern side. We looked at it off air during the break. 946.2, I think, was the lowest that they got. And then, well, we're pretty much sure, though, with the drops on, that it's about 947. Now, you look at the eastern side, they got extremely high winds at flight level, up to about 136 knots. Now it's moving northwards. Yep. It's still in the Category 3 range at flight level, just off the coast there. Look how close they are. About 25 miles off the coast at this point. And they're still getting winds of at least 95 knots.
So, unfortunately, are they done? Air Force?
Done? What do you mean?
They finished, okay. Yeah, so Air Force, they just finished their mission. I think, well, that might have been a little earlier. Not 100% sure.
Which one? Noah 2?
Air Force 308.
Oh, yeah, they finished ages ago.
Okay, yeah, I'm just looking back at that one. I do see some barbs.
I didn't mean to press that button.
I am surprised about, to be honest.
Well, there is a tornado warning active, but I didn't mean to press the breaking news button, but I may as well just talk about this just for a second. Punta Gorda underneath a tornado warning, as well as Port Charlotte. Big populations there. Radar indicated tornado warning. Sorry to interrupt you there, Lenny.
Yeah, let me just head on over. I did not mean to open AWIPs. Now my PC will run slow, but it's okay. Yeah, so Punta Gorda. There is a little velocity couplet. Oh, whoa, wow. That latest scan just took it to the next level. There's a little hook on this. It does look like it's a little discrete embedded supercell on that eastern band. There's a nice velocity couplet. Spectrum width does have a drop on it, but there's no CC drop yet. So I do not believe this is on the ground, but there is most likely a funnel or something trying to touch down right now. So definitely keep an eye on this if you're in this area. This is, let me, if I can make this bigger. These are for the counties of the following: Charlotte County, Soto County, Manatee County, and Sarasota County. So if you're anywhere within this warning, please stay shelter as you would with any other tornado warning.
Well, you may have seen it by now, but the breaking news here is that Force 13 is now estimating that Helene is a Category 4 with winds of 130 mile per hour and a pressure of 947 millibars moving north-northeast. That is our latest estimate here. We will see if the National Hurricane Center go with that based on... This is all based on that recent Recon data.
Yeah, I do have to go to my dad.
Right, I have returned.
No problem.
Update statement from the NHC.
Oh, they have?
Helene, now a extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane.
Yeah, well,
a
there you
Hurricane
go.
Hunter aircraft currently investigating Helene recently found that maximum sustained winds have increased to near 130 miles per hour with higher gusts.
They have
the
gone
minimum
with
central
what I've
pressure
gone with.
have also decreased to 947 millibars based on drops on data.
Well, there you have it. Category 4, and more to come, it would seem. This is going to make a significant run towards Category 5 status.
How many hours before landfall?
Enough.
Enough.
About 5
So
hours,
it
I think,
could.
still. 4 or 5 hours? 4 hours?
And those are what percentages you give in Cat 5?
When our bottom bar, I think, just went with, was it 8%? But that's for landfall, which is slightly different than predicting a Category 5 in general. But I would say there is a rapidly increasing chance of that, especially when you're seeing flight level winds almost at Category 5 already.
Now, talking about the millibars, the drop, how many millibars over the last 12 hours? I know we did...
I've lost count. Lost count. I don't know. A lot. I can't even remember what it was earlier. Ethan, what are you up to right now?
Currently plowing towards Helene's eye.
Ethan's back in his plane, and he's doing his mission there before it gets dark, right?
No, we're not even in the eyewall yet. We're close.
Oh yeah, you got a little way to go. So that's Ethan doing Ethan things right there. But yep, 130 mile per hour winds. This is an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane now. It is going all the way. All right,
Yeah, I'd say
going to
Nathan,
try.
you're on the money with your estimates with 139.47, and sure enough, NHC went with those exact same numbers.
I know that hardly ever happens, to be fair, but there we are. We'll be updating our left bar in due course. It takes a good while to do that, though, unfortunately. So please be patient with that. But we are continuing to watch this storm with its issues in real time. 947 millibars. Movement is still north-northeast, or 25 degrees, now to 23 miles per hour. And this information is as of, well, about 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Obviously, warnings have been locked in for a good while. They haven't really changed. So no differences to any of that kind of stuff. But this is... cannot state it enough how dangerous this storm is going to be. It is going to be the strongest storm to ever impact the Big Bend region of Florida. That is pretty much guaranteed already. The previous strongest ever storm for that region was Hurricane Idalia. And it's much larger than Idalia as well. It will pack an absolutely enormous punch. And this will be one of the situations we often, you know, we sort of try and disassociate from news media because I always think they hype up a lot of stuff.
Yes, I do.
This is not one of them, though. Absolutely everything you hear is going to be... Every worst-case scenario you hear is going to be true. At least somewhere. Well, that's the thing. I mean, for some areas, it won't be as bad as what they might expect, you know. But we're talking about the central areas that the storm is affecting. It's going to be huge.
Yeah, speaking of like huge, it looks like the storm on like it's all the way up to. Now, I mean, it could be like a frontal system up towards like the Pennsylvania area, but it looks like the storm covers from up towards Pennsylvania all the way down to Florida.
Well, that's because it's connected with that big trough there. And that's the main reason it's been hooked up northwards like this very quickly.
I'm honestly surprised that they're showing a westward motion when it goes inland.
Well, it's been lured in like a I don't know,
like a fish.
Almost.
Being dragged in by that low that's just waiting to absorb its energy. The NHC says that once it gets up into the Georgia region, it will stall and the low will sap all the energy from it. Plus, you've got I think the high out there in the Atlantic, and so Helene is actually going in between the Atlantic high and the low over, what is it, Central America, and it's just going to drag it in.
Almost kind of like how Sandy kind of got dragged in 2012 when it did that hook right into close to Atlantic City, and then kind of went right in towards my area.
I'm going to read out a few distance markers now, just because I'm working on it for my left bar. So the closest point of land is Anclote Key at this time.
Okay, I'm back.
142
I just came back
kilometers.
to something very interesting.
Okay.
We have another area of rotation just to the southeast of that tornado warning. That should be getting warned here very shortly.
Just remind us where this is again.
This is near Charlotte, DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. Currently, it is just to the northwest of Fort Myers, more so near Burnt Store Marina, South Punta Gorda Heights, Charlotte Park, Punta Gorda, Cleveland, and Harbor Heights. So I believe that will get put into a warning very shortly, as that rotation just decided to pick up like crazy. And the other thing, so the current tornado warning, they did add an MDA. So that meso, they're suggesting is very strong, and it is down to about 4,500 feet for the base. So there is a spotter over there in that area. I'm gonna go check and see if he posted anything, but there possibly could be something trying to wrap up and drop on that northern one.
Let's see if we can take some comments and questions right now. Start your message with Force 13, all in text. Will conditions in Egypt Lake Leto worsen as Helene moves over shore, or will it be worse as it makes its closest approach? You'll have to forgive me as I try and find out where that is. That'll be just a second. So you are there. Yeah, Tampa Bay area. So the storm is making its closest pass to you right now. I imagine that things will be as they are for a couple of hours, and then things will start to get a little bit better. But we're here from these bands, even further out than Tampa, obviously, causing these tornado warnings. That will be an omnipresent threat there as this storm continues northwards for a good while yet.
And now there's another area of rotation inside the tornado warning. A new one that just popped up.
Wow, so a lot going on there.
They are really getting the 1-2 gun down there.
Let's take a look at your screen here.
Yeah, so pretty much we have this area. This was the initial area of rotation that got this warned. Then you have down here, this right here.
Yep.
Okay. And then you have that little hook, you can see it. And then what caught me was this right here.
Oh, wow.
2 scans ago, this was it. And this was outside of that warning. I'm not sure as to why they did not warn this.
Yeah, that is fascinating.
But, there's still that couplet. It shows up on spectrum width. There it is. There's a little hook. There's no debris ball, but that does deserve a warning. So, if you're near Punta Gorda, Charlotte Park, South Punta Gorda Heights, up into Fort Ogden, please take shelter because this is trying to rotate and trying to do something. The environment is very capable of doing this sort of stuff right now.
Crazy stuff, and we're looking at it from all angles here. There it is again on radar/satellite. Looking more towards radar now as we're starting to lose the visibles. Ethan, where are you?
About to punch through the eyewall.
Ethan's punching through the eyewall on his virtual recon there. Doesn't look as cloudy as it should be.
You can see all that stuff on the bottom right hand side of the screen.
So I actually do that a lot more. I fought a lot. I'm not sure if y'all heard, but next year I'm going to the Air Force as a load master.
We're gonna try to get
I'm gonna
over
be
here.
with the 53rd, being the one that dropping the drop zones. So I'm play a pretty vital role with all this stuff. So I mean, what I've heard, what I've talked to the developers of Microsoft, and then I've talked to NWS and NHC. I got both of their takes. They did say that it is accurate, but only by a couple minutes though, because they have to take all that information and the data that buoys and everything gets and the satellites get to update it through the sim. So it is accurate, but it's behind about maybe 5-ish minutes. So it does look pretty.
It's been
much
getting
how it does.
better, but quite often it really underestimates the winds because it uses model input.
Yeah.
And I think it's the GFS model which underestimates storm speeds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. One question I haven't seen a lot: will this become a Category 5? Okay. So my take
Chances are
on
rising.
this. I was listening to one of the actual PhD doctors who work National Weather Service, National Hurricane Center. They said, yes, it is still very possible. At the rate it is intensifying, it is possible. So it is not out of the question anymore. It has come back into possible concern that this could possibly, if it keeps a steady rate of intensification, then we could see something.
Oh,
So-
absolutely. I mean, look at it right now.
Nathan,
on satellite appearance alone, if we didn't have Recon, that would be a borderline Cat 5 now. Well, maybe not, but getting there.
And it got. I'm seeing a bunch of 140 miles an hour. I'm not sure why people are saying that.
Well, Nathan, here we go.
Oh. Well, apparently people have done the Recon conversions to 140, which I suppose it could be rounded up to that, but I wouldn't go for it personally.
I can now say, though, officially they are being conservative with this at this point. It makes sense. It makes sense, to be honest.
There's nothing but rain
you
ahead
don't
of
want to
me.
scare everybody with it, you know.
But they sort of got away with it, really. They didn't have to commit to putting out a 12-hour forecast point that was still at sea, so they could get away without forecasting an actual peak on their forecast advisory.
Okay, so we have a new tornado warning. South
Okay.
Carolina, Georgetown, and Williamsburg. There's a decent rotational couplet. Wow. Oh, wow. The new scan. There is a couplet. Spectrum width does have a drop. This is on a little hook on reflectivity. There's no CC drop, which is correlation coefficient. It depicts the debris that's in the air that should not be there. So it will show up in other colors besides purple, like most of this. So that is a good thing. But how tight this is genuinely concerning me, because I've seen some decent significant tornadoes have an appearance this way before it happens. So I'm gonna keep my eye on this, see what happens, and then I'll keep y'all posted on all this.
So 23 miles per hour right now. If it makes landfall where we think it's going to make landfall, it's 215 kilometers away. I always read kilometers because that's what I've programmed this thing to show me. I do miles more than kilometers myself, so I'm trying to figure out what that is. It is about is it? No, 130 miles. So it's moving at 23 miles per hour. Do 180 miles. That's still something like 7 hours, if not 8, at its current speed. So that means that the storm really has to speed up, unless if we're not going to be here all night.
That's genuinely a big concern, because at this rate of intensification, giving 8 hours, that's got a lot it can do within there. So
let's say it's 5 hours.
Even 5 hours, it's got a lot it can do.
Exactly. What's it done in the last 5 hours?
Any time it has over the ocean at this point is bad.
Nathan, Tim's reporting no.
I will be right back, y'all. Give me just a second.
Okay.
42 over 36, getting smacked with 22-foot waves, not counting actual storm surge, so possibly 40-foot waves. And the wave buoy about 34 minutes ago, central pressure was 974. So the storm surge 40-foot waves, and he also said that the Helene has been deepening at about 228 millibars over the last 6 hours.
28 millibars in 6 hours. Yeah,
228. Yep.
Definitely could become a Cat 5.
We're in the eyewall right now.
And whilst we watch Ethan in the eyewall, I'd like to point out that the power outages are really tumbling in Florida.
Yes.
There is now 284,000 customers out. The worst affected places are Sarasota County, 36,000, Manatee, 33,000, Hillsborough, 43,000, Pinellas, 47,000, Pasco, 32,000, Hernando, 6,000, DeSoto, 500, Charlotte, 8,500, Lee, nearly 19,000, Hendry, nearly 900, Collier, nearly 7,000.
Okay, so I just have to jump in and say, I'm not sure if you have seen NOAA 42's most recent recon.
We're about
but
to
their
look.
support of 130's consistent.
Let's have a look.
Welcome to the eye of Hurricane Helene.
Oh, Ethan's in his virtual eye of Helene. Looks pretty good, by the way.
Wow.
What were you referring to? Noah's late. Are you talking about their first pass, or have you already got the second pass data?
Right here, look what I just sent you.
All right, just a second.
And there's also power outages in Georgia.
Oh yeah, you're looking at the first pass data. And yeah, there was very strong winds there, and quite a few Cat 4 flight level winds, and at times high end. And that's why we've ended up with a Category 4 hurricane confirmed here. Let's see if we can get the latest eye temperature for what it's worth.
Latest eye temperature. Its eye temperature is showing negative 37 degrees Celsius.
No, it's not.
Wait, never mind. It just updated. Sorry about that. It is showing 5.81 degrees Celsius currently.
I've got 8 actually, so that's going up.
Wow. And that just shows what the storm is doing now, so.
That's the highest so far in this phase of the storm.
Yeah, I will be right back.
Yep, so intensification continuing right here. And it's another storm heading towards that same old place that we've had a few others hit recently. Hurricanes Debbie, Hurricane Idalia. It's going to Perry. It is at this rate. But we are seeing, again, every little wobble there. A little bit more of a northerly jog in those latest frames, which still very clearly puts Tallahassee in the path.
So the high tide, the tide has turned. It's now coming in, and storm surge will be on top of it, life-threatening inundation into the Big Bend.
I'm just wondering which areas to look at right now. I mean, on the cameras that we selected today, there's not actually much going on of the ones that are still relevant. But let's have a look at what's going on now on the which camera? The Courtney Campbell Causeway in Tampa Bay. Looks like this, and you can see that one of the western, that is westbound, I think. Yep, the westbound, sorry, the eastbound link there is submerged in the bay. And we saw this during other hurricanes lately that affected the Tampa Bay area. So clearly that road is closed. That whole area might get washed up in the next few hours. And one of the most brazen examples of the storm surge being viewed here. I mean, you're sort of going to get it anyway. You've built a causeway out in the middle of the bay, so it absolutely is vulnerable. But we'll be seeing pictures like this in a lot of other places as we go throughout the evening. Of course, it is going to be getting dark soon already, so we're going to be struggling to see what's actually going on. That can make things 10 times worse. Yeah, all of the roads across Tampa Bay are shut, as you'd expect, including Gandy Bridge. That was the last one to close, actually, despite being the furthest down in the bay. We're going to look at the view from the Howard Franklin Bridge, which has waves crashing all over the area as well. Look at that. Be thankful you're not on that bridge. Well, we've got waves crashing along and blowing all along there in a most spectacular fashion. Obviously being helped over by the winds. Very treacherous travel conditions, and that's why no one is on it.
And we've got an updated tornado warning for Georgia.
All right.
It's just disappeared on me. Tallahassee, Florida,
Okay.
Western Doty County, southwestern Georgia, northeastern Michoacan County, southwestern Georgia, northeastern Baker County, southwestern Georgia, southeastern Calhoun County, also in the southwest Georgia. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Was located near, I think, Bakerton, or 7 miles north of Camilla, moving northwest at 30 miles per hour. Radar indicated.
As you can see, starting to get dark there as well. This is a view in, I think it was Terra Verde, to the south of the area that sticks out to the south of St. Petersburg. Someone on a bike there. Very brave. Wind's getting up clearly. This is one of the areas that's very pretty exposed. Probably to storm surge, but especially to the winds. But no real signs of inundation at this location here. But I thought I would show you that. Back to Ethan's flight there. You enjoying it? What's going on?
We are now returning to St. Petersburg now.
Man, you didn't spend much time in there. Did you get strong winds?
Not really.
See, they don't often replicate it very well. We've just updated our left bar there now with the new info as well. If you've just joined us earlier in the hour, we came to the conclusion that Helene has strengthened further. Now a Category 4 with winds of 130 miles per hour and still strengthening. Which means I think absolutely that Category 5 is on the table for a potential peak here. And it looks like we will be having a strong Category 4 landfall, which will, by some distance, eclipse any landfall from a storm in the Big Bend region of Florida, including Idalia. They've just flying into the northeast now. They've just gotten the maximum wind band on the northeastern quadrant. They got 125 knot flight level winds. Just about to enter the center again, 948.8. That's still with a 70 knot wind, so it's going to be, could even be the lower 940s. We'll find out shortly. But Recon in another pass there. That's NOAA 2. Unfortunately, the only plane that's in the storm right now, when you really need the planes out there, we've only got the one. So, Ethan, you got any clue as to if we're expecting more tonight?
I have no idea. I don't think so.
You don't think so? We needed planes. Curiously, looking at satellite imagery, there still appears to be a significant weakness on that southern side. That is actually supported by radar right now. Oh, Ethan, we misspoke straight away. We've just had AF306 has just taken off, heading into the storm now. So there will be another plane in there soon.
Where did they take off from?
Mississippi.
Ah, so
shouldn't take long.
So, Kiesler.
Yep, AF306. Maybe half an hour before it gets to interesting areas, and we'll have some more recon data to look at.
They've actually been airborne now for 15 minutes. Actually.
Oh, they have. Well, it's only just come up for me.
They are south of Mobile right now. They're already at 17,000 feet.
Oh, they don't mess around, do they?
It will not take them very long to get into the storm, though.
We'll have more. Well, the National Hurricane Center will have more hourly position updates. We're waiting for the next one now, but this is what we're looking at here: live imagery, satellite imagery of Helene becoming stronger and stronger as we watch these pictures. We can show you some of those cameras again. Then, first of all, Bonita Beach. It is way down the coast now, but even here, look at that. You remember seeing this camera earlier today? Well, they're really getting the surge now. A few feet maybe, but certainly getting a dousing in this area. And you just saw with that massive wave crash through there just how dangerous it can be. You got currents going everywhere. We saw kids out here, a family, about an hour ago. You know, I just don't know why people do that. There you are. Anyway, waves rushing in now at this location. Let's get a quick eye temperature update here. It is going up. I'm just trying to figure out what we're looking at now. It is... it's actually stayed the same. It is 9 degrees. That's Bonita Beach.
Tornado warning including Lakeland, Plant City, and I think it's Medulla, Florida, until 7 p.m.
Let's see if we can get that warning now. West Central Polk County, East Central Hillsborough County. There it is, 260,000 in that tornado warning. Radar indicated. It will be near Lakeland, Plant City, Lakeland Linda Airport, and Medulla around 6:50. That's right now. Take cover.
National Weather Service Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina have updated flood watch information, flood warning information, Blacksburg, VA, Virginia.
Yeah. Looks like we've lost the Sanibel camera now, unfortunately. So Bonita Beach, one of the cameras that we've still got. Longboat Key is still there as well. Here's the view there now. And again, the waves rushing in there. Doesn't look like it's penetrated that far in so far, but certainly the waves right up against the coastline. Longboat Key, which is now on the back end of the storm.
Recon are in the eye right now.
Yes.
Like real life Recon.
Real life Recon are indeed, yes.
There's also a private jet about to overfly the eye at 45,000 feet.
Ooh, not bad.
And it's away from Houston to Orlando.
Can they actually do that though? The cloud tops are higher than that. Hopefully it's not. Sure. Hopefully it's not a misadventure. But even at that altitude, they should be all right, anyways.
Tornado warning.
They could probably climb more if they wanted to.
Tornado warning.
Tornado warning continues for Hemingway, South Carolina.
Let's see if we can look back at Clearwater Beach right now. Here it is. Again, surging in a little bit more here too. There's not much you can actually see on this picture though. You know, no real like landmarks that you can look at. Although, if I just move the screen a little bit, you'll see just that little inlet at the bottom. Just saw a wave rush up that little pathway there.
National Weather Service Miami. I don't know whether you've got a webcam, Nathan. Naples Pier.
Yeah.
Is completely under.
Is it?
National Weather Service Miami is reporting numerous reports of rapid water rises and street flooding across coastal communities in the Collier County, and high tide is still several hours away.
So I do have a buddy who is currently out with all the chasers. They have dealt with tropical storm force winds already up in Tallahassee.
Yeah.
There was a confirmed tornado over there near them earlier. So tornado threat is becoming more intermediate, I would say. Wow, and they extended the hurricane warning even more north. One county away from downtown Atlanta.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Well, I would say it's a bit hyperbolic, David, to say that Naples Pier is completely under. It isn't. But you can see waves rushing over the end of the pier. You can clearly see that there. And obviously pushing in to the coast as well.
I don't see it. I don't see any further.
943 extrapolated.
Ooh.
Yeah, 943.6 extrapolated.
Of course, during one of these hurricanes previously, part of the pier was destroyed. Such a shame. I've actually been to that pier before it got hit. But
I'm not
there
seeing
it
any
is.
extended warnings. It looks the same as it was before.
Ethan's still flying his plane there. Well, they might extend. Well, we'll see.
Lightning.
You saw some lightning?
Yeah, I haven't seen lightning in Flight Simulator in years.
Years? I see quite a bit. Sometimes it's in broad blue skies. At least on my Flight Simulator it is. Anyway, let's see if we can get some comments right now. Alex says, is Helene the fastest moving tropical cyclone in the Gulf? I doubt it.
No, Nate 2017 firmly holds that record.
Oh, really? How fast was that?
I'm not sure.
Very. I guess
It
you
was
could say
fast.
very.
That's all I know.
Pretty darn fast.
AF306 on its way into the storm. We're also watching, of course, that other, was it Noah 2? That's in the storm right now as we're loading up again. Latest imagery here on Helene's progress. Of course, they just went through the eye. They actually flew around a little bit in the eye as well, trying to get the lowest extrapolated reading. Probably dropped some sons in there as well. They got 943.6. And no news on any drop sons in that yet. And they're about to go probably northwest, but I'm not sure yet. They may still be circling around. They might go southwest. So that second pass that they just did, they got 125 knot winds, maybe slightly higher, on the northeastern quadrant. So again, very, very powerful. Extremely dangerous storm. Can't be said enough. This will be the strongest storm ever recorded in the Big Bend region of Florida by some
Holy
considerable
cow.
distance. What now?
Can you hear the rain pounding the windshield? This is over Florida.
Okay, we're listening.
This is nowhere near the eyewall. This is crazy. Even for like Flight Simulator to even recognize this, the amount of rainfall rate that we're seeing, even from this in these outer bands, especially right over Tampa, given that it is a big metro area, is going to be quite significant. And I'm worried that people aren't taking this storm seriously in Tampa. I hope they are.
That's why we're seeing the flooding.
It's a good plane for sound effects, Ethan. I can tell you that.
Yeah, this really is a serious situation, everyone. We really have to pay attention to these rainfall rates. I mean, we're seeing flooding in a lot of these regions near Tampa, and many more, even on some on the east coast of Florida, probably.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So definitely take this seriously. This is a storm not to forget.
Anything you'd like to show us right now, Maury? We'll be going to a break shortly, but we'll also have the National Hurricane Center's update.
Well, I was looking at a camera near Naples.
Do we have another update?
Every hour.
Oh, right.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back. Maury?
Yeah, I'm looking. It looks like there's a car that went off the road, but
Oh,
I don't
yes.
think it's related to the storm. From what I know, I mean,
There's a car off the road, everyone.
yeah.
If he's not careful, he's in a bit of a ditch there. Might get flooded out.
Oh yeah, it's not
For that happened?
Well, here's another view.
I love how one of the cameras just says severe weather warning on one of the signs.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of severe weather is it?
It's not very helpful, is it?
Yeah,
Not
it's
really.
not.
Are we getting a blizzard?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
So here's some cameras. You can see some surface water there on the left-hand side. So this one could be a flood issue right there. Jose, you're making a lot of noise there. What's going on?
Outside with the
You're
wind.
outside.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just say it is hella windy.
I will
Yeah,
put
I'll-
noise suppression on.
If I can.
Oh, just a
kinda
sec.
windy.
Jose is showing a live view from his place, I assume. And you can see we're getting some winds.
Yeah, tropical storm force winds. It was raining pretty hard, and a huge gust of wind just came through.
Oh god, look at all those birds. They're migrating.
It's pretty. starting to get extremely heavy here. And oh yeah, by the way,
The
I almost
update's
lost that
out
one.
from the National Hurricane Center. 130 miles per hour, 945 millibars. Extremely dangerous. Category 4 Helene heading towards the Florida Big Bend. 7 p.m. position update. A weather flow station at Egmont Channel near the entrance of Tampa Bay recently reported a sustained wind of 54 miles per hour and a wind gust of 71. Tropical storm conditions are approaching the coastline of Florida's Big Bend. A weather flow station at St. George Island recently reported a wind gust of 46 miles per hour. The thing I don't understand about that is that if they're saying that tropical storm conditions are only now approaching the Big Bend, their graphic has shown tropical storm conditions over their coastline for a good while now.
Into Georgia, even.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, that's a different point. But 28.3 north, 84.4 west. Still moving at 23 miles per hour, 130 and 945. And just its appearance, you know, it looks like it ought to be stronger than 130. Although it is still definitely worth noting that there appears to be a weakness on the southern side at this point.
Oh yeah, I think it shows on the radar as well. I did look at it earlier. Yeah, there's like a big gap right there.
There is. So you know, that might be what prevents a Cat 5, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to second guess this storm after what we've seen so far. Pretty crazy.
I can't believe we're actually considering Cat 5 status for this.
Absolutely.
I feel like the models were showing that like a couple days ago, Cat 5, then it went away.
Yeah.
And every the strength keeps fluctuating every time. But now look, we got a Category 4. Now, I mean, this storm does have a little bit of time left if it even decides. But I'm not saying it's going to reach Cat 5, but probably can get into a stronger range of a Category 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like that.
I mean,
most
like,
likely.
Just like we had 2 updates last hour. One of them was like an intermediate at 6:20.
Yeah, like a well, that was to correct the gaffe that they made at the start of the hour.
Oh.
Yeah, I still don't get that. I still don't get what happened, but I guess it was a typo.
Right now I'm on my phone, so that's why I don't have my screen shared right now. But I can, I think, Nathan, I think the Cedar Key camera might be down.
Oh, already?
Because it's been buffering. I'm not sure, unless it's just my phone that can't pick it up, or it's just the camera. But when I get home, I think I might be able to, and there's big went through.
Those cameras are all really dropping away. They really are. But we are also getting lots of power outages. You know, over 250,000 power outages now already.
I almost lost power.
So half the time it's not the camera that goes down; it's the power to the camera. So even with like the most rugged camera in the world, you're only as good as your power grid or your internet connection.
Well, we're about to land here in Florida.
We are going to a break, Ethan. So...
I'm at 500 feet and I cannot see the runway at all.
Oh boy. Go around and we can watch you do it. Anyway, we're going to take a break here. We're back again with more coverage on this storm. It is getting closer and closer to landfall. It is getting more powerful. Category 4 and possibly more still on the way as this storm strengthens. Stay tuned. We'll have all the latest right here. It's getting late now, so make sure you're well hunkered down ahead of this storm. It's going to be a phenomenal storm surge. Nothing like what we've seen before. Back shortly.
Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Live coverage continues on Hurricane Helene, which is a Category 4 and still getting more stronger, or just getting stronger, as it heads towards the Florida Big Bend region. Extremely powerful and destructive, catastrophic storm surge impacts of up to 20 feet. And very high amounts of rainfall for the region as well. It is getting dark now. We're just losing the light. You can see on that satellite imagery in the background. So we're being left with the overnight radar. The National Hurricane Center at the update that just came out, the 7 p.m. Eastern Time update, gave it 130 miles per hour, a pressure of 945 millibars. Recon are finding extrapolated pressures of 942 in the eye right now. One of the planes, I think it's NOAA 2, have been going on a merry dance all around the inside of the eye. They've been in there for a good while before starting to head out again. I think they're going to go north. And they've been in there. Earlier they got 125 knot winds on the northeastern side, and before that they got 136 knot flight level winds on the eastern quadrant. My name's Nathan Foy, I'm joined by the team, and I think we've got some kind of update. Go ahead.
Son that was just dropped, 942 millibars.
Okay. So 942 from the drop sonde, which is interesting because that's below those extrapolated numbers. So that's...
and that was 6 millibar difference from the last sonde we had, which was I think less than an hour ago actually.
Crazy.
So it was 944 at 23 knots. So you could easily suggest that that's 942 there.
So I'm pretty sure that was 37 minutes of a difference. 6 millibars in about 37 minutes, I believe.
Oh, wow. AF306 also heading into the storm from the northwest. They'll be there pretty soon. This hour, definitely. We'll have some more info from them. And we'll have 2 planes in the center of the storm, which is always very nice to have. A little bit more extra data. We're just loading in these rapid up-to-date images, and the eye structure continues to not so markedly improve anymore. It's much more gradual now. It is being hamstrung a little bit by what appears to be a weakness on the southern side.
I have a little of a concerning update. This is coming from somebody in the main server. Meteo Fur just posted in the North Atlantic chat. I'm not joking. Currently trapped on an island now due to storm surge. I'm on one single dry area surrounded by surge right now.
Wow.
That is why y'all do not want to go onto islands when a hurricane is coming and there is surge like this.
Well, was it even an island? I mean, it may have just become an island.
That's true.
Easy to get caught out on these low-lying areas. But certainly sounds like the situation is escalating. Let's take a look at some of those cameras where we are getting these higher watermarks. I mean, look at this, Bonita Beach. Looks like even more surge in there. This is well away, well forward of the... it's behind the storm. But the conditions still look like they're getting worse here. rather than better as the storm starts to pull away. We're also looking at Naples, the pier there earlier on. We can have a look at that again. Here it is. That's a live look there at Naples with many waves crashing over the central part of the pier there.
So pretty much somebody did the numbers, and for the 1 hour average, it looks like it's 10 millibars dropping per hour.
Well, if it's got another 4 hours till landfall, then looks like the HAFSB model that time was right.
And this is, in my opinion, worst case scenario unfolding right now.
I don't know. The NAM was a bit worse. What was it? 88 millibars, something like that. Anyways, no, it is a very. It's in the 10% of worst case scenarios. It's not good. Landfall expected soon. I don't know exactly when it's going to be though. At this rate, they say movement's still 23 miles per hour. Given its current position is approximately okay, it's 100 and about 115 miles from its potential landfall point. Could be closer. 23 miles an hour. I'm trying to do math here. That's still something like 6 hours. 5-6 hours. Yeah, 5 hours. So yeah, it's still a long time. It'll be less than that because the storm will keep going a bit faster, but I would still say probably 4 hours until landfall. Look at those waves, look at that. Blowing through that pier. This, of course, being Naples. The worst of the storm in terms of the rainfall and the winds will be clearing this area now, but obviously we are seeing still serious wave impacts, water impacts. We were just looking at Bonita Beach earlier as well. Here it is once more. Picture quality not quite so good now. We lost the Sanibel Island webcam. We still had the Longboat Key camera before. Just waiting to see if that's still there now. And if it is, we'll switch to it. But in the meantime, this is Bonita Beach. We're getting waves washing in there every few seconds now. Certainly a lot more than what we saw earlier. I'm not sure if we've got Longboat Key anymore. We've just got this still frame. It does that quite a bit. I'm just wondering if it's actually gone for good here, at least for now. We did lose Hernando Beach.
Is Tropical Tibbetts down for you by any chance?
Yes.
Okay. I was just making sure it wasn't just me.
Yeah, I was about to ask that as well.
Unfortunately, y'all, Tropical Tibbet.
Well,
oh wait.
Only
Hold up.
only the 6 hour average precip rate is the only model.
Okay, no, it's just being very
it's the only one
slow.
that works. It's
being
very slow.
And
are you getting a bad gateway error?
I did, but just close out of it and open a new tab.
Yeah.
And this is Steinhatchee, which is still could be one of the very worst places for storm surge when the storm arrives. Still looking quite calm though.
We do have Air Force Z-130 that just departed out of Biloxi, Mississippi, and they're headed into Helene currently. So they are going to be working with NOAA currently and try to get even more data for us to see if there is support for any possible Category 5 status in this.
Oh, well, it won't be yet.
No.
Which I personally think there's a decent chance at this point, like
later, but not yet.
It needs to get over this hurdle with its southern side right now.
We were looking at the Clearwater Beach webcam as well earlier. That's also gone down. So we are losing so many cameras. Let's now have a look though at another location not far away. Where was this again? This is Indian Rocks Beach. which is somewhere in that area. Let's have a look at it right now. This is a live shot showing the view here. Of course, it's getting dark as well. We've not seen this camera before, so it's quite hard to ascertain where the water levels should be. But clearly we're seeing very disturbed waves moving on in there. Treacherous conditions. Certainly not to be out there. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
I do have a bit of some interesting news, to say the least. Some lunatic is cutting down trees and leaving them on the road on Highway 98.
Wow.
Someone spotted the guy and he ran off into the woods.
That's crazy.
Average day in Florida.
I have never heard
Florida
that.
man.
Is that like blocking evacuation routes, or?
Yes, that is.
Oh my goodness.
Florida man.
Oh my god.
Dreadful thing to do. I'm surprised no one's done that before, to be honest. There's weird people.
Don't
out
give
there.
anyone else any ideas.
No, definitely
I do not. I'm just saying to everybody, I do not condone this. Do not bring my name up if this does happen.
Well, no, you didn't go on record as endorsing it in any way. It's crazy stuff. Why would people do that? Anyways, temperature of the eye now looks like 11 degrees. I think we're getting 11 degrees.
This thing is just still rapidly intensifying. And on Dvorak right now, the W ring is now officially gone.
And on the Xer imagery, there's still a red ring there, although not the innermost part. It's taking on an 11 degree temperature eye. I would recommend here, based on satellite presentation only, if we were only looking at satellite with no recon data, I would go for at least 145 miles per hour on this.
There was a new drop that just got 941.7 millibars now.
Okay.
So we are still
Pressure
rapidly
still
dropping.
941.7. Of course, we're losing
about
light
to
now
use
in a lot of these areas, so it is going to get even more dangerous for areas that are going to be increasing this storm surge.
The eye looks really beautiful on Zoom Earth, though. Now that it's nighttime.
Yep, we've got a few viewpoints
That
here
eye
as well.
really cleared out quick. I don't want to know what's going to happen if it can fully cover the rest of the eye wall. I don't want to see that. People are saying they can see a skull now.
Of course they are.
Oh, here it comes.
Of course they're seeing a skull.
You see a skull with a lot of storms.
I do personally think that eye is wobbling a little bit because it's not a fully circular with what's happening.
It's a bit ragged. Yeah.
In fact, what is going on with that radar?
But it's trying to get there. There's some areas that are cooling, so there could be some possible VHTs that do form up on that southeastern side of the eye wall. And
South and west is looking appalling right now on the radar. Oh, there's someone out there on the Naples camera. Of course they are.
What?
You know?
Where?
I don't understand
is it on
these
the
people.
Oh, it's on the stream.
You know, what can you say?
Why?
Get taken by a wave at any point. We've seen some of these waves crashing in. Oh no.
I wonder if they even know that they're on a live camera.
Well, that's true. I just hope that one day we don't end up seeing something tragic happen in real time because of these silly decisions that people are making.
Wearing jackets.
Okay, I do believe I see what's happening. So the reason y'all see NOAA 42 circling inside the eye and keeping up with it is because the Air Force guys, they just departed. So they're going to be working outside the eye, getting that data, while NOAA 42 is keeping a consistent pressure reading of what
course,
the eye
buddies
has.
with the surfboards have arrived.
Oh no.
Okay, I
I
will
don't
tell
know,
you
man.
that was me with not Idalia, Irma in 2017 when it was Category
Wait,
5.
where is this camera?
Excellent. This is Naples.
Yeah.
Naples.
Um,
Oh god.
I don't know. Something bad's going to happen at some point with these things. But
Yep.
anyway,
And there they go.
We'll just
There
sit
they
and watch
go.
that.
I will tell you right now, do not be surprised if you see Coast Guard helicopters get deployed there.
But it's getting late as well. You're losing light here.
Yeah, that's all the more reason to not do this. Florida man activities. Says
Floridians are wild. So,
yeah, there's some crazy
according to
waves
my
there, look at them.
calculations, us Florida people, if you're truly from Florida, you will understand the concept of it all. It's just like a natural thing that happens when you're born. So
This is just America, not even just Florida.
I
This is
can
America.
prove it right now that us Floridians, because I am a Floridian person, we do this every time with every hurricane.
Yep. I can 100% agree with you.
There's some interesting waves there.
This is a normal day in Florida. The next thing you know, he's going to be dancing with a crocodile.
Uh-huh.
And we got another one.
Yeah, well, just some things that we're looking at on these cameras. Pretty crazy stuff.
I know it's a bad idea for they shouldn't be doing this, but it's just a typical Floridian thing. Trust me, the amount of times my friends be asking what are the wave heights, and I tell them, they'd be like, "Bet, okay, I'm gonna go surf on those."
Well, they do.
I don't think they're gonna go that far, unless they're just chilling there just to get the smaller waves.
Well, this is Naples right now. And waves crashing against the pier. Let's cut back to some of our other imagery then. This is radar. Actually, mostly radar now, as we're getting into the visible imagery is gone. I'm still curious about what's going on with that weakness on the southern side. It's building back in a little bit there on that south side. West side, though, looking pretty bare. Keep watching that and see how things develop. But certainly on satellite, it looks like the southeast side is wearing thin. So, I don't know. It's neither here nor there, really. All that we do know is that in the actual info, Recon data, we're still getting a deepening storm and a strengthening storm. Category 4 already, and still a fair bit of time, a concerning amount of time until landfall. I think NOAA 2 are still flying around the eye. They did a second drop zone, as you mentioned, as well. They got 944 millibars at 23 knots. It's probably 942.
Okay, so I do want to say anybody who is in the path of this, if you are deciding to stay where you are, which it's too late now if you're wanting to evacuate, it's too late. Most places are closed off. You will not be able to leave until the storm has passed. If you're on the coastal storm surge, there's some areas 15 to 20 feet is possible. Some areas 12 to 15 feet. Some really high numbers that we don't see quite often with hurricanes. You know, like we'll see a good 8 to 10 usually, but 15 to 20 is on the way higher side of this. So if by any chance or any means you end up getting trapped or something, make sure you have drinkable water, a good supply of it, some source of food, and a way to contact emergency services if the cell data does go out. Because I will be telling y'all right now, there are going to be a lot of rescues that the Coast Guard does coming up. I'm gonna be if anybody needs something, feel free to shoot me a message on Discord. There is a couple people who I'm watching out for. If something does happen, I'm ready to respond to that. So I'm just on high alert for anybody that might need something. So feel free to shoot me a message if y'all want to.
The Indian Rocks Beach camera that we were looking at earlier has gone down.
course.
So another casualty there. We're still fetching some more that we could be looking at we're looking at the Clearwater area at the moment. There's a few viewpoints, I think, that we can have a look
Y'all,
at. Here's one
can
of them.
somebody check and see? But it looks to me like the eye is opening up now. It's becoming larger on that southwest side. There's a little opening now.
Well, yeah, we've just been talking about that, and it's hard to gauge exactly what's happening to it.
I do believe though in the lower levels, because y'all note the infrared imagery that you see, that goes all the way to the top of the storm. So even if it shows it kind of closed on top, that could be up in the higher flight levels, like up to 40,000 feet, that could be covering it. But down in the lower levels, about 8,000 to 10,000 feet, it could be completely open.
Yeah.
So you have to look at like the vertical aspect versus the horizontal. So.
And it looks to me as though they're sort of spinning at different speeds. On radar, the weakness has been swirling around quicker than what we've been seeing on satellite.
Is it me, or is it moving another easterly jog? Northeasterly?
Well, yeah, it certainly is.
You can see it almost for a split second. It looks like it make another northeastern jog.
I wouldn't say more northeast. I would say it's northeast right now. I do think it is within the cone of uncertainty that this will make landfall that they had predicted.
Now, what does it mean for Tallahassee at this point? Well, assuming, say, if it goes due north, it probably can't do any further west than that. Oh, it's close. It's just to the east of Tallahassee now by a few miles.
And that puts the Big Bend area in greater danger for storm surge. And mostly,
it's always going to be. It was always going to be.
Yeah.
No matter where now. That is happening.
I just hope everyone left that area because of the storm surge. I mean, everyone, even the National Hurricane Center, is calling it unsurvivable.
I'm not surprised. I've not seen that wording yet, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I was watching some chief meteorologists who have said that at the National Hurricane Center. They explicitly used the word unsurvivable. So, hearing that word just shows that you're not going to live through this if you're really going to be in that surge area.
I mean, yeah, I feel like the reason why they say it is because you got, like, the water is moving at rapid speed, and there's debris in the water. Like, you can get hit by it. If you're inside of that water of that storm surge, you can easily injure you. You can get injured, or worse, you can get electrified by power line. There's a lot of things that can go wrong if you get caught in that surge.
What time we at? 7:30.
Sorry if I went quiet, Nathan, because I just got a big gust.
No, it's all right.
Yeah. Really big gust. I'm surprised I'm still holding on power right now.
So
here's another camera at Clearwater right now. I want to point out that they did close all the barrier island bridges at 6 p.m.
So there was somebody in the server that did say, if you were saying it was physically impossible for Helene to become a Category 5, you're not seeing the whole picture. That is indeed true. There is always possibility, with rapid intensification especially, at the rate it is, it's still there. I'm not ruling that out. I'm not going to say, oh, it will for sure become a Category 5, or it won't. It's still in the picture, in the line of sight, though.
It is.
But just know, if it doesn't reach Category 5, this can still be a higher grade Category 4. We don't.
Oh, guys, this is already going to be the strongest storm to ever impact the Big Bend region of Florida.
This is making proportions of history right now.
storm surge is extremely crazy. I haven't seen a single surge that high in so long. I don't know if it was Laura that they did the same.
I will tell y'all what I'm quite surprised about. Orlando International Airport is still open. There's nobody in holding patterns, which means they are waiting for clearance to land. It's running smoothly in and out. So Miami, Orlando, and Jacksonville, they're all open. The West Coast is closed, but I'm quite surprised about Orlando, especially with the impacts they might receive today.
Unless they're changing directions, unless they're making the airplanes go in a certain direction to avoid the
You talking
strongest
about
part
radar
of
vectors? No, they're not. They're just keeping it how they always do. They're standard arrivals.
I'm surprised.
Me too. But I will say, Atlanta and Charlotte seem to be having a lot of impacts because all the traffic that's going in right now. So, it's becoming a hot mess right now.
Well, latest eye temperature now 12 degrees.
So that is warming quite fast.
Yeah, a fair bit. This camera that we're looking at here, this is Clearwater Beach still. You can't see the whole picture, but waves are washing up against the coast. I can see it. In fact, there's a little bit of debris in the water there. If we take down the bottom bar, oh no, we still can't see it. Never mind. But you get the idea. Yeah, there's a few objects in the water there.
Yeah, the sad part is, since it's about to get darker, we won't be able to see the wind speed of Helene as it moves on shore, because I do have cameras that are in the direct path of the strong part of the eye wall. But sadly, it's getting darker, so looks like we may not be able to see it unless there is some light that may hold up until they lose power.
Well, there it is. One of the viewpoints that we are currently looking at. Let's see if we can go back to Naples Pier and see if we've got any more curious characters out there. Nope, it's empty again. And as a matter of fact, I can see, I think I can see some flashing lights reflecting off the pier. So authorities might have ended up turning up there, perhaps. They may have watched our stream, who knows. But you can see these waves coming on in here at Naples.
It's been gusting really hard here in Stewart on the eastern side of Florida.
Well, let's go back to what could we look at next? Something that we've not looked at in a while, perhaps. I only have these cameras really, or these pictures. Let's get updates on these two particular styles. Looking at the visible there, and what a picture that storm looked in those last visible images this evening.
I do want to also note, we're starting to see some small areas of convection start to happen on that more so called open side of the eye on that southeast side.
All right.
Which, if that convection does wrap around, that will boost the storm, especially with the jet interaction, and it will become stronger if that does fully wrap around.
NOAA 2 have finally gone into the southwestern side of the storm, and they've gotten 85 knot winds so far. That might be the maximum that they get, I'm not sure yet. But
new tornado report just came in.
A tornado report.
Tornado warning right now for Georgia, for Charlton, Chin, and Ware.
Here.
Warren?
Charlton, Clinch, and Ware.
I'm taking a good look at it as possible.
And that warning came out a good while ago.
probably has.
Later tonight, I'm not sure if y'all. Okay, everybody watching, I'm not sure if y'all heard. They did upgrade it from a 1 to a 2 when it's inland over Georgia, middle Georgia.
Oh,
That's how
that's
strong they're saying.
Okay.
That's really impressive.
Yeah. So I will most likely be getting impacted this when it is a category 2. The tornado threat is supposed to increase throughout the night, and what sucks is this is going to be hitting me around 1 a.m. to 4 a.m.
Oh, yeah. It is the worst.
It cannot be any better.
Trust me, I've been through Nicole, and I was, even though it was a category 1, but it threw some big punches, to be honest.
Dawson Godfrey at Force 13, do you think Helene will be retired? Me, yes.
All right, bro.
100%.
Oh my god, here we go again.
It's not even hit yet. I'm not entertaining retirement questions. It's insensitive. Anyways.
The only thing I will talk about retirement is my retirement check. I need that.
Beastly satellite
I would
imagery
like to move to Nova Scotia for retirement.
So, just
First
before
day I'm
sunset
retiring.
here, just as it's getting dark, the biggest close-up you'll get of this storm, I think. What a picture that is. And this is the mesoscale. Still looking quite disjointed in a way in parts of that eye wall, southeasterly especially. And yet we are still getting indications that the storm is continuing to strengthen. More recon updates on the way. AF306 nearly there. Yeah, they're not far away now.
So the surge is rapidly coming in.
Yep.
I will, if y'all want to see a video that Meteo did send me, I can show
Okay.
y'all.
Sure.
So currently right here, you can see underwater a good bit of this area.
We're not seeing anything. Where was this?
Oh wait, I got a screen share actually.
Yeah.
I forgot I rejoined.
Oh yeah.
Alright, there we go.
Let's take a look.
Okay.
Oh,
so
wow.
this area, this was a couple hours ago. This was, I'm not sure on the exact location, but I do know this is down near Tampa.
Yeah.
He did send a video in of, if I can open this
Just
one.
run through it. Oh.
This.
Oh yes.
He did say
Windy.
these houses right here are most likely all the way underwater now.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
It's coming in very, very fast. So that it's very sad, like, to realize somebody's whole entire house is in water. That's something you don't really comprehend every day. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not that typical thing, oh, we really realize this. So, it's bigger than...
In the work.
Oh, he did say location between Anclote and Gulf Coast. I'm not sure how you say that, but
right.
I do believe that is down near St. Petersburg.
Wind's getting up here at Clearwater. This is where this camera is right now. And you can see the surge moving in as well. You see that water level down at the bottom. And what is that? Sheets of rain, I think, moving across the screen there. Almost looking like ghosts. Really getting hit with some very heavy rainfall there now. But you'll also note just how quickly that water down there is moving as well. Just about lapping up along to that sort of pier area there. Submerging it somewhat.
There's multiple reports or power poles on the coast of
No, we're struggling to hear you, Jose.
right now. I wish I had my computer. Adios.
Start again.
I wish I had my computer, but on my phone right now. Can work really.
Something to do with power poles.
I do remember
there's
he was
multiple
saying
reports.
earlier. I remember he was saying earlier today that there are some power lines in his backyard, I believe.
Oh.
So I think he might be talking about something with that.
Yeah. No, I'm on the side. I want to get those at least.
We did see a massive flash on this camera as well just a minute ago too. I don't know if that was lightning or something to do with power as well.
I will go back and look at that real quick.
The Key West Energy Services is reporting 500 customers currently without electricity in the Old Town section. The energy service is attempting to restore the power to 500, but the storm surge inundation is beginning, and high tide for parts of Florida is not till about 1 a.m.
Yeah, wow. That's really bad. It's gonna continue
Fort
to
Myers
get worse.
Beach, Nathan. High tide 1:24 a.m. Streets
Okay.
already submerged.
Yeah. What about further north though?
Well, I don't know what the tide is, but it's going to be horrendous. And as Helena continues to track northeast, that 20-foot storm surge is looking very healthy. It could even exceed.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm currently looking at the new scan of IR. That convection is pulling tighter in and wrapping around.
May well be. So I think Jose's busy as well.
No, you can put that. You can.
Anyways, I'm just looking towards some other cameras right now, but yeah, go ahead.
I've posted a flight radar track of the NOAA 42 flight in the eye. It shows its track record in the live output.
I see it. I'm not sure it's very helpful though. But just looking for some more live cameras that might look interesting right now, along with the ones that we've already shown you. Not much to look at the moment, I don't think, on the cameras that are available. But obviously we're hearing a lot of stories about the storm surge already causing all kinds of chaos in various places.
And there's a report on the X platform that over 20 sheriff and Florida Highway Patrol vehicles stationed at the bank in Perry, Florida, chasing down everyone who drives onto the road.
Really?
And this is including the storm chasers. So 20 sheriff, well, the authorities are taking this very seriously, and no one should be. Even storm chasers shouldn't be out there.
Potentially. Obviously dangerous conditions. And this storm surge, well, they're calling it unsurvivable. I mean, I don't know where, and I probably won't really want to get into the discussion on where we draw the line between public safety and public freedoms, but they're going to be taking this very seriously.
I think that this is going to be proportions of history due to the fact that we're looking at a Category 2 in Middle Georgia. Not a 1 or tropical storm, but a Category 2. That shows how long it wants to keep its act together by the time it's in the Middle Georgia.
You think it will be worse than Michael up there?
I mean, for Michael, you talking about in Georgia?
Yep.
Yes. I think this is gonna be way worse than that, in my opinion. Here, seeing that we have hurricane warnings this far inland already,
That's certainly true.
not even 3 counties away from downtown Atlanta, and downtown Atlanta is more on the northwest side of Georgia, not even the middle. So that shows something about this. That this thing, it's unfathomable. Like you never. This is the first time in history we have seen these warnings this far inland, ever, for the state of Georgia.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people don't realise what is going to be the scene up there in Georgia when it becomes stationary. So, because it's going to be absorbed in...
I am 1 county away from a hurricane warning.
It's not going to be stationary in Georgia.
No.
It will be much further inland.
What is stationary right now is John.
Oh no. Yeah,
Lord.
well, John doing John things
W-Pack
there.
people.
Yep.
That's the East Pack, actually.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I woke up at 3 a.m.
Lots of things
so.
going on in the tropics today.
Oh, certainly is. Tropical Storm Isaac, no one cares about that one.
98L, which could form literally any time.
Absolutely.
Literally any time at this point. In fact, it could form literally within a minute.
I reckon the NHC might be delaying it just so they can get Helene out of the way. I wouldn't blame them for it, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have been getting a couple messages from people stating that they are scared. I would like to say, do not be scared. We have people in the server who can help with that sort of stuff. They can talk to you and everything. I'm even helping out with some people right now. So, if y'all need something, do not be afraid to go in the server and just let somebody know that you want to talk, because we're here for that. So, don't be afraid to do that.
We're looking at radar right now, as well as the view from Clearwater, looking out towards the barrier island, and clearly getting to be quite a windy situation right there. We've got a good view from this camera. There aren't that many cameras left, actually, David.
Well, National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch for parts of Florida and Georgia until 6 a.m.
So that's
a long watch.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, I'm scared.
Nathan,
I'm not even scared.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said that.
Nathan, I am home right now, and fingers crossed that camera is still up in Cedar Key, because that's where the worst of the surge will be.
We've still got the camera at Steinhatchee, though, actually, but no real change here. If we're looking at it all day, nothing much has happened.
You just gotta hope they don't drop like flies like they were earlier.
Oh, they have.
No.
Definitely.
Because remember, Nathan, I don't know if you remember. Remember, a couple hours ago, someone said, "When are we going to see another camera float away?"
Oh man.
Float away.
I would like to draw y'all.
Am I taking it literally?
Okay. Real quick, I just want to draw y'all's attention down to Florida, down south. 3 tornado warnings within the vicinity of the same area.
Look at that.
DeSoto and Hardy County, Charlotte and DeSoto County, and another one for Charlotte and DeSoto County in a different area. I don't think I've seen this for since that barrel outbreak, something like this, to be honest. It just
Louisiana.
It gives me the same sort of
During
vibes of that,
barrel.
just seeing 3 warnings bunched up in the same area.
They all look similar too.
Yeah.
Let's see. ADT is currently suggesting a pressure of 929 and winds of 140 to 145 miles an hour. That is just a satellite estimate, though. Recon is obviously more accurate. We await to see the latest that they're going to get in the storm shortly.
Okay.
2 planes inbound now.
Speaking of planes, I do not condone this, but somebody said if Helene becomes a Category 5, I will fly a plane under the bridge that was closed due to Hurricane Helene.
Starting to get a little bit outlandish now on our chat.
I'm not sure if I just saw a power flash or if that was lightning, but I just saw something very bright. I will be right back to check on, see what that was.
Already at your place? I doubt it. Well, maybe.
There was some bright blue flash, so...
Yeah. NOAA 2 continue to fly southwestwards away from the center of the storm. They're still getting some winds, about 60 knots. Waiting for some more info from AF306, however, which is getting closer and closer to the center of the storm. And we should get some more news on that one shortly. Although we still don't have any yet.
Please tell me this camera's still up, please, please, please.
I wouldn't let you have your hopes up there.
If it's down, I'm gonna be so upset.
Yep, well, that's what happens. I did have... Oh, there it is. And I'm not... That camera was never Cedar Key anyway. As far as I can tell. I think that camera was actually Anna Maria.
Alright, I am on my computer now.
But yeah, it doesn't look like that camera's working anymore. That wasn't Cedar Key.
Let me plug everything back in.
That camera was actually Anna Maria.
Alright.
But regardless, it's not working, so... tons of cameras are no longer working here.
Oh no, it's cameras unavailable.
Yeah, but there are a few left that we can look at, including the view from Clearwater, where we're seeing that surge continue to lap up against the piers.
I have Perry that's in the direct path of the eyewall.
Absolutely.
So
they should set up like box cams that run on solar power. So
Nathan, we're in luck. There's lights.
What?
There's lights where these cameras are at, so looks like we can able to see the wind speed.
I guess.
I mean, the power is the one problem right now.
Hmm.
I mean, Helene's not even... It's already a couple hours from landfall, and it's already causing significant impacts. I think it's actually closer... I think it's actually closer to the peninsula than it is to the panhandle.
The
center.
It was. I don't know if it still is.
It's very in between right now. It's hard to tell.
Anyway, we'll be getting the
looks like
update
it's close.
from the National Hurricane Center shortly. The hourly update. If notice, isn't it? It's an intermediate advisory actually, so we're going to get updates from a few sources. In fact, it's already out. So 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 942 millibars is the word from the National Hurricane Center at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We can read it with me here. Extremely dangerous Hurricane Helene nearing the northeast Gulf Coast. Catastrophic storm surge and life-threatening winds expected in the Florida Big Bend area. No changes with the warnings once again. Some additional strengthening is possible before the center reaches the coast. Hurricane force winds outwards up to 60 miles. Tropical storm force winds up to 310 miles out. Albert Whitted Airport in St. Petersburg, Florida reports a sustained wind of 53 miles per hour with a gust to 76. Still expecting 15 to 20 feet of storm surge from Carabel to Suwannee River. So those are the main takeaways from that intermediate advisory. Let's just hurry on over and look at Hurricane John. Also, tropical weather outlook. There it is, still at 90% for that area of interest out over the open Atlantic. John, still a hurricane, category 1. 75 miles per hour. It's just offshore the coast of the Mexican state of Michoacan. Catastrophic flash flooding and mudslides ongoing. Hurricane warning from Tipandagaliana to Zihuatanejo has been changed to a tropical storm warning. So that's a downgrade there for part of that area. Let's just have a look. Is that the latest? Yep, that's the new update there. It's going to be a very close call to see whether it actually makes landfall in Mexico or not. But that is John.
John being John.
Certainly is. We'll go and see if we can bring back that camera from Carabel shortly. I don't know if it has nighttime capability, but I'll go and have a little hunt for it.
Oh, I just noticed on radar, not radar, satellite, Nathan, there is lots of lightning strike on, looks like the northern, kind of northwesternly eyewall.
Oh.
There's a lot. I can't, if I can count, about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, there's a lot. I can't count when they're all together in one spot. But there's lots in this area right here.
Here is the live view from Carabel right now, which is at the beginning of the 15 to 20 foot storm surge zone. Looks like it's struggling a little bit right now though. But this area could be of interest. But Steinhatchee, absolutely here.
Oh, and it looks like there's some on the weak side of the eye wall where it fell apart and it's rebuilding back itself. Looks like there's a couple of it.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
You can still see clearly on that satellite imagery. Big hole.
Yeah. There's like a little like gap on this side that's starting to build back up, but all this, yeah, you can see some couple of lightning right here, but mostly all of it's on this part of the northern eye wall.
It's trying to seal it off though, really trying to make the most of this. We haven't had any extra data from AF306 for a while. And I don't know if it's the source or... Has anyone got any new data on that? I've not had anything for half an hour.
I don't think so.
But they
the
should
other
be getting
camera's
some
down.
info.
Oh wait, no. There's only 2 cameras that are up in Perry right now. With lights, but I feel like the power is going to go out soon for this area.
I don't know. Speaking of power outages, not long ago it was 284,000. Now it's 384,000 power outages. The worst affected county now, at least in proportion to per capita, is Pinellas County with 112,000 power outages there now. Sarasota County, nearly 48,000. Manatee, 29,000. Hillsborough, 46,000. Pasco, 36. Hernando, 4,000. And Dixie, 1,000. That's 10%. And Levy County, nearly 2,000 power outages there. So we're seeing a lot of areas losing power. Franklin County as well, 430 out. Yep. But the top line there, Pinellas County, 112,000 power outages now, and that is about 1/5 of the entire county.
So, I have been talking with Meteofer. He did send in some pictures. I'm showing them currently if you want to show them.
Oh, let's have a little look then.
So there's a couple images. He said, took these pictures yesterday in the spot Sponge Docks in Tarpon Springs, Florida, which is a major tourist spot. Was extremely creepy and eerie. He goes, normally is packed shoulder to shoulder with tourists. Yesterday was completely empty, preparing for the storm. It is forecasted this area will receive 9 feet of storm surge.
Wow. Big concern.
Yeah, and And look how low to the water this is. Like, it's practically sea level.
Very low indeed. We're just looking at that there. Well, we're now looking at a live view again from Clearwater as we're about to prepare for a short break. Conditions are quite poor here as well. Some of the mid bands now starting to affect this area. Some really gnarly rainfall amounts not far away from this point as well. You can certainly see it blowing around a lot down near ground level there. This area really getting some storms, looking out for that storm surge as well. You can see some bits of inundation there on the water, but again, just how quickly all that water is moving, you know. Swimming in this? Nah.
I don't think so.
Hit me up. I will do it.
Well, there's always one.
No.
I do not recommend y'all do that. So
Taking one for the team, huh?
I take many for the team.
I see.
Oh my gosh.
I see now. Yeah, so the news here then at this hour is that Helene is a 130 mile per hour category 4. Wind estimates, pressure estimate 942 millibars. We won't update our graphics, but we acknowledge that status. It's just too much hassle updating these graphics all the time. But if we see a substantial upgrade, then obviously we'll go and change them again. Eye temperature is actually...
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, quickly.
7:45 p.m. This is from National Weather Service Atlanta. We have expanded hurricane warnings further northward with this update. In addition to tropical storm force winds, a few locations as far as north as the Atlanta metro area and high terrain in northeast Georgia mountains could see hurricane force wind gusts.
We'll talk about it after this. Back soon. We'll be here with more updates on Helene. The eye temperature's gone down quite a bit actually to +1, but we'll see what happens next hour. Stay tuned.
Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Force 13 live coverage continues into its 12th hour on Hurricane Helene here, with wind speeds estimated 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 942 millibars, latest indications from Recon planes. There are planes into the storm right now, an extremely powerful hurricane about to make landfall. Well, landfall is expected just a little bit later on this evening. It's already gotten dark in the area, so the threat and the danger level continues to get ratcheted up. Is the storm still strengthening? That's the big question right now. And we're still looking at an eye temperature about 4 degrees. It's fluctuating quite a bit. Pressure was dropping. We'll get some more info from Recon through this hour, hopefully. My name's Nathan Foy in the studio, and joining me again for another hour of coverage, we've got Lenny, Jose, Ethan, David, and Zeta. Hello to all of you once again.
Hello.
Here.
Hello.
Big storm on its way in here. What's changing with it?
So pretty much looking at this, some people they just sent some new images in. On the Devort model, it does show it is actually wrapping up again. Same with IR. As you can see. And that typically is associated with strengthening storms. So
it's probably going to get back into
I'm actually
gear.
a little concerned right now because it has this little last stretch to go, and it's deciding to strengthen again.
We just got AF306 Recon data. They got 942.2 again, extrapolated. Although interestingly, their lowest pressure was actually in an area where they had strong winds. Western eyewall, they only got 65, just over 65 knot winds flight level on the western side. Eastern side currently in progress, but at first they just got 85 knots, and we'll see what else they get shortly. NOAA 2 is flying back into the vicinity along the southern side. We'll see where they end up going.
Just a little jump in real quick. We do now have a tornado warning in South Carolina for Colleton counties. That does expire in 34 minutes. It is moving northwest at 24 knots. There is no CCU drop, so it does not. Actually, there could be. It's hard to tell because it's very embedded, but if there is, it should become more visible within the next few scans. There is a little hook, as you can see. I will keep my eye on this, but we will be seeing a bunch of these tornado warnings throughout the night as these bands do move ashore.
Yeah, it's been lots of tornado warnings ever since Helene got closer to Florida. Then some of these got into Georgia, South Carolina, and mostly all of them are in for Florida because of the outer bands.
There is chaser convergence all along Tallahassee to Perry, Florida, which is I have some iffy feelings about what could happen because how many chasers there are down there, and the winds are actually starting to come ashore now. How
far is the hurricane force winds are at, and a new tornado warning for North Carolina?
North Carolina?
Really?
Yeah, a new one. This does not even look like nothing at all.
So there is a report in South Carolina, all the way it's to the northwest of Columbia, They are saying it's tropical cyclone related.
Oh.
This is by law enforcement. Tree and power lines down at 1998 Old Lexington Highway. So they are feeling impacts from the storm all the way in South Carolina already.
Well, pretty impressive stuff right there.
Yes, it is.
That is not good.
Yeah. I'm getting my whole warning list is full of flash flood from Georgia all the way from Virginia.
I'm speechless with this. I don't know what to say, but look at how far that hurricane warning goes in.
Yeah, very far.
This is going to be a storm that's going to be remembered for generations.
Yes.
Most likely.
I never seen a single hurricane like this ever in my life of, tracking.
Yeah, I've never. So I talked to my dad. He's quite old. I'm not going to say his age, but he said in his lifetime he has not even seen something that has hurricane warnings this far inshore. Never.
Although the concept of inland warnings is still relatively new. But yeah, I'm sure it's been unmatched by a lot of storms, certainly in recent times. I just want to give everyone a heads up watching the stream. We will be sort of doing a little handover at the end of the hour to start a new stream. I've just configured a redirect. So at the end of this hour, this stream will end and we'll be throwing you onto another stream. The reason why we're doing this is because we want to sort of save for posterity our 12-hour blocks of coverage. Otherwise, YouTube gets rid of it forever, basically. So we sort of want to keep it here for archival purposes. So that's why we're doing that. We're shutting off this stream and we'll be throwing you over to another one at the end of the hour. So feel free to send in your comments and questions. Start your message with 413 all in text, and we'll see how it goes. We're still watching this get closer and closer towards making its landfall. Just how strong is it going to get? Is it reaching its peak intensity? That latest extrapolated didn't have anything lower, so that might be some slight good news, but we'll have to see what happens next. Of course, still waiting to see if they get any stronger winds too, yes?
I'm not sure, but I'm not sure if these are the clouds that are getting stuck by the trough that are getting sucked in. I don't think it is. But remember I was talking about that trough, that it's the reason why Helene is gonna get slingshot.
Look at all that cloud mass.
Yeah.
Convection is nearly fully wrapped around. That's not good. And the eye is widening and clearing up.
Yeah, you can see where the trough ends by where the there's clear wind. There's nothing of winds. That's how far it's reaching, and you can tell how it stops. And look at all this.
Oh, let's go back.
So wait. Can you send me a link to the cloud cover or whatever? Actually, okay. So that goes from where is that? Up in Michigan, all the way down to. Could this potentially be the widest hurricane we've seen? Because I do remember there was one that had cloud cover from Texas to New York, but this looks like it's from Michigan down into Cuba, possibly even further.
I don't know.
It's getting. I think it looks like it's getting sucked by John over here. That's down here. I'm not sure. Let me just. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. Let me put it into brightness a little bit. Oh, come on.
Oh, massive VHD. Massive VHD just formed on the eyewall.
There we go.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay, so I'm not sure where the trough ends, but I'm just gonna put it right here. And you can see right there it stops. Look at all this from Helene, stretching from all the way here.
Oh, it sure is.
Yeah, look how massive. And this looks like a tropical wave over here.
Well, whilst you're on Slider, why don't you have a little look at Isaac right now? May as well.
Oh, that. Little Isaac.
Yeah,
so 98L.
Little Isaac is right here.
We
Yep.
do have a new VHT. This is not looking good at the rate that VHT is exploding. If you don't want to go take a look for it yourself, just look at IR on the new scan.
Yeah.
Temperature is to 5.5 degrees Celsius.
Let's move these satellite floaters again here and take a proper look.
Look at that clear opening on the eye at the last frame.
It's widening and clearing out very rapidly.
Oh, come on, work with me, Ram. It just stops for everything, and then it takes like a minute for everything to load back in. I gotta keep refreshing.
That's how close it's getting now. Look at that.
Not like me today.
Getting very close to land now as we watch this imagery here. Let me give you some distances. If we take probably the center of the eye, try and find the center of the eye first. From Cedar Key, only 95 kilometers now, that's 60 miles. From Steinhatchee, it's just a little bit more than that, about 63 or 64 miles. From St. Mark's, it is about 90 miles. Alligator Point, that's about 70 miles away. Tallahassee, nearly 110 miles. Perry, that's about 85 miles from the center of this storm. Those numbers are ticking down quite fast now. If it did end up making landfall in the furthest distance possible, and that would be near St. Mark's to the east there, that is 134 kilometers to landfall, which is about 85 miles. So the movement speed of around 23 miles per hour. That is just less than about 3.5 hours. That's if it goes to the furthest point, and it'll speed up a bit. So that's about 3 hours. If it goes a bit further east, then that's probably more towards 2.5 hours, unless we see some significant movement. Right now, it looks like it will. That Tallahassee will be spared the eastern side of the storm. It's looking pretty clear now to me that that's going to happen. So that's
going to put them in the western side. But even though the right quadrant is like mostly sometimes the weakest part of a hurricane. I mean, was it the left quadrant or the right quadrant?
Left.
Left quadrant.
Left.
Yeah, my bad.
West.
I said the wrong
Northeast
part.
is
I meant
usually
the
the
left
strongest.
quadrant. Yeah.
Yep.
Mostly the weakest part, but the right part of the hurricane is like the strongest one because you got the winds coming from the northeast where it's going to accelerate more faster than, you got the western, which is going to decelerate, but still going to have some powerful impacts, but it's mostly going to be on the east side.
Looking at this viewpoint again in Clearwater, looking at these again, the water just about lapping the pier there. Some strong winds. Not that many cameras that we could show you now that are any good.
I have some cameras.
They're either down or they're it's nighttime, they can't see anything, or they're just not very interesting. But I know you're looking at some traffic cams, are you?
Yeah.
So,
this is mostly in Perry since this is actually
Yep.
gonna get the strongest eastern eyewall. So
I would like to jump in.
Yep.
I'm sure y'all do know Crouch from the main server.
Yep.
He did send a picture. There is now lightning in the eyewall.
Ah.
Oh yeah, I was looking at that earlier. Yeah. Oh, it's in the part where there was a little gap on the eyewall. Look at it. It's trying to come back and look at that big. Look at all that. Yeah, all of that. Even on the northwestern side too.
Where that VHT is.
There's some little bit of cloud in the middle, but you could tell. Let me look at radar really quick. Yeah, there.
NOAA 2 is gearing up for a south to north pass now. They're coming in from the south. They'll be in the eye very shortly.
And NOAA 40. Well, so okay, they put their call sign as NOAA 2, but it's really NOAA 42.
I see.
Yeah. So their first pass through was 948 millibars. Their second pass through, not even 20 minutes later, was 944. So that's 4 millibars per 20 minutes. So if you do the math, that's like 12 millibars an hour. or so.
Good lord.
Yes.
I'm gonna look at some wind speeds in the eyewall if I can find any. Wow. Unless these are just up in the air, but look at that, 143 on the eyewall.
But
Or
that
42.
is up in the air.
Yeah, it pretty much feels like all these are up in the air.
Oh, I got breaking news. Tornado is confirmed in North Carolina.
Ah.
Oh, shoot.
Let me see what the text has. Radar confirmed tornado moving northwest at 20 miles an hour, and this is in North Carolina for the following counties: Haswell County and Rockingham County. Go back and look.
I do see a little bit of CC drop in there.
Right there. This is what they said was a CC drop.
There it is.
So that's when they
Yanceyville,
confirmed it.
Ruffin, and Providence until 8:45 p.m. 18, nearly 19,000 in that tornado warning.
And then in Georgia, we have likely a waterspout coming ashore near Brunswick.
Oh, joy.
Oh, wow.
Wow,
Oh,
look at
that
that.
is tight. That is for Camden and Glynn County, Georgia. So if you are anywhere in this, take shelter immediately. This does look like the rotation is pretty significant, and once this comes ashore, I would not be surprised to start seeing some sort of correlation coefficient drop.
Just zoom out a bit, get a location.
Downtown Brunswick.
Oh, right next to Brunswick.
Wait, is this a new update for Radar Scope? Because it's showing me schools or businesses that's saying closure. Schools or businesses closure. This is new. I
And
never
there
seen
are
it.
possible waterspouts that will be coming ashore, as you can see offshore of Brunswick as well. There is this with some decent rotation. So same down here, and down here a little bit. That's a very broad rotation, but there's a tiny bit in there. These do have the capability of producing tornadoes, so keep your eyes open and just watch out. Be very careful. It's nighttime, so it's nearly impossible to see these tornadoes unless there is lightning illuminating it, which I don't believe is happening with this because I'm not seeing any lightning show up around here. So keep your eyes out, adhere to all warnings you get, and just follow what the officials say because they know what's best.
Yeah, I think there's 2 webcams in the area, but they're showing nothing really. You can't see anything on there. I did do my due diligence right there. Send in your comments and questions live here. Yep.
I don't know if I'm allowed to show anything off of YouTube, but if it's really quick, you should ignore the ads. But you should look at this. Look at the waves.
I do have an injury report if y'all want to hear that.
Sure.
You're looking at the Howard Franklin Bridge. We've been looking at that earlier on. We can go and show that ourselves.
Look, all those waves crashing on in.
But that's what you'd expect to see. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so one injury was reported in Palm Beach, Florida, from an electrical shock due to a down power line. Y'all, I cannot make this any more clear. Do not go outside, even if the power lines go down or something. Wait for officials, because you can get shocked by these power lines, and that can cause death, and that is not what we want to see here. So please just stay inside. Just please.
Well, it is pretty crazy on that bridge. This is what Jose wanted me to show. And you can see it right here. One of the viewpoints, actually a different one to the one you're showing.
Oh, great.
But look at all that slamming up onto the bridge. The little light poles are all floating around all over the place there. Very treacherous conditions. No wonder that road is shut.
Yeah, in the one down here, I do have that pulled up. It's like right here. I think it's down here on the next one. Is it that? I might not be sure. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, it's the same camera that I have up too. But look how violently that camera's shaking. I mean, it's up a little higher in the air. That's reasons why.
Yeah, absolutely. But certainly very, very treacherous conditions right there. although it is a very exposed location. And in fact, it looks like it's got a bit stuck. That particular camera, maybe even lost it there. We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, this is what, like, looking at cameras from, like, near the waters, you can see, like, the power of water. Like, wow, look at this. Looks like another camera shot.
Yeah, what's that?
Wow, that's flooding. Looks like storm surge. I don't know if this is
Yeah,
inside
check out
of the
that camera
building.
down there. I mean, that's quite impressive, wherever that is.
Yeah. I'm not sure where this is. Gulfport Beach.
Gulfport Beach. Oh, that's near Tampa. These are all, I think those are all traffic cams, so I'm going to see if I can grab that one as well.
Yeah, I mean, just like for everyone to see, this is like mostly the deadliest and the strongest part of any tropical cyclone on Earth. You got water that it can easily kill anyone or make like serious damage or injure, because water, I mean, water is heavy and it could push anything. Like if you get caught on this, that's why almost all meteorologists and National Hurricane Center, what is that car doing?
What car?
In the bottom right. But what I was saying that this is how powerful storm surge is. Like if you're told to leave, you have to leave, because you don't want to get caught in any of these, because you're putting you, your family, and your friends' life at risk. So when a mandatory evacuation for coastlines, you have to leave.
Hmm.
Looks like that car made it through. I could tell that water's pretty high.
Certainly was when we were looking at that, and in a very bad way. Don't know. I mean, I'm looking at traffic cams in that area, and there's nothing around there that looks like that.
Unless it's just a camera of a storm chaser that put down, because there are, some storm chasers do put certain cameras in areas where they're gonna get the most storm surge. Because they did one with Ian. I forgot the name of the area. It's the camera that got swept away that we saw on live stream. I think it was in that area. The storm surge was extremely high.
Maybe.
Oh, Nathan.
Hi there. That's Chris.
Yes, hello.
You're live. What are your thoughts on Helene this evening?
Honest thoughts? Not surprised it intensified as rapidly as it did, especially the area that it's in. National Hurricane Center and a lot of other people have been saying that this storm is supposed to trump ideally yet another storm with, I think it was wind shear or like wind force they were saying. I have to remember. But yeah, no, kind of going to go ahead and reiterate on what everybody was saying. If you don't have to leave, no. If you haven't made your if you haven't made your preparations at that point, well, I hate to break it to you, it's kind of a little bit too late to make them now. And you're just going to have to, hunker down and just hope for the best at this point. With this being a Category 4 storm, this is not something you want to play with. This is not something you want to drive into. Because people will say, yes, the flooding can kill you, and the big thing that can kill you is debris and floodwaters. So if you're out in this and you live in an area where there's a lot of trees, there's a very good chance that you may lose your life. So don't go on this if you don't have to.
More of the Tampa Bay bridges here, and you can see there's an absolute mess.
I'm trying to find that exact camera, but I have no luck in it. But there is some cameras that were in that video that I was showing, but I still can't find that one that's like extremely flooded. That looks like somewhere near the coastline.
No, it was Gulfport, which is on the southern tip of St. Petersburg, one near there.
There is a couple of cameras that are in the path of the storm. For some reason, there is tons of cameras in Tallahassee, but all of them are down, which is very weird. Like, look at all this
I
pocket
saw
of dead
it,
camera.
yeah.
I'm like, but why keep these on? Like, that doesn't make sense. I mean, I see why, because it's more open field, but we want you want to see like the true strength inside of areas. A good thing Perry's the only one holding on with 2 cameras. That these are gonna. This is gonna get like the worst part of Hurricane Helene.
We've only got some partial data on AF306. We missed what they got going out east. I don't know if anyone else has that data, but they then took a turn northwest and are now entering in from the northeast, and they got winds of just over 110 knots flight level, and they're about to enter the eye once again. They did get a drop sond or 2 earlier, but I think they were in the eyewall. Yeah, they got 952 millibars at 84 knots, and they actually got 140 knot winds at the 908 millibar level, which is only that would have been a gust, but that's only about 300 meters above ground. So a fascinating drop zone there with some very powerful winds involved. They did a third one as well, a little bit further east, and in that drop zone they got 117 knots at 950 millibars at the surface.
Wow.
Yep, and they had 151 knot wind at 920 millibars. That's about 250 meters. Again, that would have been a gust, but 151 knots. So that sounds like this storm is still chugging here. NOAA 2, we should get some more info from them shortly, moving in from the south. I don't know what all this info will mean for the National Hurricane Center, whether they'll fancy doing another little upgrade.
I'm back with you, Nathan.
It's Ethan. Hello. What did you think of that drop zone data I was reading out?
It's very interesting.
Although flight level winds, they haven't exceeded anything that they got earlier today, so far.
Nathan, quick question: What are the rain chances up north as Helene makes landfall? Because I've been thinking about what are the how high would the rain percentage would be. I shouldn't say rain percentage, but like how much would it be?
Haven't looked in a while, but from what I last saw, it was about 10, just over 10 inches for the landfall zone, and then 15, maybe up to, well, NHC suggesting possibly up to 18 inches over the Appalachians to the northeast. Every so often we had that graphic before though on the left hand side that showed rainfall in various areas.
I think this might make some people upset, but there's a camera facing McDonald's. The McDonald's store. I hope they're still holding on. They're gonna be like near in the. They're gonna be close. I think they're gonna be inside the strongest part of this hurricane, but it's pointing directly at McDonald's. Someone directly. Prayers for McDonald's, guys.
Right. Let's see if we can get some more comments then. Once again, just a reminder that we will be switching our stream at the end of the hour, so if you want to keep tuned in, it's going to automatically redirect you when we press the stop button on this one, but we're switching over because YouTube throws away basically all of our output after 12 hours, and we sort of want to keep it for historical purposes or whatever we want to do. So that's why we are doing this little Yeah.
So
shuffle.
I do have an update for y'all, which this is gonna surprise y'all. Hurricane hunters from the NOAA mission on their P3 tail Doppler radar analysis shows about 133 knots at an altitude of 0.5 kilometers. That is with a reduction.
Wow.
500 meters. That sounds about right to me.
So that is 153 miles an hour they have gotten, and that is with reductions.
At flight level?
I believe so. But it's that they've done a ton of reductions and everything. This is after they analyzed it.
That was about 500 meters, though. I don't
Here,
know.
I'll post it in the work discussion. And winds have significantly picked up on that northeast side.
I mean, look at the radar on that. It's a massive, fierce red semicircle right there.
Wow. Looks like the northern on radar. Looks like the northern part is the strongest, even on the eastern.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Look at what the hurricane hunters found from the NOAA mission. Wow.
Wait, hold up.
Look at how consistent
what we're wowing
there
at
is.
yet.
No.
Did you look at the new one? Here, I'll post it in work discussion. The new one for NOAA too.
Okay, let's see what they've got.
And the
center. Yeah, we're up to that.
And the center is warming very fast. If y'all have not noticed already.
We're probably gonna get something higher than 130 next update.
Oh yeah.
I feel like we will.
Perhaps. Just gonna look. What is that eye temperature? It is now 11 again.
So there was a
12.
100. Okay. 151 knot gust at 920 millibars.
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, we did mention that one, but it is indeed very impressive. NOAA 2, of course, about to take another center pass shortly. In fact, they're both going to be in the center very shortly, if not already. I'm going to take a short break here from the desk. Guys, if you could just chat for a little bit here about the latest updates on this storm, anything that you're seeing on the wires that you could report to people. I'll be just a few seconds here.
All right.
I will be right back, y'all. I'm hopping in and out, getting as much information as I possibly can right now for y'all.
All right. Well, right.
So
now,
I will be right back, y'all.
Take your time. All right, everyone. Well, as we all know, that Helene is now a dangerous Category 4 hurricane with winds of 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 942 millibars. Now the question is for mostly everyone, I think, is how strong will it get for the next update? Because I mean, there is still like some kind of decent amount of time left before Helene makes landfall.
I'd probably say they might go with 140 or 145, maybe. I don't know.
But like, I just hope that if anyone right now that are in stream or anyone in the Big Bend area of Florida is ready and prepared, because right now hurricane force winds are about to come on shore in I think about an hour, I'm not sure. But once hurricane force winds are on, it is too late to even do anything. But again, storm surge is still the most dangerous part. They're still forecasting 15 to 20 feet of storm surge, which is devastating, and pretty much everyone always says unsurvivable. But after the hurricane, I recommend that no one gets near power lines, because you don't even know if they're alive, because I think Lenny said that there was a report of an injury of someone getting electrocuted shocked. from a power line that was down on a tree. So it's just pretty much just stay away from windows. If you haven't boarded up your windows at all, just stay away. That's all I can say.
Well, we've been watching this storm for so long, in one sitting, that it sort of has snuck up on us, really, that it is actually getting quite close to landfall now.
Yeah, I feel like landfall's gonna be around 10 or 11, I think.
Maybe.
What time are we up to now? We're nearly at 9 o'clock already, aren't we? Yeah.
We're about 1 to 2 hours away from landfall now.
Yeah. And I just hope that, these cameras are still holding on with, power. But I do feel like power is about to go out soon because, the hurricane force wind is about to reach inland, which is it's going to be too late to leave, like I said.
Still continuing on northeastwards as well. New satellite frame. Let's see what the temperature they're getting there is. And it doesn't want to tell me. Oh, it does. 10 degrees. 11 actually, so staying quite consistent there.
Just off topic, Invest 98L is still at 90% chance of formation. John is a hurricane. I'm not sure. Is it going to make landfall or not?
Well, that is a big question when it comes to that
off the coast for so long.
damn thing.
We just don't know anything about this storm. It's thrown an absolute wrench.
Absolutely.
In how we study hurricanes.
Oh,
you reckon
cyclones.
there are going to be studies on this?
Yeah. And I just noticed disturbance 2. It just popped up for me in the Caribbean Sea, which is very suspicious since.
Yep, that's something for next week.
Yeah, it's tell right now that the conditions in that area is kind of like not good because we already had Helene in there and it pretty much absorbed almost all the ocean heat content. So there are going to be some cooler patches in there. So the system that's going to try to form is going to be struggling.
Okay, NOAA 2 just got the center. They got 100 and just over 110 knot winds on the way in on the south side, and then what path did they take to get in there? But anyway, once they got in the center, they got 941.8 extrapolated, and we'll wait to see if they dropped any sons for us to look at.
Sorry to interrupt really quick, but there is 3 new tornado warnings for Georgia into the border of South Carolina, another one in Georgia, and another one in North Carolina.
Nathan,
there's one of them. Yep.
I'm actively reaching out to one of my childhood friends who lives like 20 minutes from where the eye's supposed to be hitting. I'm going to see if I can get any pictures from where he's at, and if I can, I will send them to you.
139 knot flight level wind, by the way.
Really? AF306 just got into the center as well. They just got 125 knot flight level wind, northeastern side, and extrapolated 940.2.
If NHC doesn't call 140 miles an hour at least at the next update, then
Oh, I'm seeing the NOAA 2 data now as well. Yeah, so that's 140 knots I think that they just got actually. Yeah, Ethan, I'm pretty sure they just got 140 knot flight level.
It's 139, but
okay,
1 knot difference. Yeah.
Yeah, not like anyone cares.
Okay, fair enough. That's interesting. And they turned round in the middle of the eyewall, which is interesting. They're obviously going for yet another pass here. So really, that northeastern side, really interesting winds. And that must have been very close to where the other plane was. Hold on. They got those highest winds. They got those highest winds near 29.2 north, 83.8 west, and the other plane got it. Oh, I've lost it now, actually. No, go on. As you were.
How have they not issued a extreme wind warning yet?
Oh yeah, I forgot about extreme wind warning.
That's for a landfalling major hurricane.
Yeah, like this one.
well,
Ethan,
well,
I'm a bit
yeah.
confused.
When it's near land.
I
Because
mean, what I mean is like the major winds haven't yet reached land.
Yeah, because I kind of seen it multiple times from other hurricanes that they put it up once I think the eye wall starts to come on shore. I think that's when they start putting up excessive wind warning.
Extreme wind. I don't think we're there quite yet.
Yeah.
Ethan, I'm a bit confused about those Recon readings.
What confusion do you have?
Well, where the NOAA 2 got the 140 knot wind is pretty much exactly the same place as where AF 306 just was and got 125 knots. How is that possible?
Well, it's possible that a thunderstorm rotated into the area. I mean, these storms are very dynamic, so obviously things are going to be changing pretty consistently.
Actually, the NOAA 2 plane was lower. The one that got the higher winds.
Could also have something to do with it.
Yeah, could do. Well, that's probably going to cement 140 miles per hour at any rate. And actually, is that a slight northwesterly jog in that latest frame?
I hope not, because then... Oh, yeah, I think I see what you mean.
It could peel right back over there at any time. Crazy.
Wow. This has been a long day and very interesting and surprising.
Some interesting comments that came in there as well. If you'd like to chat to us, you can start your message with 413 all in text. And we'll be able to take your comments on the air and questions. Now, as of right now, we are continuing to watch this storm, whether it might be doing a little wobbler towards the west there, maybe in those latest frames. That's going to be a big question to answer there. In just a few minutes, about 10 minutes time, just less than that now, we will be handing over to another stream. Ethan, will someone be at hand to update that stuff, like our social media?
I'm not sure.
It would be nice if someone is around. I might not be able to do it myself. Anyways, we will be handing over, but it will be redirected automatically, so you'll be able to figure it out, and it will just take you there. At least people who are already watching. Comments then. What the hell happened to the southern eye wall? Well, what do you mean? Recon just went through there and got some strong winds. Does it seem like a secondary eye wall is forming? No. I don't think so.
Surprisingly, no eye roll replacement cycles have been seen with the storm yet.
Yeah, it had issues in the early phases. What do we predict for pressure at the update? Well, I expect
941 would be my guess.
940, 941.
Yeah, I think it may well be. Is there a reason why radar is not picking up on the southern eye wall? Well, it may be that it's the far side from the radars, but clearly there's stuff going on in there from that last recon flight just then.
The weird thing is, the one in Tampa can reach the whole eye wall.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But the one in Tallahassee isn't reaching anything.
Do you have Tampa?
Yeah, the Tampa Doppler radar is right here that I put on.
Oh, so there is a gap.
Yeah, unless this, but then when you go to the Tallahassee one, something is missing here, but the one in Tampa ain't showing that.
Missing where?
Like a little bit. there's like a gap right here, and Tallahassee Doppler radar is showing another big opening.
But Tampa is pointing right towards that weakness, and it's clearly there. That's really interesting because they still got some very strong winds in that southern side.
Bro, look at all these strong winds.
Oh,
Probably they're in the air.
intense.
Yeah, look at that. 130, 120-ish. Wow.
And that is aloft.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Oh, man.
What's the prediction for Atlanta? Well, hurricane force winds might end up getting close to there. We know that's what Lenny was talking about earlier. And comments on what we think the peak will be at this point. It still might be anyone's guess, I'm afraid. This is still getting stronger. I don't think it's got much more to give, though. I think it may 145 is my guess.
Yeah, I mean, time's already running out for Helene because it only has like, what, 2 hours, 1.5 or 2 hours left before, landfall.
Is it
So
really
pretty
that
much
short now?
I mean, it looks like from now, it looks like, I don't know what I just said there, but kind of looks like. But either way, like, it only has, that much time left, and by the time it's already near landfall, it's like over, unless it just makes a last-minute surprise at landfall.
People are basically
Like
trying to ask us if Category 5 is possible. Yes, it is.
It's possible. I mean, look at Francine.
It's
Like
unlikely, but it's possible.
I mean, Francine
It
was
is
a little
unlikely.
different. I mean, Francine was a little messed up, but near landfall, it just bumped up to a Category 2 hurricane right near landfall. I mean, that's how. I mean, if I'm not gonna compare it to Helene, but I mean, Helene can do something like that. It can like go near landfall, and the next thing make a last-minute intensification before landfall. So it's just we just gotta get ready and prepared.
Matthew Lloyd writes a very nice message. Been watching us since before Hurricane Matthew. Goodness me, there's hardly any people who did watch us from before Hurricane Matthew. I wanted to say thank you for all the years of coverage and sparking their interest in weather. Amazing stuff. Thank you very much, Matthew. Really appreciate your support today and over all those years. It's been a long road. Our Matthew coverage was one of our big breakout moments, really, I guess, back in 2016. And that was another tough period of coverage. We did 54 hours of commentary that week, and 104 hours of all kinds of coverage. Anyways, thanks for that. And others saying they've been followers since 2017, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean...
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, that's Lenny there. And we got a lot more to come, of course, on our channel. But right now, we're into the nitty-gritty here of Helene. Yep.
I'm not sure if y'all did hear, but they are finding even stronger flight level winds now. Getting closer to the unlucky number of a 5.
No, they already got that, didn't they?
Yeah. Oh, actually, they did. They got multiple. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, we just had a pass that got 136 knot flight level and a pressure of 941 extrapolated. So this does support at least 120 knots, 140 miles per hour, at least. So with all the other update statements out.
Okay, what does it say?
140, 149, 41.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're almost there. They almost have it. Maybe on the intermediate advisory, we might see something different.
A University of Florida Coastal Monitoring Program tower located on Cedar Key recently reported a sustained wind of 55 and a wind gust of 73. Water level at Clearwater Beach 5.07 feet above mean high water, which the approximation of inundation in that area. Oh, wow. Okay, we're about to do a switch over here to keep the posterity of our streams alive and keep them there. So we're just starting on a new stream now for the landfall coverage is what we're titling it. Helene up to 140 miles per hour if you've just joined us on the new stream. We're ending the old stream. It'll redirect you automatically, so hopefully no one gets lost. So that's what we're up to right now.
I do have to let a chaser know something, so I will be right back. I'm going to be popping in and out.
All right.